would say there are special priests who've come from Varanasi here to oversee the entire Pran Pratishtha rituals, which start today in Ayodhya, will go on till the 21st, and some necessary rituals will happen on the 22nd, on the day the Prime Minister comes. So a very festive atmosphere in Ayodhya. We are here at the famous new Lata Mangeshkar Chowk in Ayodhya, and I could see a stream of devotees here. Yesterday I came on a packed flight to Ayodhya, and number of people here coming, all wanting to be in Ayodhya before the 20th, because people feel that after the 20th the access may become a problem. So let us all come before the 20th to Ayodhya. Also the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, so some details that we got today as well, that 3-4 important points I would like to make. Number one, that the idol which has been selected is of Mr. Arun Yogiraj of Karnataka, who has prepared this Ram Lalla idol over 7 months of nearly 51-inch tall standing structure of Lord Ram in his 5-year-old Bal Swaroop. So this is the black stone idol whose Pran Pratishtha will be done on the 22nd. Second, the old idol, the original idol of Ram Lalla, which is being worshipped since 1950, will also be placed in the Garbh Griha along with the new idol. So both the idols will be there. On the 22nd, the Prime Minister arrives at about 11 a.m. Before that, nearly 50 chartered planes are expected to land in Ayodhya that morning, and on the 21st, bringing in a number of VIPs to Ayodhya. Among the 8,000 guests who have been invited from the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, the PM reaches Ram Lalla Janambhoomi around noon, and after that, this ceremony begins. About 40-minute long ceremony in which prayers will be held, and the Pran Pratishtha will be held with 5 to 6 people present inside the Garbh Griha. And after that, there will be speeches by the Prime Minister, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, and the UP Chief Minister. So that is the entire schedule. But Ayodhya is already, I would say, in Rammay mood. We can already see a lot of people there, a lot of devotees here wanting to go to the temple, because on 21st and 20th, the makeshift temple could also be closed for the 22nd ceremony. So a lot of rush of people here in Ayodhya to pay obeisance to Lord Ram, and everybody is very eager to see the new idol of Lord Ram, in which the Pran Pratishtha will be done on the 22nd.
Absolutely. There were 3 idols that were commissioned, and all the artists were given the same brief, of course. They have to prepare the Bal Swaroop of Lord Ram, Ram Lalla, as described in Valmiki Ramayana. But because this is as important as it is, there were 3 idols commissioned, out of which 1 was to be selected. And as Aman mentioned, Arun Yogiraj idol has been selected. He has, of course, in the past made idols of Adi Shankaracharya, so he's already pretty renowned and very, very accomplished. Speaking of that idol, Siddhant, that is really what everybody is looking forward to, because, not only here on CNN News 18, but otherwise the Tirth Kshetra Trust has been giving glimpses of the temple and how it's coming along. But what nobody has seen so far is that new Ram Lalla idol.
Well, that's absolutely right, Shivani. In fact, there is a lot of excitement also because people want to catch a glimpse of that idol, but the photos and the videos have not been released by the temple trust. Shivani, this morning, this chilly winter morning in Ayodhya, we are at Ram Ki Paddy, and I'm being joined by a very special guest, Vinyanand Maharaj Ji. He's a Kathawachak. He will also be talking to us about how Pran Pratishtha is going to take place, these 7 days, Prayashit sanskar, the other sanskar, and what are the importance of those sanskar in Hindu religion. Maharaj ji, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया. जय श्री राम. हमसे जुड़ने के लिए समझना ये चाहेंगे महाराज जी कि ये 7 दिन कितने अहम होने वाले हैं, और आज जो संस्कार होने वाले हैं प्रायश्चित संस्कार, इसका क्या महत्व है हिंदू धर्म में?
देखिए, पहले सबको सुप्रभात. आज का दिन शुभ हो, मंगल हो, जय श्री राम. और निश्चित रूप से मैं बता दूं आपको कि जो वैदिक क्रम है, उन सारे वैदिक क्रम के अनुसार ये सारे अनुष्ठान पूर्ण होने वाले हैं. और ये वर्णन आता है कि जब कोई हम मूर्ति की जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करते हैं, उसके पूर्व पहले एक अनुष्ठान निश्चित होता है. तो सप्ताह या फिर खष्ट या पंचम, ऐसा वर्णन आता है. तो उसमें बहुत सारे क्रम होते हैं. जैसे उस मूर्ति को पहले अनेक वासों से गुजरना पड़ता है, जैसे सेनाधिवास होता है, फिर अन्नाधिवास, अन्न में उनको लेकर के सुलाया जाता है, फिर उसके बाद सेनाधिवास होता है, फिर जलाधिवास, जल में फिर उन्हें सुलाया जाता है, फिर उसके बाद घृताधिवास होता है, घी में, उसके बाद फिर पूर्ण रूप से पुष्पाधिवास होता है, फूलों के अंदर भगवान मतलब उस मूर्ति को, उस विग्रह को सुलाया जाता है। उसके बाद पुनर्रूपेण से फिर उसके बाद विधि पूर्वक स्नान करा करके, पंचामृत पंचगव्य से स्नान करा करके, गंगा जल से स्नान करा करके फिर नगर भ्रमण का वर्णन आता है। फिर नगर भ्रमण कराया जाता है।
18 तारीख को शायद नगर भ्रमण होना है।
जी 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 जी, बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल। एरिया क्षेत्र संवेदनशील रहेंगे। और मैं आप सबको ये बता दूं कि बस अब वो समय बहुत कम है और बहुत ही सबकी प्रतीक्षा है। सभी अपने पलके फैला करके, पलके बिछा करके बैठे हुए हैं और सभी साक्षी बन रहे हैं उस राम राज्य की प्रतीक्षा में।
दो लाइन हो जाए, दो लाइन
जी।
आपका जो राम पे फेवरेट।
राम सिया राम जय जय राम, राम सिया राम जय जय राम, राम सिया राम जय जय राम, राम सिया राम जय जय राम। सीताराम चरित अति पावन, सरस मधुर अरु अति मन भावन। पुनि पुनि कितने सुनिए सुनायो, पिबत प्यास बुझत न बुझायो।
ये बताइए कि आज का दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और इस दिन का इंतजार सदियों सदियों से लोगों को था। आज अयोध्या में कैसे जश्न मनाया जाएगा। 16 तारीख इतिहास में दर्ज होगी जब राम लला के प्राण प्रतिष्ठान की जो पूरी प्रक्रिया है उसकी शुरुआत होगी और बाकायदा इसके लिए नए पुजारी जो हैं उन अर्चक उनको भी ट्रेन किया जा रहा है, उनकी भी प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग हो रही है। उस विधि के बारे में और उस एक्साइटमेंट के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
देखिए मैं पुनः फिर विशेष रूप से मैं बता दूं कि हर उपासना की अपनी पद्धति होती है। जैसे मैं कहूं कि भगवान राम बाल रूप में है तो इनकी थोड़ी उपासना की पद्धति भिन्न है, क्योंकि भगवान कब शयन करते हैं और भगवान जब शयन से जब उठते हैं तो भगवान की क्या उस समय आरती होनी चाहिए जिसे हम मंगल आरती कहते हैं। तो एक लोकाचार में भी ये चीजें व्याप्त हैं जो हर उपासक को पता नहीं है। जो इस परंपरा से जो दीक्षित है,
बाल स्वरूप भी है, दशरथ के पुत्र भी हैं और भगवान भी है।
जी जी,
तो इन तीनों चीज का ध्यान रखना
बिल्कुल 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 ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है। मैं बता दूं आदरणीय मिश्रा जी कि यह अभी जनमानस के बीच ये सब सारी चीजें बस केवल एक सीमित सूचनाएं हैं। दुनिया जानती नहीं है और कारण है कि अनेक विवाद बन करके आ रहे हैं, उभर करके आ रहे हैं। तो थोड़ा सा उससे परहेज किया जाए। पहले इसको समझना है, ये बड़ा गहरा थोड़ा डीप विषय है कि भगवान बाल रूप में है। भगवान बाल रूप में है, उनकी सेवा कैसे की जाए थोड़ी सी उनकी अप्रस अलग है। तो थोड़ा उसे समझना पड़ेगा जो इस परंपरा के आचार्य हैं। तो फिर उन्हें इसलिए ट्रेंड किया जा रहा है कि भगवान कब शयन से, जैसे एक बच्चा जब बिस्तर से जब रोता है तो माँ कैसे जाकर के उसको दुग्धपान करती है या फिर उसे मनाती है, तो ठीक उसी प्रकार से
इसके एक नए सिरे से जो प्रोसीजर हैं वो लिखे जा रहे हैं, वो तय किए जाएंगे और उसी के हिसाब से मंदिर में पूजा होगी, रोजाना
उपासना होगी। जी 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 अवश्य, जी जी जी
उपासना होगी। अच्छा, एक जो आप हमेशा भजन सुनाते आ रहे हैं राम का, आज वो वाला हो जाए, मेरे प्रभु राम आए हैं।
बिल्कुल अवश्य। मैं कहूं कि ठाकुर जी की बड़ी आनंद कृपा है। सीताराम भगवान की कंठ भले मेरा है पर गवैया सीताराम भगवान है। तो कहना है सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे घर राम आए हैं। लगे कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, सजी कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, मेरे घर राम आए हैं।
थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। महाराज जी ने वक्त निकाला और हमसे जुड़ने के लिए यहाँ पर आए। सो एज वी वर स्पीकिंग अबाउट शिवानी, दैट यू नो he's a 5-year-old child. He's also a son of King Dashrath. He is Lord Rama. So all these things, all these points need to be considered at the time of drafting the procedures. How the daily routine of Ram Lalla Lalla would be after the Pran Pratishtha, and perhaps that is for that a panel has been set up, 3-member panel has been set up which is looking into that, drafting the daily routine of Ram Lalla, कैसे उनको सुबह उठाया जाएगा, कैसे उनको रात में सुलाया जाएगा, कैसे पूजा होगी, all these things are being decided. And in fact, Shivani, I did get this opportunity to speak to Mithilesh Nandini ji Maharaj yesterday. In fact, he told us that how he is training 21 devotees, 21 pujaris, archaks, and those pujaris are going to serve Lord Rama in years to come. Back to you.
All right. Let's also get you some ground reports from Ayodhya. Monica and Nisha, two young girls who've come all the way from Darbhanga, sisters, have captured all the attention at Saryu Ghat at Ram Ki Pedi with their beautiful handmade paintings. My colleague Aman Sharma bringing you this report.
Lord Ram's Pratishthan has started today in Ayodhya, and literally Lord Ram is here on the Saryu Ghat. I am this beautiful painting that I saw today at the Ram Ki Padi. This is Monica, and her sister Nisha is doing another painting, and both these sisters have come all the way from Darbhanga in Bihar to make these beautiful paintings on the ghats of Saryu at Ram Ki Padi. So, Monica, you have made this painting? So, what is the idea behind this painting? And this is a beautiful painting. ऐसा लग रहा है भगवान राम आ ही गए हैं अयोध्या।
जी, जैसा कि मैं दरभंगा बिहार से हूँ, मिथिला से, तो हमारे यहाँ कहते हैं ना कि कोई मेहमान आते हैं, जैसे राम जी हमारे में मिथिला के दामाद हैं, तो उनके स्वागत में कई सारे उत्सव मनाए जाते हैं, जैसे घरों को सजाया जाता है, रंगोली बनाया जाता है।
कितनी देर लगी आपको बनाने में?
14 से 15 घंटे।
14 से 15 घंटे। She's taken 14 to 15 hours, and her sister Nisha is painting another painting. They will take you there. Come, Monica, come. And she is doing another beautiful painting here. This is the second painting that they are making with watercolors and acrylic colors. This is one made with acrylic colors. And Nisha ji, आप इतनी दूर से आई हैं दरभंगा से, तो ये पेंटिंग का क्या भाव है?
सर, रंगों की दुनिया बेहद दिलचस्प होती है, जहाँ कुछ तस्वीरें ऐसी होती है जो शब्द का सहारा लेती है, कुछ ऐसी तस्वीरें होती है जो कहीं अनकहीं बातें कह देती है। आर्टिस्ट की उंगली के जादू से रेखाएं थिरकती है, रंग नाचता है, और वो अपनी पूरी सृष्टि कैनवस पे रचता है। मैं भी एक आर्टिस्ट हूँ, मैं बचपन से ही पेंटिंग्स करती हूँ। मैंने 8-9 साल मधुबनी पेंटिंग किया है, 5 साल फाइन आर्ट्स किया है, 3 साल मॉडर्न आर्ट किया है। तो जो मेरी दुनिया है, जो हम वही आज दिखाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि मेरी दुनिया कैनवस है, और कैनवस पे जो हम राम के लिए सोच रहे हैं, जो फील कर रहे हैं, वही मेरे हाथ से, मेरे पेंट से निकल के आ रहा है।
किस तरीके से पूजा की शुरुआत होगी?
16 तारीख को जो यजमान यहाँ पर नियुक्त होंगे, उनका स्नान इत्यादि करके प्रायश्चित्त होगा। उसके बाद जहाँ पर मूर्ति रखी हुई है, इस समय श्री विग्रह जो रखा हुआ है, वहाँ पर उस कमरे में जो उस मूर्ति के मूर्तिकार हैं, उनका पूजन होता है, और वो एक बार मतलब अंतिम बार मूर्ति को निरीक्षण करते हैं, होम हवन होता है, और उसको आचार्य लोगों को सौंप देते हैं कि आज से यह मूर्ति आपकी है, अब आप इसका स्थापन के लिए इसको ले जाएं। ये विधि उस दिन होगी 16 तारीख को।
12:39 का शुभ मुहूर्त किया गया है।
जी, वही 84 सेकंड का मुहूर्त है। उसी अंदर उसी क्षण में भगवान को विराजमान कर दिया जाएगा, और उनको मतलब प्रार्थना की जाएगी कि हे भगवान, अब आप आज से यहाँ पर जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, ऐसी प्रार्थना है उसमें, सूर्या चंद्रमसौ यावत ऐसा बताया जाता है, जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा भगवान आप यहाँ पर विराजमान होइए, और अपनी कृपा दृष्टि प्राणी मात्र के ऊपर अपनी कृपा दृष्टि डालिए।
तो अंजन शला का भी किया जाएगा, कौन से दिन वो होगा?
वो 21 तारीख को होगा, जब भगवान को 96 कलशों से स्नान होता है। उस समय अंजन उनका पट्टी खोल करके, और घी, मधु और शहद, ये मतलब शहद इसका बना करके सोने की तार से भगवान के आंख को उन्मीलन बोलते हैं उसको, नेत्र उन्मीलन, वो किया जाएगा।
महाराज जी, समझना आपसे चाहेंगे कि बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आपको दी गई है, और एक तो उस पैनल का आप हिस्सा हैं, जो सिलेबस और एक जो पद्धति, किस तरह रामलला का दिन शुरू होगा, कब क्या क्या होगा, रामलला के आइडल के साथ कैसे पूजा पाठ होगी, पंडित, इसकी जिम्मेदारी दी गई है। और दूसरा अचरक जो है, हाँ, उनकी नियुक्ति, उनकी ट्रेनिंग भी आप देख रहे हैं। इस बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, कितनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी ये है और कैसे इसका निर्वहन कर रहे हैं आप?
धन्यवाद इस विषय को सुनने, समझने और लोगों तक ले जाने के लिए। जिम्मेदारी ज़रूर है, पर बड़ी इसलिए नहीं कि टीम करती है काम, समूह करता है काम, विद्वानों का एक समूह है वो ये कर रहा है, उसमें मैं भी एक हूँ। हमारे बड़े पुजारी जी की अवस्था बहुत है। आने वाले समय में जिस विधि से पूजा होनी है उसके लिए और सुयोग्य प्रशिक्षित अर्चक वहाँ चाहिए। आवेदन मंगाए गए थे और देश भर से लगभग 3,000-2,700 के आसपास लोगों ने आवेदन किया था। उनमें से मानकों को पूरा करते हुए कुछ नाम चुने गए थे, कुछ फॉर्म चुने गए थे, लगभग 300। उनसे परीक्षा करके 27 लोगों को लिया गया था। कुछ निजी कारणों से, कुछ नीतिगत कारणों से कुछ लोगों ने अपने को उसमें अक्षम, अयोग्य पाया और फिर 21 लोग प्रशिक्षण ले रहे हैं। ये 21 लोग वो हैं जो वैदिक पद्धति, मंत्र और पूजा पद्धति से आशय है कि देवताओं को लक्ष्य करके उनके अपने अनुरूप पूजा विधान आगमों में विद्यमान है, स्मृतियों में विद्यमान है।
Let's also go across to our guest joining us. Sadhvi Pragya Bharti is joining us, Sadhvi Jaya Bharti and Siddharth S. Kumar, who's an astrologer. Sadhvi Pragya Bharti, सबसे पहले मैं आपसे शुरू करना चाहती हूँ। आज जो दो चीज़ें होंगी, प्रायश्चित सेरेमनी और कर्मकोटि पूजा, ये क्या होता है, ये ज़रा हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए।
शिवानी, सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगी that we all have been waiting, eagerly anticipating this day. Holding a breath in fervent expectation and hearts full of longing. We've yearned for this day. Right. And now on the verge of a profound cultural rebirth, we are emotionally reconnecting with the very essence of our cultural values and ethos. And each heartbeat echoing the depth of our emotional journey. तो ये बहुत ही एक स्पेशल डे है हमारे लिए। जैसा कि अभी बताया प्रायश्चित संस्कार के बारे में, जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होती है तो बहुत सारे उसमें संस्कार किए जाते हैं। पूजा की पद्धति होती है, प्रभु को किस तरीके से स्थापित किया जाए, बिकॉज द लॉर्ड जो उनका एज है दैट इज ओनली 5 years ऑफ एज। राम लल्ला को, वाई वी आर सेइंग राम लल्ला वुड बी रीस्टैब्लिश्ड देयर, उनको हम लेकर के आएंगे। वाई वी आर सेइंग दिस, बिकॉज जो राम लल्ला है वो 5 साल के हैं, हिज एज इज ऑफ 5 years ऑफ अ चाइल्ड। तो ये एक सबसे बड़ी बात है। और उसमें ये जो संस्कार किया जाता है, ये संस्कार सिंबलाइज करता है कि हम किस तरीके से प्रभु को वहां पर हम स्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं और किस तरीके से लाइक हम प्रभु के आगे प्रार्थना करते हैं। वी प्रे इन फ्रंट ऑफ लॉर्ड एंड वी सीक फॉरगिवनेस एंड वी सीक कि अब जो हम आपको इतने समय के बाद वहां पे स्टैब्लिश करने जा रहे हैं, तो हम एक पूरी अर्चना से, पूरे मन से वो प्रार्थना करते हैं कि भगवान वहां पे हम उनको पुनर्स्थापित करें।
साध्वी जया भारती, आपसे भी मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, आपके ख्याल आज जो ये प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का जो पूरा एक सेरेमनी है आज से शुरू हो रहा है, उसमें कर्मकोटि पूजा भी लिखा है आज के दिन, तो आपका फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल योर फर्स्ट थॉट्स टुडे एंड इफ यू कैन टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट मोर अबाउट व्हाट दिस पूजा इज।
Hi Shivani. So absolutely elated and enthralled because it's not, we've been a part of the movement and it's been a 5-year long wait, and I can actually empathize and equate my feelings how Shabri would have felt that after a very, very, very long wait, when she might have eventually seen Lord Ram coming to her kutia, what her feelings could have been. And look at the magnanimity, look across people. It's not limited to Ayodhya, it's not limited to India. I was listening to the Maharani of Nepal talking, and she's in Ayodhya right now. She's there because of her connection, because of Ma Sita to Ayodhya and Ram. And people from across the globe are expressing their joy, their happiness. And it's a complete not homecoming of Ram, I would say, but it's a homecoming of Sanatanis across the world. So it's a reckoning and a homecoming for us. And obviously, it's an emotional moment today. The pujas that are starting, you've been asking the question that what these mean. So there's a process. So we've been listening to all the, the Purohits and the Vedic masters here. So these pujas are related usually, like when you're talking about the Praishchit also. So this is a place, Ram Mandir is a place, the site where this temple is coming up. So what happens is there's a mandate in the scriptures which say that usually if a temple or an idol is desecrated or it's been, it's vandalized, it like something wrong goes on, and we reinstate So, or what happened, and even if the puja or the the regular offerings and ceremonies that are regularly done on continuous basis, and there is a discontinuity in that, and when you read you restart it.
Yes,
So
yes.
before doing it, so when you before you restart all the ceremonies again after that break, so these Prashchit and the Karmakoti pujas are there.
Okay.
And when we are talking about the Pran Pratishtha, so Pran Pratishtha in itself is a very very extensive and very expansive process in itself, because it is actually right now it's an idol, it's crafted out of matter. And in Indian system, and even now science has said that there are various elements that actually which compound together and form a body, but beyond that body is the vital force. So when we do the Pran Pratishtha, it is actually invoking that vital energy of God, asking the higher consciousness of God, invoking the consciousness of the God into that idol of matter. Once that is completed, it is then being believed, understood that now the deity is live in that idol form. It is now the disciples can go, the devotees can go, the idol listens to the prayers, gives the blessing. So it's not a very small thing that a few mantras are done, a small yagya is done, and the Pran Pratishtha is done. So Pran Pratishtha is a very elaborate process.
Right.
So like we are saying, it is starting today. It's gonna take these 7 days, and it will culminate into now the doors being open, the deity is there established in the live form on the 22nd.
Yes, and there is a window of only about 40 seconds or so that has been prescribed, which is the best time that has been given for that exact moment of Pran Pratishtha to take place. I want to go across, to the astrologer on the panel as well, as Siddharth S. Kumar. Overall, what is the significance of January 22? Because of course we have heard that this is a very auspicious time. Possibly a time like this would not have come for many, many years. So what is that nakshatra which is so auspicious and so important that the ceremony is taking place on January 22?
Okay, so first of all, we all are part of this historic moment, that we are fortunate enough to be part of this itself great blessings of the universe to us. Now coming to the January 22 as a date. So January 22, as we say in our science, well begun is half done. So the real process starts from today itself on Jan 16. And if I talk about today as well, so today we also have a Sarvat Siddhi Yoga as well as a Ravi Yoga. So even the beginning is set in a tone which has an auspicious part to travel it out. Second thing is that every process needs time, every process needs its own effort, and Pran Pratishtha in itself is a big responsibility, and which need to be carried by the people, the Yajman. And today we will start with preparing their journey, which Modi ji also doing an anusthan to be capable enough to do the part of this. Now coming to the 22nd of January, this is one of the most precious time that we could have thought it of. That is one of the most beautiful time that we could design, and we have got around 80 seconds. So that day falls on a Sukla Paksh Dwadasi Tithi. The day is also Monday with Indra Yoga and Balav Karan. At the moment when this Pran Pratishtha is going to have, we are going to have Sarva Siddhi Yoga, Amrit Siddhi Yoga, Ravi Yoga, that is going to happen. And the most important fact is that at the time of Pran Pratishtha, the Aries ascendant will be rising, and the Jupiter and the Uranus will be with the ascendant Lord, and even the D9 chart is supporting that. So overall, it's going to be a beautiful time, a time which is not going to say awaken us or arouse us towards the reflection of our spirituality and the path of dharma. But this is also going to be a moment for India which will bolster new economic growths and the new chapters both for Uttar Pradesh as a whole and India as well. And we are going to see a great amount of exponential growth journey from here on, and we will safeguard ourselves from lot many situations and circumstances which the world will encounter, and India will be safeguarded in those situations.
ये जनवरी 22 को मृगशिरा नक्षत्र की बात हुई है। मेरे ख्याल से ये वही पीरियड है जिसमें प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की जाएगी। तो इसके बारे में कुछ और बताएंगे कि ये क्या होता है नक्षत्र?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जहाँ तक मृगशिरा नक्षत्र की बात है तो मृगशिरा नक्षत्र चंद्रमा का नक्षत्र है। उस दिन चंद्रमा उसी नक्षत्र में रहेंगे पूरे दिन, तो इसलिए उसका जिक्र हुआ है। जब भी हम किसी पंचांग की बात करते हैं, पंचांग में हमेशा 5 पहलू होते हैं। चंद्रमा का नक्षत्र, सूर्य का नक्षत्र, उस दिन की तिथि, उस दिन का करण, उस दिन का योग, सारे ही चीजों को ध्यान रखा गया है। तो मृगशिरा नक्षत्र भी अपने आप में एक बहुत ही अच्छा नक्षत्र है जिसके स्वामी चंद्रदेव हैं, और ये अपने आप में एक ऑस्पिशियस नक्षत्र है, एक ऐसा नक्षत्र। और इस नक्षत्र की 4 चांद इसलिए लग रही है क्योंकि हमें उस दिन सर्वात सिद्धि योग और अमृत योग दोनों ही मिल रहे हैं। सो हमें पंचांग के दृष्टिकोण से भी और पंचांग के साथ साथ उस मोमेंट पे जो हमारा 84 सेकंड का लगभग मोमेंट है, उस मोमेंट की जो कुंडली आ रही है, जैसे अगर हम बात करें कि जब कोई बच्चा पैदा होता है तो उसकी कुंडली बनती है, वैसे ही अगर जिस समय किसी प्रतिष्ठान की या यहाँ भगवान की जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रही है, उस समय की जो कुंडली है वो कुंडली भी इतनी बलशाली है कि वो इसको एक नई प्रतिष्ठा और एक नया समागम देगा। क्योंकि इसमें एक नहीं 1000 चीजें हैं। जैसे अभी कुछ चीजों की मैंने जिक्र की, एक और बहुत अच्छी चीज है कि शनि देव उस पत्रिका में जो जिस समय प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रहा है, कर्म भाव और लाभ भाव के स्वामी हैं और लाभ भाव में ही बैठे होंगे। इसलिए मैं बात किया कि ये भारत की दृष्टिकोण से एक नया एक्सपोनेंशियल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ का एरा शुरू करने वाला है।
जी जी बिल्कुल। Some of the ceremonies will be beginning today and we'll of course keep going back across to Ayodhya for that. But I also want to go back across to Sadhvi Pragya Bharti. All the things are coming together. Obviously, it's a story, it's a fight and a journey of 500 years, which is culminating on January 22 and of course will be ongoing. Siddharth was talking about how this period is going to be very auspicious for us economically and growth-wise. But this moment is also about the faith of 1 billion people being realized and being fulfilled after 500 years. And what do you make of the kind of participation that the public has shown? From the time the judgment came, there have been scores of Indians, crores of them who've contributed to the temple trust. They're sending soil, they're sending gifts of their own accord. Several people have landed up in Ayodhya, they're just celebrating in their own way. The entire occasion has indeed become a festival across the country.
Absolutely, Shivani. It's a huge, huge festival, and the country and countrymen alike, I would say, they all are in festive mood right now because Lord Ram is coming back. It's his homecoming after 500 years. The Ram temple has finally manifested as a history of 500 years of struggle marked by numerous sacrifices and dedication. And finally, this temple is turning into reality. This is the triumph of devotion, the victory of millions of Hindus. And we cannot forget that, like you mentioned, this has been a long process, the legal battle also that we faced. So legal battle for the construction of this temple spans 134 years, if I tell you, with the first FIR filed in 1885. And after 64 years of that, the legal proceedings gained momentum in 1949. And again, after 61 years, the Allahabad High Court in 2010 suggested dividing the land into 3 equal parts, imagine. And only 1/3 of the land belonged to Ram Lalla. And after another 9 years, the Supreme Court finally delivered its verdict in 2019, as we all know, the big day, declaring the construction of Ram Mandir, fulfilling the long-awaited anticipation of the entire nation. And today is the first day of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So the day is filled with mixed emotions, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of happiness. There are like thicks and thins. We've been through it, the car sevaks, their sacrifice. We cannot forget the sacrifice of the car sevaks. They were being shot. बहुत बड़ी बात है, and a memorial is being built to honor the sacrifices of the car sevaks who poured their hearts, shedding not only blood and sweat, but also dreams, aspirations, and unwavering devotion, all for the realization of this day. And today, as we behold this sacred moment, we feel the pulse of their sacrifices resonating through the very soul of the temple they passionately crafted, I would say.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, like there are a lot of people who are bringing in the gifts and also symbolize the territorial integrity of the nation. Sacred soil and water have been brought from revered sites, marking a demonstration of the national unity. And not only that, I would also like to mention that, like we all know that Ma Sita spent an extended period of exile in the Ashok Vatika. So the stone from this sacred place, we call it Shila, tenderly brought by ministers from Sri Lanka, also carries the weight of her resilience. So the emotional resonance of this act is profound, I would say, and from every corner of our beloved nation, heartfelt contributions in spirit, emotion, and material wealth have poured in, weaving a tapestry of love and devotion for the manifestation of Ram Mandir. And during the consecration ceremony, Shri Vigraha, we cannot call them idol now because we call it Shri Vigraha. Shri Vigraha Ram Lalla will be installed, and there's a process that will be done mirroring the divine presence of Lord Ram as he appeared at the tender age of 5, like we've been talking about. And we all, I would say, you will have the blessed opportunity to witness Ram Lalla seated on a lotus pedestal that day.
Yes. I had the opportunity of visiting the Garbhagriha when it was being constructed about a couple of months ago, and the pedestal that has been created, both the 51-inch new idol and the existing Ram Lalla idol, which darshan for which is still going on, both are going to be consecrated in the new Garbhagriha. So anybody who has any misconceptions about what happens to the existing Ram Lalla idol, they can be rest assured that that's also going to be consecrated in the new Garbhagriha. And of course, there are lots of care that have been taken in just the whole construction, the gold doors of the Garbhagriha plus the other areas of the ground floor, which is ready now ahead of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. All of them have also been set up now, so we're all set. Sadhvi Jaya Bharti, what do you think this moment really means? Not just for those who believe in Lord Ram, who fought for Lord Ram and the Janamsthan, but the country at large, because this moment has come after, as I mentioned, long struggle. There's been a lot of strife, there's been a lot of fighting as well. What does this moment mean now for India?
Thank you for asking that question. And it's absolutely goes beyond certain, when people look at a particular way of culticizing certain things. Now, when you talk about Bharat, like what does it mean for this country? So I would go back a little as to how this, every country, every nation has its own civilizational identity. And, in that civilizational identity, it is like the lifestyles, the food you eat, the way you wear, what you wear, and the primary identity of any civilization is its faith. And in India, faith is demonstrated in various ways. There are a lot of people who approach the Almighty, who approach the higher consciousness in a Nirakar manner, and then there are people who go to the Sakar methods, temples, and the murtis, everything that we look at, and the various paddhatis of yagnas and havans and upasanas. There are a lot of paddhatis in that. When we talk about Ram temple, a lot of people are saying, why was there such an emphasis? What was it such a fight about? Okay, one temple is gone, you could have built another more magnanimous temple. So it is not just another temple. It's Ram Janam Bhumi. Our Aradhya, he incarnated on that piece of land, that particular spot. And we owe our civilizational cultural identity. So even the monuments are considered as vehicle of cultural heritage that are passed on from generation to generation. And for almost 500 years, it's been, like we were talking about the Thakurs of Ayodhya, which come from the lineage of Lord Ram, that when they lost their battle to Babur, they gave up their turban, right? They didn't wear, and they did not even carry an umbrella over their head. That, anything that's atop my head is actually a symbol of honor. But losing Ram Janambhoomi to Babar, I've lost my honor. My Ram Janambhoomi, my Ishwara, my God's place, my temple is my biggest honor, and I've lost it. So until and unless we regain it back, we will not gonna wear those turbans or those pagris back. And after 22nd, that particular samaj, that particular those people, they will be adorning their pagris back. So it is my honor. It is my civilizational identity. So it is not limited to the people only who believe in Ram. Ram is one front cornerstone of the Sanatan consciousness.
Right.
And obviously it's a monumental movement. Absolutely. I really feel, that if today I'm feeling the excitement and happiness and pride and joy for this temple coming alive, and it's a now reality, I can also, sense when it might have been demolished, when my forefathers would have been there, the idols were desecrated, we were trampled over, just to make sure that you are beneath us. We can trample your temples, we can demolish them, and you could do nothing, because we have the power of the sword. And today I am very happy we've not even picked the sword. We laid our lives, we've carried this struggle for 500 years, and finally Lord
That dream
Ram has
is coming
arrived.
true. Absolutely.
Lord Ram
Lots
has
of people
arrived.
still feel.
So is my identity and honor.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of people never thought it would happen in their lifetimes, such were times, but it is now a reality. I do request all of our guests to just stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll also get you more of the color and the flavor from on ground in Ayodhya as well. Ram temple in itself is a huge moment for Indian civilization.
The enthusiasm, the excitement among the devotees can clearly be seen and experienced here.
संविधान में राम है, राज्य की कल्पना में राम है, रोम रोम में राम है, भारत के राम है, भारत में राम है।
राम 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 राम। धर्म को कैसे बांधते हुए, धर्म की सीमाओं में रहते हुए कैसे काम किया जाए।
इसके ऊपर आप अभी देख नहीं सकेंगी, वो विष्णु जी का है और वो एक तरीके से समुद्र मंथन उसकी कहानी है।
Thousands of devotees have come to this Naya Ghat. They are offering prayers to Lord Surya.
Brought to you by
The Ram Temple in Ayodhya is a reality. It's a journey that all of us have been a part of, because the trust that is in charge of the Ram Temple in Ayodhya has been giving us glimpses of the construction and how it has come along over the last 3 years or so. But let me break down some of the facets of the new Ram Temple at the Ram Janmasthan. So first of all, this is a much larger model than the original envisaged model, which was much smaller in size. But of course, after the verdict and everything, there was greater space to work with, and the design was expanded upon by the Sompura family, which are the architects of this mandir. So now this, temple has 3 floors and as many as 5 domes. Initially, it was supposed to only have 3 domes. The temple has 360 pillars. It's 161 feet tall. The length is about 360 feet and its width is 235 feet. As I mentioned, there are 5 domes, but actually if you look at it, there are 1, 2, 3 going till the Garbhagriha, and then there are 2 mandaps on the side as well, running perpendicular. These are the 5 mandaps or pavilions inside the temple, which have their own flavor. Some of them will be reserved for puja, bhajan, kirtan, etc. as well. Now the entire mandir has about 12 gates. This complex is actually spread in as many as 70 acres, and the temple area itself is about 2.7 acres. And as I mentioned, this temple has been constructed over a period of 3 years. The first phase is culminating on January 22, when the Pran Pratishtha will take place. That's when the ground floor is supposed to be ready. The Garbhagriha, of course, is ready. And from the next day onwards, the darshan will now happen in this temple, not the makeshift temple. But the first and the second floor will continue to be constructed. Their deadline is about December 2024. The larger temple complex also includes a parkota, which is for parikrama. All of that will take another year to be completed. So the entire temple will take some time. The temple complex is going to take even longer, and there are multiple temples, facilities for visitors, devotees, museum, etc. that is coming along in that 70-acre complex. Let's also give you a glimpse of how all of India is represented in this temple. So there is not just material, but also human skills that have been taken from across the country. There is, of course, the Rajasthan, which has given pink and red sandstone, which is being used. And of course, the white marble. The white marble has been used very prominently on the floors of the temple and in the Garbhagriha. There is a brassware that has come from Uttar Pradesh. There is flooring materials, again marble processing, etc. The skills have come from Madhya Pradesh. Odisha, also sandstone has come from them, and a lot of the carving sculptures have come from Odisha. Flag pillars have come from Gujarat. Maharashtra has contributed teak wood and gold detailing. Granite, the doors, the charan padukas, etc. have come from the state of Telangana. There is also woodworks that have been contributed from Andhra Pradesh, and more of the woodwork workers, bells, etc. have come from Tamil Nadu. A lot of ornaments, silver ornaments, etc. are being sent by jewelers in Tamil Nadu as well, which are going to be used in the daily puja in the temple. And a lot of the granite has come from Karnataka as well. So there's a lot of history and the geographical diversity of India that has been showcased as far as construction Ram Temple is concerned. Let me go across to my colleagues Siddhant and Aman, who are in Ayodhya. They are soaking up the mood, the build up to the Jan 22 ceremony. Siddhant, you've been spending time there in Ayodhya. How is the city gearing up? Because this is not just about what happens inside the temple complex, but the city has to be able to gear up as well for this big event. And from the day after, there are going to be lakhs of devotees coming into Ayodhya to witness the new mandir and do darshan inside the new temple. So how is the city gearing up?
Well, yes, that's absolutely right, Shivani. In fact, people have already started arriving from Makar Sankranti, which was yesterday. Most of them took a holy dip in River Saryu, and they are going to stay till 22nd of January. But a very special guest, Shivani, is joining us here. Dineshacharya Ji Maharaj is right here at Ram Ki Paidi to speak to us. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया महाराज जी. आज वो दिन आ चुका है, प्राण प्रतिष्ठान की शुरुआत हो चुकी है और आज कुछ संस्कार किए जाएंगे. अगले 7 दिन संस्कार चलेंगे पूरे रीति रिवाज के साथ. उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, क्योंकि दर्शकों को बहुत ज्यादा रुचि है कि ये कौन से संस्कार हैं जिनका पालन हो रहा है, कैसे रामलला की मंदिर बनने के बाद पूजा की जाएगी. जरा संक्षिप्त में दर्शकों को समझाइए जिसको समझ सके.
देखिए, आज से अनुष्ठान जो प्रारंभ हो रहा है, सबसे पहले उसमें प्रायश्चित किया जाता है. जैसे किसी भी प्रकार से मन, वाणी और कर्म से हमसे कोई पाप बन गया हो, उस पाप की निवृत्ति के लिए पहले प्रायश्चित से पूजा प्रारंभ होती है. और आज वो कार्यक्रम 12 बजे से लगभग 2 बजे तक चलेगा, जिसमें प्रायश्चित कराया जाएगा और प्रायश्चित के बाद पवित्र किया जाता है. लोगों के तन, मन, बाह्य और अंतर की पवित्रता के लिए उन्हें पंचगव्य पिला करके जो यजमान होते हैं उनको पवित्र किया जाता है. और उस पवित्रता के बाद तब वो पूजा में बैठने के अधिकारी होते हैं. और पूजा में बैठने के बाद फिर आसन की शुद्धि होगी. आसन की शुद्धि के बाद उनको पवित्र किया जाएगा और फिर वहां से हम पूजा को प्रारंभ करते हैं. और निरंतर ये
प्रायश्चित का आइडिया क्या है महाराज जी? क्या प्रायश्चित किस चीज का करते हैं?
जैसे मन से, वाणी से, क्रम से, वचन से हमसे किसी प्रकार से पाप बन गया हो, कोई मैंने गलत काम कर दिया हो जाने और अनजाने में, तो हम भगवत पूजा और आराधना की ओर जब प्रेरित हो रहे हैं तो उसके लिए हमें प्रायश्चित की आवश्यकता होती है. और शास्त्रों में उसका विधान है और उस विधान के द्वारा हमारे पापों की निवृत्ति के लिए प्रायश्चित कर्म कहा जाता है. पूजा का प्रारंभ प्रायश्चित कर्म से ही होता है. प्रायश्चित का अर्थ है कि हमें अफसोस है इस बात को लेकर के, और मंत्रों के द्वारा हम क्षमा प्रार्थी हैं और क्षमा मांगते हैं कि जाने और अनजाने में मन सा, वाचा, कर्मणा हमसे कोई पाप बन गया हो तो इसकी निवृत्ति के लिए हम.
रामलला को अयोध्या के भी पूरे अयोध्या भर के उनको लेके जाया जाएगा, वो भी बताया जा रहा है. जैसे कहते हैं सिटी ट्योर दिया जाएगा अयोध्या का.
देखिए, सिटी ट्योर की जो बात आप कर रहे हैं, पर मुझे लगता है कि ये ट्रस्ट के लोगों को विचार करना है, वो क्या करते हैं, कैसे करते हैं. लेकिन ये होता है कि देवताओं को नगर भ्रमण कराया जाता है और नगर भ्रमण करा करके जो प्राचीन मूर्तियां होती हैं, प्राचीन मंदिर होते हैं, उनसे उनको भेंट कराया जाता है. और उसके बाद फिर उनको मंदिर में स्थापित किया जाता है, क्योंकि दोबारा तो उनको निकलना नहीं है. तो एक बार नगर भ्रमण की ये विधियां है. अब इसको कितना बृहद करते हैं, कितना सूक्ष्म करते हैं, ये देखना दिलचस्प होगा, लेकिन ये विधियां होती हैं.
पंचांग के हिसाब से बताइए कि ये कैसे अच्छा टाइम है, इस समय को क्यों चुना गया, वो थोड़ा सा एक दर्शकों.
देखिए, मृगशिरा नक्षत्र में ये पूजा होने जा रही है और लगभग मुझे लगता है 32 से लेकर 64 सेकंड का वो मुहूर्त है. और उस मुहूर्त में भगवान की प्रतिष्ठा होगी और इसके बाद मुझे लगता है कि और कोई मुहूर्त नहीं था. तो जो 22 तारीख का 12-11 बजे से लेकर के 1 बजे के बीच का जो मुहूर्त है वो सबसे अच्छा मुहूर्त है. और उस दिन देख करके पंचांग के हिसाब से ग्रह, नक्षत्र, मूल सब देख करके और एकदम सारी राशियां, सारे गुण गण सब अपने काल और अपनी स्थिति पर हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारा विचार उत्तर से, दक्षिण से, पूरब से सारे पंडितों को, ज्ञानियों को, आचार्यों को इकट्ठा करके लिया गया है. तो ये अपने आप में अभिजित मुहूर्त होगा. और अभिजित मुहूर्त में ही भगवान श्री राम का जन्म हुआ था. नवमी तिथि मधुमास पुनीता, शुक्ल पक्ष अभिजित हरिप्रीता. तो वो उसी को स्थापित करते हुए अभिजित मुहूर्त में मृगशिरा नक्षत्र में भगवान श्री राम की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा.
एक मैसूर से कुछ पंडित आ रहे हैं जो कि अगले 40 दिन तक पूजा करेंगे प्राण प्रतिष्ठान के बाद. उसके बारे में कहता है वो यहाँ नॉर्थ इंडिया या अवध की तरह से पूजा नहीं होगी, साउथ इंडिया के.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. यहाँ तो साउथ इंडियन से लेकर के और हमारे वाराणसी से पंडित हैं, अयोध्या से भी पंडित हैं. बहुत बड़ा अनुष्ठान चलने वाला है. और एक इसको हम समन्वय की दृष्टि से देख सकते हैं. पूरब, पश्चिम, उत्तर, दक्षिण चारों तरफ से वैदिक ब्राह्मण आएंगे और अपने अपने अनुसार वो भगवान की पूजा करेंगे.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया दिनेशाचार्य जी हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. खास बातचीत हम कर रहे थे. वी वर स्पीकिंग exclusively to Dineshacharya ji Maharaj, and in fact he has given the brief idea how these sanskars are going to take place, the importance of these sanskar in Hindu religion, and that is what people want to know, and there is a lot of curiosity also for it. Back to you, Shivani.
Absolutely, lots of curiosity and a lot of details that people want to know of exactly how things are going to happen, how they're going to pan out. We'll keep breaking down those details for our viewers. I want to go across to Aman as well. Aman, give me your sense as well. How is the city shaping up? It's going to be a huge challenge for Ayodhya. Of course, it has a refurbished railway station, it has a new airport, but for the city to be able to accommodate the number of people that are going to be thronging its streets is going to be a challenge. Although it's used to a lot of number of devotees, lakhs of them, but it will want to offer better services now, now that the new Ram temple is opening.
Absolutely, Shivani. Yeah, there it is. The airport is already gearing up. We are seeing more flights scheduled now. Indigo, Air India Express from Mumbai, Kolkata, Bangalore, Delhi. Multiple cities. Ahmedabad flights have now started for Ayodhya. Obviously, the railway station is also revamped. The festive atmosphere in Ayodhya is for everybody to see. Before I come to that, Shivani, I have some details for you for what the Ram Lalla idol will look like. So this has come to me from a trust member today. They are saying that the Ram Lalla ki murti is made from Sham Shila. So Sham Shila is black stone. Its age is thousands of years. It will not be affected by water, chandan or roli. The three ingredients usually put on a statue: water, chandan and roli. It will not impact the texture of the statue in any way. The statue is 51 inches tall from its foot to its head. The idol weighs about 150 to 200 kgs. There will be a mukut and an abha mandal on the top of the head of the statue. They'll be the Sri Ram Lalla's arms will be as long as till his knees.
Yes.
The mashtash will be sundar. That is the trust member has said. The eyes will be big, and it will be a standing statue, about a 5-year-old childlike form of. There also may be a hath mein teer or dhanush. That is what a trust member has told me. So this is the details of the statue, and every day you come to Ayodhya, Shivani, you see a new thing. So yesterday night we were at Lata Mangeshkar Chowk. There was nothing here, and now we see this beautiful stand sculpture has come up virtually overnight. Here, and so you can see every corner of Ayodhya is beautifully beautifully decorated like this beautiful stand sculpture. I have an artist here who's made it within 12 hours in the night. तो ये क्या दिखाने की कोशिश है? अब ये गिलहरी का क्या सिग्निफिकेंस है? क्या दिखाने की कोशिश?
जी, हमने दिखाया है कि श्री राम जी जब लंका की चढ़ाई कर रहे थे तो उस टाइम में जो राम सेतु का निर्माण हो रहा था, तो उसमें एक गिलहरी का जो रोल था, वही हम लोग भी अयोध्या आकर और उनके जो मंदिर जो निर्माण हो रहा है उसी में हम लोग ने भी यही दिखाया है इस पे कि जिस प्रकार गिलहरी ने राम सेतु में निर्माण किया था उसी प्रकार हम भी कुछ इसमें सहयोग करें। और हम लोग रुपेश सिंह स्टैंड आर्टिस्ट की टीम से, मैं मोहन सिंह
जी। So you see, Shivani, these are the kind of artists, which are all over Ayodhya painting, and this is being done out of devotion.
Yes.
This is not something which has been commissioned or somebody's asked them to make it. These are the kind of sculptures, all around Ayodhya have come a very divine atmosphere, very festive atmosphere, and everybody wants to be here. Before the 20th of January, because of 20th January, maybe the restrictions will come in. So everybody wants to enter Ayodhya before 20th of January, be here. If not being able to go to the Ram temple, maybe just take a dip in the Saryu river, or maybe just go around the town, go to Hanumangadi. So that is the feeling, and I'm seeing devotees here from all parts of the country. I met yesterday somebody from a Sikh group from Punjab had come here on the flight with me from to Ayodhya. So it's not just Hindus. I would say even other religions, people coming from different parts of the country, and this has truly become what Yogi Ratyanath is saying, like an Ayodhya Dham,
Yes.
Shivani.
No, absolutely. And so much talent on display, so much devotion on display, and everybody wanting to be a part of this ceremony. And of course, the organizers of the event, organizations like the RSS and VHP, they've also played their part in incorporating or including crores of Indians. So it's likely that you have had a delegation visit your house, give you a pouch of rice, the akshat, to become a part of this. And of course, crores of households have contributed to the construction of the Ram temple. So everybody feels a part of this moment today, and as we build up to Jan 22. Stay with us here on CNN News 18. We'll continue to get you more exclusive reports from Ayodhya. We slip into a very short break, but we'll continue to get you more coverage in just a bit.
As the Grand Ram Temple rises, CNN News 18 gets you the biggest voices.
Devotees in great number. I mean, we are thinking about a lakh and
Every
25,000 every day.
From temple vision to execution,
एक अनोखी शैली में बनाने की कोशिश की है। भगवान का दरबार में आप जाएंगे तो लगेगा कि नहीं एक अच्छी जगह पे हम लोग आए।
from objections to obeisance.
राम जी प्रतिष्ठित होंगे तो राम राज्य का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा।
This Ram Mandir, which has been a dream of people for so many years, is coming to a fruition.
Thanks to everybody who made that happen, and I'm sure this means a world to multitude of people.
The symbolism, the significance, all stakeholders choose CNN News 18.
Viewers, it couldn't be a more auspicious occasion
than this morning when I bring to you this broadcast. Viewers, it is the dawn of the age of Ram Rajya. The age of Ram Rajya, viewers, that will reinforce India's syncretic civilizational history. Today, viewers, marks the beginning of the pre-Pran Pratishtha period or sacraments. They have begun today, viewers. We will, of course, take you to Ayodhya in just a few moments, but today at Ayodhya, the Prayaschit and the Karmakuti Pujans have begun. Just a few days ago, viewers, the Prime Minister himself had taken it upon all of us collectively to offer or begin the rituals that will consecrate the ceremony on January 22nd at 12:30 in the afternoon, viewers. That, of course, will be the installation of the Ram Lalla idols in the Garbhagriha of the Ram temple, and you can already begin to see it taking shape. Those are the pictures from Ayodhya. Those are the pictures of the Garbhagriha, one of the floors of the Ram temple, upon which, of course, will be built the rest of the floors. Now, viewers, today, we are not going to go into the controversy at the very beginning. The controversy being that you cannot have a Pran Pratishtha in an incomplete structure. Of course, history has shown that all of these caveats that are being injected at this moment in time, in the run-up to this dawn, as I called it, viewers, of the age of Ram Rajya, are superfluous, because precedent tells us that these obstacles never came in the way of consecrations in the past, and therefore one has to question their motives. But nonetheless, we'll get to that. Let's go straight across to Aman, who has been on the ground, and Siddhant, both of who have been reporting this event, this epical event, for the last few days. Siddhant, wonderful to see you. It is an auspicious day. You have behind you, I think, the great river Saryu that flows through Ayodhya, and also, of course, the famous tank that overlooks some of the ghats. Talk us through really the atmosphere and the significance of this day. Can you hear me, Siddhant? Talk us through the significance of the day today.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's a very significant day, Rahul. It's a chilly winter morning in Ayodhya, but despite that, hundreds of people have come to Ram Ki Paidi, where I'm reporting from. In fact, I'm being surrounded by many sadhu saints, those who have come here chanting Ram bhajans and Ram Naam. I'm being joined by Balram ji. Balram ji, आज का दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कैसे देखते हैं आज के दिन को?
ये अयोध्या जो विश्व की सांस्कृतिक नगरी है और पूरा विश्व आज अयोध्या आने के लिए लालायित है। पहले अयोध्या में इसी राम पैड़ी पर इतनी गंदगी होती थी, लोग यहाँ आना पसंद नहीं करते थे, लेकिन बहुत बहुत हृदय से साधुवाद है योगी और मोदी जी को, जिन्होंने अयोध्या को इतना सुंदर बना दिया है कि आज पूरा विश्व अयोध्या आने के लिए लालायित है।
Rahul, I have a special guest with me, Raju Das ji, again with a smiling face. Good morning, नमस्ते, जय श्री राम। राजू दास जी, बहुत मुस्कुरा रहे हैं आज आप।
पहले तो पूरे देश के लिए जय जय श्री राम, जय जय सिया राम, वंदे मातरम, बजरंग बली की जय, हनुमान जी महाराज की जय।
हनुमान, Rahul, Raju Das ji, as you know, is a priest of Hanumangadi, very popular face in Ayodhya. He not just makes commentary on religious matters, but he takes on politicians also. In fact, we'll take some both religious and political question to Raju Das. Raju Das ji, आज का दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितने साल की तपस्या के के बाद आज का दिन मुमकिन हो पाया।
500 वर्ष के संघर्ष के बाद और 5 लाख राम भक्तों के प्राणों की आहुति के बाद आप जब समझो, जब लोकतंत्र की व्यवस्था है, डेमोक्रेसी में संविधान की जहां राज हो, वहां पर भी जहां पर अभी पूज्य आचार्य जी बोल रहे थे, जहां पर आप खड़े हो, ये राम की पैड़ी है। और एक समय हुआ करता था, इतनी गंदगी हुआ करती थी, और एक समय हुआ करता था कि यहाँ खून की नदी बहाई गई थी। ये राम की पैड़ी खून के छींटे से लाल हो जाया करता था। आज उन संतों के त्याग, तपस्या, समर्पण से, संघर्ष से भव्य दिव्य नव राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का आज से वहां पर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का जो विधिवत पूजन, राम जन्मभूमि प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के निमित्त जो स्टार्ट हो रहा है, बाकी तो वहाँ 1 साल से लगातार 121 ब्राह्मणों के द्वारा अलग अलग दिनों में अलग अलग प्रकार से, चाहे वो राम मंत्र से, चाहे वो हनुमान जी के मंत्र से, चाहे महादुर्गा के मंत्र से, इसके अलावा वहाँ पर आप रामचरित मानस की पाठ से, चाहे वो श्री सूक्त से, चाहे वो आप समझ सकते हो कि वाल्मीकि रामायण सुंदर कांड की जो पाठ करके वहाँ पर विधिवत पूजन चल रहा था। लेकिन आज से जो शुरुआत है, आज से शुरुआत है वहाँ पर जिस प्रकार से वहाँ पर देवी देवताओं का आवाहन करके, नवग्रह की स्थापना करके, कलश की स्थापना करके आज से शुरुआत की जाएगी।
हनुमानगढ़ी जो कि जहाँ के आप महंत हैं, उसका कितना बड़ा योगदान रहा है राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन में, और उसका क्या रिश्ता रहा है आंदोलन से?
आंदोलन हनुमानगढ़ी से ये शुरुआत हुआ था क्या कि सनातन धर्म संस्कृति रक्षा सुरक्षा के लिए वहाँ पर मिलिट्री बेस कैंप सनातनियों का था, नागा साधु, जहाँ पर इकट्ठे 1000 सेना खट से तैयार हो जाते थे। आज तक हनुमानगढ़ी पर एक भी आक्रमण नहीं हुआ, बाकी हर एक जगह आक्रमण हुए, हर एक जगह तोड़े गए, बाकी वहाँ एक भी आक्रमण नहीं हुआ। इसलिए क्या को मिलिट्री बेस कैंप था। हनुमान जी जब भगवान राम साकेत धाम को जाने लगे तो हनुमान जी महाराज का राज्याभिषेक हुआ है, वहाँ पर राजा के रूप में विराजमान। दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में जाएंगे आप देखेंगे राम जी के चरण में हनुमान जी बैठे मिलेंगे, लेकिन यहीं पर देखेंगे हनुमान जी राजा के रूप में विराजमान है। माता सीता जी ने आशीर्वाद दिया था, अजर अमर गुण निधि सुतो, अजरता का अमृत का पुत्रव्रत आशीर्वाद हनुमान जी का दिया था। तो वहाँ पर हनुमान जी राजा के रूप में है। और वहाँ मैं 1700 कुछ ईस्वी से घटना बताता हूँ। 1700 कुछ ईस्वी में जब कलकत्ता के एक सेठ था, वह राम मंदिर बना के संगमरमर के लाया था। अभी देखेंगे हनुमानगढ़ी के बरिकोटा जो है वो लखौरी ईंट का है, लेकिन एक वहाँ पर देखेंगे कि राम मंदिर बना है जो श्वेत संगमरमर का बना हुआ। वो राम मंदिर वहीं स्थापित करने के लिए आया था, लेकिन वहाँ पर लड़ाई हुई और उस लड़ाई में 200 से कुछ नागा साधु मारे गए, वो नहीं हो पाया। फिर पुनः स्थापित हुआ 1849 में। वहाँ पर एक लड़ाई निहंगम सिद्ध जत्था और हनुमानगढ़ी के नागा साधुओं के द्वारा हुआ है।
अनंतपुर साहब से सिख आए थे।
जी निहंग आए थे,
जिन्होंने हवन कर दिया था बाबरी मस्जिद के अंदर।
जी वो हनुमानगढ़ी में ही बैठक हुआ और हनुमानगढ़ी के नागा साधु और उनके द्वारा ही ये कार्य किया गया था। उसके बाद आप 1949 में पूज्य बाबा अभिराम दास जी महाराज ने वहाँ पर मूर्ति, अभी धर्मदास जी महाराज बोल रहे थे आप ही के चैनल पर, उन्हीं के शिष्य हैं, अभी उन्हीं के शिष्य हैं जो आचार्य सत्येंद्र दास जी जो पूजा कर रहे हैं, उनकी लड़ाई थी और लगातार हनुमानगढ़ी उस लड़ाई में अहम योगदान दिया है।
अच्छा, ये अब एक राजनीतिक सवाल हो जाए चलते चलते, क्योंकि आप मिल ही गए, आप ही एक साधु हैं जो राजनीतिक हमले भी कर देते। ये बताइए कि पूरे विश्व से लोग आना चाहते हैं राम मंदिर, यहाँ कुछ लोग हैं जिनको न्योता मिला, जिनको इनवाइट मिला, उसके बाद भी उन्होंने मना कर दिया, कह रहे हैं हम नहीं आएंगे। ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर क्या टिप्पणी करना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, मैं पुनः तत्काल प्रभाव से टिप्पणी ये करना चाहता हूँ, वो नहीं आएंगे, आने का अधिकारी भी नहीं है। मैंने ट्रस्ट से निवेदन किया था उनको आना भी नहीं चाहिए। ऐसे जो लोग आएंगे उनकी जूता के माला से स्वागत करेंगे, मुख में करखे पोतेंगे, लेकिन इन लोगों ने निवेदन किया कि एक गलत मैसेज जाएगा, आने दो, कोई बात नहीं है। वो कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता के तौर पे नहीं आ रहे, कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से नहीं आ रहे, क्योंकि सोनिया एंटोनो मैनो ने सीधे तौर पे मना कर दिया, खड़गे जी ने सीधे तौर पे मना कर दिया कि नहीं, पार्टी की तरफ से कोई बैंड नहीं, उनको तो सिर्फ अब यही चाहिए, ये गदा।
अच्छा,
और कुछ नहीं चाहिए।
अच्छा, एक और बताइए, इस बार पहली दिवाली जनवरी में मन रही है?
ये अरे
22 जनवरी को
पूरे देश में, मैं तो आह्वान करूंगा आपके चैनल के माध्यम से, पूरे देश में, अब विश्व में अब 3 नहीं, अब लेंगे 30,000 और हिंदुस्तान में नहीं बचेगा किसी आक्रांता का एक भी मजार। अब तो हमारी ये तैयारी है, इस स्वतंत्र ये जिस प्रकार से सनातन संस्कृति की आजादी की 22 तारीख को दिन है, जिस प्रकार से हमने देश की आजादी और जिस प्रकार से हमने पारब्रह्म परमात्मा भगवान श्री राम।
एक टिप्पणी प्रधानमंत्री जी पे कि जैसे कहते हैं ना कि ये आंदोलन कब से 700 साल पहले और आज प्रधानमंत्री के हाथों प्राण प्रतिष्ठान होंगे, इनको राम लल्ला ने स्वयं चुना था।
नहीं, देखिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के हाथ प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नहीं होगा। प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का प्रक्रिया 11 दिन, 21 दिन, 7 दिन, इतनी लंबी प्रक्रिया है। उस दिन माननीय मोदी जी आएंगे और जो वो 83 सेकंड का जो अभिजीत मुहूर्त है, उस मुहूर्त में कुछ पूजन करेंगे और भगवान का पट्टिका को खोलेंगे।
हाँ।
इसके नाते उसको उनको मुख्य अतिथि बनाया गया है इस प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का। इसके नाते हर व्यक्ति कहते हैं प्राण प्रतिष्ठा
Well, the Mahant
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा मोदी जी करेंगे,
making it very clear that the Prime Minister will not be the plenipotentiary. He is not going to be the person who is going to, at any level, direct the Pran Pratishtha. He is only going to participate in it. Well, we were just listening to the Mahant. Of course, he was pointing to his gada and saying that those who haven't come, well, we've reserved that for those individuals. But I think he was only speaking metaphorically, because the Lord Ram himself, of course, was always sworn to dharma. That is why he's respected all across the length and breadth of India. And in his dharma, of course, violence only begot violence. So I want to very quickly draw our viewers' attention to what the Prime Minister has just put out. Prime Minister is to visit Andhra and Kerala temples also, to pray at the Veerbhadra temple. That's what we are learning. He has just put out this tweet on the platform X, and I'm going to go straight across to Aman, who is also in Ayodhya, for more on this. Aman, of course, the Ram temple there is aspiring to be a Sabke temple, a Sabke Ram temple, because Ram meant many things to many people across the length and breadth of this country. He was a very inclusive figure, and we know this because the many prathas that join in fact, to the Ramayana, couldn't have been possible without the other very significant, I suppose one could call it very significant contributions that have been made by some of these venerable. So Aman, just tell us why the Prime Minister is going to go around visiting all these temples. What is the message he's sending out?
Well, Rahul, see, the 11-day Anushthan that the Prime Minister had announced a few days back, that he's going to keep this 11-day Anushthan before he comes for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Ram Temple on January 22nd. There are certain rituals involved with an Anushthan. You know, there may be many things that the Prime Minister may be doing which we don't know. He may be sleeping on the floor, he may be getting up before sunrise, praying to God, meditating, maybe staying silent for some time of the day, doing jap, and a part of this is also visiting religious places across the country. So we saw the first day of the Anushthan, he went to Panchvati, which is a place associated closely with Lord Ram. He's also going to another revered temple today. So it's basically to surround yourself with this religious fervor, with this atyadmik kind of atmosphere, that you are in positive thoughts. You're going to Lord Ram's various places associated with him, other major temples of the country. This all is, I think, a part of the PM's 11-day Anushthan period. Today, in fact, Anand, we are at Hanumangadi, and it's a Tuesday. So lot of people here who have come to Hanumangadi today to visit Lord, to see Lord Hanuman, and this is the way which also leads to the Ram temple.
Aman, let me also very quickly ask you this, because while of course this is part of the Anushthan rituals that the Prime Minister is contemplating, let's not forget that Ram is also an embodiment of inclusion. For Shabri or Guha in the Ramayana, their single-minded devotion enabled them to get a glimpse of him and serve him to the best of their capacity. And I suppose that the Prime Minister is going to travel to different temples that represent different streams of Hindu consciousness, so that all of them can be welded into the larger story of Lord Ram's syncretism.
Absolutely, Rahul, and that is the idea, and that is also the idea why saints, why all schools of Hindu thought, have been invited for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. It is not just one state, it is not just one sect. We have everybody represented there, and here also in Ayodhya, I have met, Rahul, people from the Sikh community coming from all the way from Punjab, because they we want to have darshan of Lord Ram. So it is not just that, it is as you say, it's a very, very inclusive thing. The idol of Lord Ram, has been built by a sculptor from Karnataka, by Arun Yogiraj, whose sculpture has finally been selected. This 51-inch tall 5-year-old Bal Swaroop of Lord Ram, Shila in a Sham Shila stone, which is going to be unveiled finally on the 22nd. We will all get to see. Nobody has seen the new Ram idol yet. Rahul, we have all seen glimpses of the new temple premises, but there is a lot of anticipation to see how the Lord looks like in his new idol. So this has been made by, and Mr. Yogiraj has made these famous idols of Adi Shankaracharya in Kedarnath and the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose idol at India Gate. So it's a sight to behold. In fact, the trustees today told me a bit of details of the idol, that it's made of Sham Shila, its age will be of thousands of years, it won't be impacted by water, chandan or roli. The height of the statue from its foot to its head, it's about 51 inches. It's about 150 to 200 kgs in weight. It has Sundar Mastish, as one of the trustees told me, big eyes. So, he said it will be a sight to behold, and everybody is very anticipating and waiting for that, Rahul.
Wow, that would really be something, a sight to behold. Aman, of course, I've been reading all your pieces, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of those pieces that you've written for news18.com as to why January 22nd is the most auspicious day, and so on and so forth. You've written quite a few in-depth pieces, so I'll just come out to you. There's some breaking news coming in, viewers. Krishna Janambhoomi case, this relates to that other great contestation that is taking place. What we're being told is that the Supreme Court has stayed the Allahabad High Court order directing the formation of an Advocate Commissioner Commission to carry out the survey at the disputed site. Now let's go straight across to Ananya Bhatnagar for more on this story. Ananya, this is a surprising turn of events.
Well, definitely, Rahul, it's a surprising turn of events that has taken place before the Allahabad High Court had directed for an Advocate Commissioner survey to be conducted at the disputed site, as the Hindu side had moved an application under Order 26 Rule 9 of the Code of Civil Procedure, and following which the Allahabad High Court had passed a detailed order clearly saying that, an Advocate Commissioner survey would not actually, harm any kind of, any of these petitioners or the respondents, whether it's the Hindu side or the Muslim, would be harmed. In fact, it would grant an additional evidence in this particular case. However, the top of the that, at this stage, the petition that was filed by the Hindu side before the Allahabad High Court was a pretty vague one. There were not clear direction as survey was needed, and that's exactly why the Supreme Court had, at this point of time, stayed this particular order of the Allahabad High Court. The next hearing in this particular case is on January 23rd, and a notice has been issued by, in fact, the Supreme Court to the Hindu side, and both these sides before the topmost of the country. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out when it comes to the whole Krishna Janambhoomi dispute and whether or not an Advocate Commissioner survey could actually continue on this ground.
Well, thanks, Ananya, for that. We will, of course, get more reactions on this story. We're also going to hear from Vishnu Shankar Jain, who is, of course, one of the petitioners in this case, seeking that survey. We will, of course, go to him in just a short while. I just want to come out to you, Aman. We also have Rahul Ishwar with us, and Sadhvi Pragya Bharti also with us. Namaste. I want to first come to you, Aman, and just ask you, because you've written a very detailed piece for News 18, and what you basically said in the backdrop of many people who've come out and said that the Pran Pratishtha has been rushed even before the Ram Mandir could be completed, so that the BJP could leverage the ritual to consolidate Hindu votes ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But you seem to have come up with research that suggests that that may not entirely be the case. Could you elaborate on why January 22nd is such an auspicious date and we could not have waited beyond that?
Well, yes, Rahul, I spoke to many saints and seers, because this has been raised by some people, that why is it being rushed, why on January 22, why can't you wait for the completion of the temple? Can a Pran Pratishtha happen in an incomplete temple? That's what the Congress also asked. So what the saints and seers tell me, look, January 22 is a very, very auspicious date. One, it is the Abhijit Muhurat, in which Lord Ram is believed to have been born in Ayodhya, many, many years back. So that is the Abhijit Muhurat, but it is not just the Abhijit Muhurat. I would like to read from the story to not get it wrong, that there is 5 other good omens which happened that day along with the Abhijit Muhurat. There is the Mrigakshira Nakshatra, there is the Amrit Siddhi Yog, the Sarvatha Siddhi Yog, and the Ravi Yog, and Jupiter, the Guru as we call it in astrology, the planet of learning, of wisdom. All of them are in a perfect position on January 22nd. Such a Muhurat, again, what the chief priest who has fixed this Muhurat, who is also leading the ceremony here, told me that such a Muhurat will again come only in 2026, after over 2 years. So this is a very, very auspicious Muhurat, and that is why the date has been chosen. Also, once the Garbh Griha is complete, that's what the saints told me, that if a Garbh Griha is complete, the doors have been installed, the ceiling has been done, the walls are all complete, the Garbh Griha mein the Pran Pratishtha can happen. It is not necessary that the full temple should be built first. It has happened in many temples in the south like this before this. So it is, and trust me Rahul, the BJP and the RSS would not do this wrong. They would not take any chance for anybody to raise a finger on this entire ceremony. It has been done as per the Panchang, it has been done as per the Hindu tradition, and every rule has been followed. That is what the BJP says, and many saints and seers, in fact, have backed this up when I spoke to them, Rahul.
Well, Aman Sharma is at the Hanuman Gadi temple, which is iconic in its own way. Let's not forget, and I'm going to come back to him in just 2-3 minutes and ask him about the significance of that. Siddhant, of course, is at the Ram Ki Peri, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Ram Ki Peri and what is behind him in that frame. But very quickly, I want to go across to Sadhvi Pragya Bharti. Siddharth and Aman, just stay with me. I want to go across to her and ask her, Sadhviji, this pre-Pratishtha sacrament that have begun today with the Prayaschit and the Karmakuti Pujan, can you tell us a little bit about this? What are these rituals?
Yes, Rahul. First of all, I would say after enduring 500 years of trials, sacrifices and unwavering commitment, the dream of the Ram temple is triumphantly materializing into a poignant reality. So congratulations to everybody. And Rahul, in our constitution also, we all know that the depiction of Lord Ram holds huge significance. And now, since the consecration ceremony has commenced, we consider ourselves fortunate to witness this moment firsthand. And today marks the penultimate day of the Pran Pratishtha, wherein the sacred process will unfold within the Garbh Griha, the sanctum sanctorum, as we say. So the rituals for the consecration ceremony will start from today and continue till the next 7 days till January 2022. So there are a lot of rituals. जो आज के rituals हैं, especially if I talk about it, Prayaschit ceremony and Karmakoti Puja. So these are the rituals wherein a devotee seeks forgiveness before the Lord, because it's been so long, there's a struggle, sacrifice, because we've been talking about the struggles and sacrifice of the people, but just imagine the long wait of Lord Sri Ram himself, because the Ram Lalla was also waiting, within the consecration ceremony, the sacred Sri Vigraha of Ram Lalla will be enshrined, reflecting the divine essence of Lord Ram during his tender age of 5. So we are fortunate to witness Ram Lalla seated gracefully on a lotus pedestal there. And ye jo Prayaschit ceremony hai, it's like seeking forgiveness before the Lord, before this सेरेमनी, क्योंकि 500 सालों का जो लंबा वेट था. एंड कर्मकोटि पूजा actually it resembles invoking consciousness, because for us it's not only the idol, we do not call it the idol of Ram Lalla, we're calling it Sri Vigraha. So there's a difference. Why? Because when a devotee invokes consciousness, because there's a lot of rituals, the mantra chanting, then we do the Abhi Mantran also, there's this worship also, there's this Gaudan also, so a lot of things would be happening. Processions will carry on near the Saryu river also, so a lot of things would be happening. So the process, this resembles, that we are invoking consciousness in the idol of Ram Lalla, and since we are invoking consciousness, so now we call it Sri Vigraha of Ram Lalla. So that is what the Karmakoti Puja is all about.
Okay, very interesting. You put that very elaborately for us. Rahul Ishwar also here with us. He's an author. Now, Rahul Ishwar, look, I don't want to make this political, but one cannot help ask, because, Sadhvi ji talked about the fact that certain people were seeking to atone, and there was going to be a ceremony that is going to be conducted today seeking atonement. Now, there are also, of course, others who are not going to be there. they've decided to boycott the ceremony on 22nd because they said that Ram, what inspires us all about Ram was that he was a very dharmic person, that his life was directed by dharma. And he will not be appreciating the fact that his temple is coming up on an action which goes completely against his philosophical outlook. Therefore, this entire consecration ceremony, call it what you want to, needs to be boycotted because it doesn't edify Ram's ideals. How do you respond to those people today?
Rahulji, first of all, Ram Ram, 2 submissions. Pranam to Sadhvi Pragya ji too. One, it's a cultural point. Honorable Supreme Court, after a very serious debate of various positions, come to a very harmonious conclusion. Our Muslim brothers, many of who were feeling sad, were given 5 acres instead of 2.77 acres. Supreme Court built a consensus, harmony, and it was a win-win for everyone. So let us look at the positive aspect. Second, I would request the same people who are airing this argument, have you seen anyone talk about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam mosque? Prophet Muhammad bin Abdullah mosque that is going to come up. Have you ever seen support that? So they want to focus on negative rather than focusing on the positive. They want to still harp on the old wounds. Yes, we had contentious problems, we had troubled history, but Ayodhya, at the end of the day, the word Ayodhya itself means a place where there is no war. And Maryada Purushottam Sri Ram is never a warmonger. He is rather a peacemaker. Only when it absolutely suits, as a king, as a Kshatriya, he goes for war. So please remember, there is a cultural, civilizational, spiritual, social context, and it is not at all political. Please remember, the first person who talked about Ram Rajya was the greatest pluralist India seen, Mahatma Gandhi, and Imam-e-Hind was called for Sri Ram by Allama Muhammad Iqbal. So that's a social point. Second one, spiritual point too. As a person coming from the temple background, as Sadhviji rightly said, Pran Pratishtha is a very important anushtana that happens. It's breathing life into an idol and making idol the deity. We, as she rightly said, we don't call it idol. It's a vigraha, it's a deity, it's giving life or attributing or infusing consciousness, life or prana to the deity. It's a very sacred occasion, and especially regarding Ram temple, it's an occasion that once comes in many centuries. So please focus on the positive and take it forward. And I would respectfully request everyone in Congress, the left liberal spectrum, to think about what Mahatma Gandhi would have done. Had Mahatma Gandhi been alive today, he would have happily went to Ram temple, take a selfie and put it saying that let us have Ishwar Allah Tero Naam, let us have harmony, whatever happened is behind us, we have moved past, there is a positivity that needs to be there. So please stop focusing on what is negative, please focus on what is positive, and that is the way forward. So even socially taking it or spiritually taking it, we should move forward and not backward.
Interesting perspective. I'm going to take a very short break, but when I come back, I will come back to the Sadhvi and ask her a basic question. This is being invoked by a large number of people who say that to be present in Ayodhya is not to honor Ram, it is to acclaim the coronation of Hindutva as a religion of the Indian state. That's what is being said, viewers. We'll come back and cross-check that with her, but also go across to Aman and Siddhant to get a sense of what is happening in Ayodhya even as we speak. Bring this broadcast to you right now. Right back, don't go away.
The construction of the Ram temple in itself is a huge moment for Indian civilization.
The enthusiasm, the excitement among the devotees can clearly be seen and experienced here.
संविधान में राम है, राज्य की कल्पना में राम है, रोम रोम में राम है, भारत के राम है, भारत में राम है।
राम 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 राम। धर्म को कैसे बांधते हुए, धर्म की सीमाओं में रहते हुए कैसे काम किया जाए।
इसके ऊपर आप अभी देख नहीं सकेंगी, वो विष्णु जी का है और वो एक तरीके से समुद्र मंथन उसकी कहानी।
Thousands of devotees have come to this Naya Ghat. They are offering prayers to Lord Surya.
Her business.
What a beautiful sight, viewers, that Ram temple is going to be. In just a few days, the Pratishtha of the Ram Lalla's idol will take place on January 22nd. It will be a moment to behold. I remember going there in 2010 and being absolutely devastated when I myself laid eyes on an embattled Lord Ram, viewers, an embattled Lord Ram whose idol was under a tarpaulin, subjected to indignities beyond imagination. But let me go across to Siddhant, because today both Siddhant and Aman are in a glowing ecosphere, religious ecosphere. One is at the Ram Ki Peri and Aman is at Hanuman Gadi temple. And let's first capture the mood on the ground, because this is not the embattled Ayodhya that I saw in 2010, viewers. As I told you, with Lord Ram looking forlornly out to devotees from under a tarpal. I want to bring in Siddhant. Siddhant, you're at the Ram Ki Peri. It is, I can see it behind you, completely been given a makeover. Show our viewers what has changed. I can see a glistening water body behind you. I can see very cleaned up ghats. This was not true when I went 24 years ago.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Rahul. In fact, whenever I roam around in the streets of Ayodhya, whichever house I go, I speak to people. They tell us about the stories of struggle and in fact, those times of car seva in Ayodhya. Right now, this is a new Ayodhya, Rahul, all set to become an international city. And right now, we are reporting from Ram Ki Peri. In fact, look at this great place, Rahul, in Ayodhya. You know, clean water of river Saryu. In fact, the cleanliness drive is 24/7 goes on here at Ram Ki Peri. The ghats are well maintained, concrete ghats. In fact, Deepotsav is celebrated every year here at Ram Ki Peri. In fact, Ayodhya is also coming up with new ghats, Rahul, as Yogi government is putting in lot of efforts to do the facelift of Ayodhya, also to develop it so that it can become an international city, with the new airport coming up, with the new railway station, state-of-the-art railway station coming up. Ayodhya is a different city altogether, Rahul. The city you came in 2010, it has completely transformed. In fact, Baldev ji is here. Baldev ji, Balram ji, ये बताइए कि पिछले कई सालों में कैसे परिवर्तन हो, कैसे अयोध्या बदल गई, एक इंटरनेशनल सिटी कैसे बन गई अयोध्या, जरा बताइए। और आपने क्योंकि ये परिवर्तन होते देखा है।
सर्वप्रथम आपके सभी दर्शकों को जय सिया राम। गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी के उद्धरण से मैं अपनी बात प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूं कि अवध राज सुरराज सिंहाही, दशरथ धन सुनि धनद लजाही, तेहिपुर बसत भरत बिनु रागा, चंच रीक जिम चंपक बागा। प्राचीन समय में अयोध्या इतना वैभववान था, और इस अयोध्या का वैभव कोई साधारण वैभव नहीं था। देवराज इंद्र भी अयोध्या के वैभव को देख करके लालायित होते थे, लेकिन बीच में कुछ अराजक तत्वों ने, कुछ उपद्रवियों ने अयोध्या के साथ, राजनीतिज्ञ लोगों ने अयोध्या के साथ बड़ा सौतेला व्यवहार किया। लेकिन जब से 2014 के बाद से अयोध्या में निरंतर प्रगति होता रहा, और उसके बाद से 2017 में योगी जी की सरकार बनी, उसके बाद अयोध्या में नित्य नए आयाम स्थापित होते चले गए। राम मंदिर के साथ साथ बहुत सारी चीज़ें विकास की ओर अग्रसर हैं।
नई सड़कें बन रही हैं, रेलवे स्टेशन है, एयरपोर्ट है, चौड़ी सड़कें बन रही हैं। In fact, Rahul, every month Chief Minister is in Ayodhya to do the review of the works that are being carried out by both center and state governments. In fact, he is personally involved in the development of Ayodhya, and this is perhaps the reason that today we get to see a very, very different Ayodhya, especially from what you were talking about, how the Ayodhya used to be in 2010.
I went there to cover the judgment of the Allahabad High Court, and the mood there, of course, viewers, was very different after that verdict. We've come a long way since, Aman, we've come a very long way since. 2019 was when the Supreme Court, in a unanimous judgment, handed the entire site, of course, over to the Hindu community, and also gave the Muslims 5 acres as a compensatory land grant, if you can call it that, to build their own magnificent masjid. And I'm proud to say that a large number of Hindus, viewers, have contributed, in fact, given donations in a great act of atonement, you could call it, towards that cause also. So Ram's Maryada has been kept alive by his bhaks, there's no doubt about that. Aman, you are of course at the Hanuman Gadi temple, and you see that as you approach. You see the entire complex. It's on that road, and it's a beautiful temple with a gorgeous spire that looms over it and the dhwaj on top. So direct our gaze towards this magnificent structure. And remember, there's also going to be a temple to Hanuman, Aman, within the precincts of the Ram temple, as well as to Shabri. There is a deliberate attempt to draw and create the edifice of a Sabke Ram.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. As the saying goes, Ram na mile Hanuman ke bina aur Hanuman na rahe Ram ke bina. So that is why coming to the Hanuman Gadi temple is a ritual before you visit the Ram temple. And I must tell you, Rahul, I was here 4 years back in 2019 after the Supreme Court order had come. This place is totally transformed. You know, this used to be such a tight street. You know, I remember coming to Hanuman Gadi, and this road then led up to the Ram temple where we used to go. You know, and it used to be quite a difficult task to visit the Ram temple, I would say 4 years back, because you know you had multiple security checkpoints. It was not a nice sight to go inside, and once you went inside, you could see that you know, the Ram Lalla was under a small tent. So, you know, some people, I remember going in 2019 saying that, you know, this is a very, very sad sight for us to see Ram Lalla under this dirty white tent. And some people, in fact, then told me we will only come next when, you know, Ram Lalla gets his Bhavya Ram Mandir. So, you know, the Hanuman Gadi and this entire area, I could see these shops here, you know, new boards have come up. And this famous, Rahul, I would tell you, the Laddu of Hanuman Gadi, which is very, very famous, will also get a GI tag now. So we might want to speak to few shopkeepers here who are at Hanuman Gadi who've seen this place transform. हनुमान गढ़ी का तो पूरा कायाकल्प हो गया. मैं कई साल पहले आया था. क्या क्या बदला आपको लग रहा है?
पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया यहाँ. पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया. राम जी का मंदिर बन गया, जब से जान लो पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया. बहुत भीड़ हो रहा है इस समय अयोध्या में.
ये तो सड़क भी बड़ी संकरी सी होती थी, मुझे याद है बिल्कुल. हनुमान गढ़ी को जाती
सड़क था, अब चौड़ा हो गया. दुकानें भी जबनी थी, टूट गई. हमारी भी दुकान बड़ी थी, आधा टूट गया. सड़क चौड़ा हो गया, भीड़ बढ़ रही है बढ़िया.
लड्डू भी अब सुना है जीआई टैग होने वाला है अयोध्या का.
हो गया
है जीआई टैग. कौन सा लड्डू है जीआई टैग?
देसी का है.
अच्छा.
देसी का 480 रुपये किलो है.
हाँ.
ये है लड्डू रिफाइंड का है, 240 रुपये किलो है.
जी.
पेड़ा है 480 रुपये किलो है.
ओके.
लड्डू है 480.
अच्छा, तो ये हनुमान गढ़ी आज मंगलवार भी है तो रश भी बहुत रहता है. आज बहुत रश है और लोगों में उत्साह भी दिख रहा है.
इसलिए भीड़ कम है, जैसे रास्ता बंद हो गया सब जगह, इसलिए नहीं तो आज बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ होता मंगलवार को.
So as you can say, the shopkeepers here, you know, though they have lost a bit of space for their shops, but they're very happy that this whole road has become so nice and, you know, grand. And pilgrims, you know, and it's a Tuesday on Hanuman Gadi, so obviously people coming here from all sides. And I can see, I am meeting people here not just from UP, Rahul, anymore. You know, I am meeting people from various states who have come. The connectivity obviously has improved. Trains are more happening. You know, there are flights now, at least 4 to 5 flights today are landing in Ayodhya. Indigo Air India Express has also joined the bandwagon of bringing the flights to Ayodhya. So obviously connectivity is more. The idea, I think, it seems of Yogi Adityanath government to make it easier for people to come to Ayodhya. Right. You know, be it by air, be it by rail, or be it by road. So that is the whole idea, and I think a transformed Ayodhya, Rahul, I would say, if you want to put me in short. I am coming after 4 years. I'm not able to recognize many places, Rahul, the way it has been transformed.
Well, Aman, there are no free lunches and there are certainly no free laddus to be had. So don't aspire for one. Do pay for your laddu. But I can tell you, viewers, that is looking absolutely stunning and gorgeous. I can tell you, I was there and I can identify with what Aman is saying. In fact, I wrote a piece for the Times of India at that time about the constriction one felt, the constriction of faith. Now, of course, viewers, people are speaking in hyperbole the other way. Sadhvi, many people are saying to be present in Ayodhya is not to honor Ram. It is to acclaim the coronation of Hindutva as the religion of the Indian state. They are saying that this is now the beginning of another republic, a second republic, a Hindutva republic, which is going to be far removed from Ram's Maryada and the message of secularism that was woven into the first republic. How do you respond to these people?
Rahul, see, first of all, I would say the country is in positive mode, right? Everybody's so positive, full of emotions right now, and we all have mixed feelings because to see the struggle that has been faced, it's like it aches our heart. But of course, the day is here, transforming into reality, and we couldn't believe our eyes that we are witnessing such a historic moment, So, but if we talk about these people from the very beginning, particularly orchestrated by the Congress party, this has been a recurring episode for them because now the entire country's atmosphere is Rammay. They too come forward to take the credit. Behti Ganga mein to haath dho rahe hain na Rahul ye log, asserting that they opened the lock when it was already done in accordance with the Supreme Court's order. So they were the ones who raised questions on Lord Ram. They were the ones who called Lord Ram fictional. They raised questions on Ram Setu. So they do not have any right to even ask a question, even ask or even talk about Hindutva. Second point that I'd like to make is Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Nitish Kumar, Didi, Lalu Yadav. All had not only halted Lal Krishna Advani's Rath Yatra, but put him behind the bars. During their time, the Samajwadi Party fired shots. They were the people, remember? ये लोग जो बोलते थे राहुल की तारीख नहीं बताएंगे, मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे, and now they have the तारीख, they have the mandir, so all of their logics are failed now, But I would say this is the time for repentance for them. They should acknowledge their sins and seek forgiveness before Lord Ram. They have a golden opportunity. लेकिन वो ऐसा नहीं करेंगे because the politics that they want to do, they want to come forward and try and put their malign intentions and give a message to the country that they are not happy with the Ram Mandir finally happening. So the people are बहुत ज़्यादा समझदार हैं, yeah, they are very intelligent, they know who to choose and who not to choose, because just before the Lok Sabha elections they're doing this, and people know, they've already seen, they've lost 3 states, so people know what to respond and how to respond, and at the right time they will respond. Why they're raising such questions? Because they know nothing about Hindu scriptures and Hindu rituals. That is why finally now they've raised questions about the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. How do they know about our culture? What do they know about our culture? They do not know anything, and that is why they are putting up such logics which are failed badly, Rahul, badly, I would say.
Well, the ceremony that Sadhvi Pragya was talking about just a short while back is going to begin at around 1:15, 1:17. That's what we are being told. Now, I want to bring in Rahul Iswar. Rahul Iswar, there has been a great emphasis in positioning this resurrection as one of Sabke Ram. Now, what does this mean? Sabke Ram, what does this concept mean? What does it entail? Please explain to our viewers, and also, of course, the divine journey right up to the Pran Pratishtha. What does that entail? If today is the Praschit Puja, then what's going to happen tomorrow, day after, in the ensuing days?
Well, as you know, I don't belong to any political party. I respect every political party. But I am absolutely sure Modi ji ka Sabke Ram is Mahatma Gandhi's Ram himself, because there is a position of unity. He is meeting people of different communities. Even 2 days before, he met the Ajmer Dargah Sharif's people there, and he was tweeting about it. So we want that Sabka Sat, Sabka Vikas. Even during Independence Day, Sri Ram was hailed as an icon of unity by Mahatma Gandhi and our Muslim brethren leaders too. And please remember, Ram doesn't only belong to us. Ram is a global icon. We belong to Ram. That should be the right thing. Ram doesn't belong to us, but rather we belong to Ram. In the largest Muslim nation in the world, Indonesia, Sri Ram is one of the most respected cultural icons. Ram Muhammad is a very common name there. Hotel Ramayana is one of the famous, hotels there. Or Ramayana is celebrated in Indonesia in a much bigger way. Garuda Indonesia is the name of their flight. These all signify an era, say 5,000 years ago or 6,000 years ago. Many people have various positions on this, but thousands of years ago, where we were united as a people, a culture, a civilization who is widely respected across the spectrum. So that's the civilizational journey. But unfortunately, over the years, due to invasions and the other thing, Ayodhya has been lost. And please remember, the old Thailand's capital name is Ayutthaya, named after Ayodhya. The kings are still called Ram. Many of the Indians find it surprising that the richest king in the world is Ram X of Thailand. So it's a great legacy that unites Asia particularly and globe in a much more big way. So that has been the civilizational aspect. But unfortunately, that place is lost. Nobody in the world contests that Sri Ram was born in Ayodhya. Ayodhya. Nobody in the world contests that this is the particular place that is there. There might have been some difference of opinion regarding the exact place and all, but Supreme Court, after taking into everything into consideration, brought a consensus. That's the social, cultural, civilizational aspect. And as you rightly said, there is a tantric aspect to it. See, Shankaracharya hails from my state. We have extreme respect to him. But please remember, Shankaracharya ji and the others belong to the Advaita branch of Hindu Dharma, not the Tantric branch. When a temple is consecrated, it is based on Tantra Shastra, popularly also called Agama Shastra. So Tantras are the base of any temple, not only this temple, any temple. Pran Pratishtha is a part of that. There are many sects in Hinduism who doesn't agree with temples. For example, Arya Samajis, Brahma Samajis. They don't agree with what we presently call the idol worship or the temple systems. So be it, we respect that too. For example, Swami Vivekananda was an Advaiti, but his guru Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was a great Sathak and a Pujari in a Kali temple. So this belongs to the Tantric sect. And as earlier pointed out by many people, there are many purification journeys that is going to happen. Usually when there are many aspects, for example, Kumbhabhishekam may be happening, there will be Vedic chanting and rituals. Installation of the deity or Pran Pratishtha in the earlier stage is extremely significant. This is a ritual where life force is invoked into the deity, consciousness is given to the deity, and then there are public worship and festivities, and these are the many aspects. And there are some, in Malayalam we call it, according to Vastu Shastra and all, there are Jaladivasam, there are other aspects to it. This all means there are some mantras, tantras and yantras that is attached to it. Every temple, and please just one more submission, every temple will have a Mula Mantra, Dhyana Sloka. Mula Mantra is something like password unlocking the energy of the deity. We have Dhyana Sloka which describes a particular deity. We have certain sampradayas of that particular temple. So this is the temple-wise aspect. So please remember, Ram temple is a combination of socio-cultural, civilizational, tantric, spiritual, cultural aspect, and it will usher a new India, a great Hindu cultural India, not belonging to any political party, but belonging to every Indian, because Sri Ram is Imam-e-Hind according to Muhammad Iqbal, and Sri Ram's Ram Rajya is the concept that is rightly put forward by Mahatma Gandhi. And in the first copy of Indian Constitution, Sri Ram, Sita and Lakshman are engraved in the fundamental rights page. That much importance our constitutional makers gave to the scheme of things. It is the picture of Sri Ram, Sita and Lakshman that is beautifully engraved in the fundamental rights page.
Well, this is a great exposition. I also want to go across to Aman, who happens to be right there in the epicenter and activities swirling around him. Aman, let me come out to you and ask you a fundamental question. But just before that, I want to quickly play out a reaction that has come in from Champat Rai, who is the General Secretary of the Ram Janambhoomi Tirtha Kshetra. He is speaking. Let's just listen in.
राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ अवध प्रांत के व्यवस्था के आए हुए सभी कार्यकर्ता बंधु भोजन उपरांत 1 बजे बैठक कक्ष में बैठक के हेतु उपस्थित होंगे।
बताइए मुझे क्या करना है, आप बताइए। कोई नहीं पता, जो चेंज करना हम चेंज करते हैं सर।
सड़क परिवहन के लिए कोई भी किसी प्रकार का प्रदूषण, ध्वनि प्रदूषण, वायु प्रदूषण, इस प्रदूषण से मुक्त ये वाहन उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने अयोध्या के जनता के लिए उपलब्ध कराया है। बहुत ही अभिनंदनीय, प्रशंसनीय प्रयास है और बड़ी संख्या में समाज को अधिक से अधिक सुविधा दिलाने का उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का ये प्रयास, इसको मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
That was Champat Rai, and I want to go straight across to Aman. Aman, we know that there is going to be a sea of humanity that is going to flock to Ayodhya on the 23rd, that is the day after the Pran Pratishtha, because the temple doors will be open for the general public. And we know that Yogi Adityanath has come to Ayodhya to oversee preparations and arrangements to ensure that every devotee, irrespective of class, creed, caste, etc., will be able to enjoy the moment and only really be immersed in spirituality and not overcome by any frustrations. Now, what are these preparations that have gone in to transform Ayodhya into a very welcoming destination?
Well, Rahul, as I was saying that, the effort here is to ensure that the pilgrims can easily come to Ayodhya. Earlier there was no air connectivity for number one. You had to either fly to Lucknow and then take a 3-hour journey to Ayodhya. Now the trains have improved. The new Vande Bharats to Ayodhya has been rolled out. The Amrit Bharat train has been rolled out. We all see Indigo starting flights from Delhi and Mumbai. But till yesterday, now we have Air India Express starting flights from Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Kolkata. All these cities are connected, and as I'm sure as the pilgrims increase, we'll see. I'm anticipating what I'm told by UP government that they are expecting at least 1 lakh people to come to Ayodhya daily from January 23rd, when the temple opens, the new temple opens for public viewing. So obviously there is a lot of interest. There's a lot of interest not just in India, even among abroad. The government is expecting that in fact many international tourists would come to Ayodhya. Ayodhya is an international airport. Shri Valmiki Airport has been designated as an international airport. So the government is expecting a huge rush. It thinks that Ayodhya will actually become a big spiritual global destination. When people come to India, they think about going to Agra, they think about going to Haridwar. This time they think Ayodhya will be the number one on their list because Lord Ram's grand temple has come up. All the difficulties in a way have been removed, and we see, I've seen these new tent cities coming up in Ayodhya, new hotels are coming up. Obviously things will take time, but till now I think the government is trying. In fact, the BJP is planning a Ram Darshan Yatra, Rahul, where they will be getting till 25th March at least 25,000 to 50,000 people daily from across the country, from every Lok Sabha constituency. The BJP is arranging their travel, their stay, their food, so that every Ram Bhakt who wants to come to Ayodhya can come here easily, doesn't have to worry about where he stays. In fact, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has been directing in his recent review meetings that, it's really cold in Ayodhya right now, for example. So nobody should be sleeping out in the cold. You should have Ren Baseras, you should have these tent cities, you should have these dharamshalas where everybody gets a place to stay, come and visit Lord Ram, fulfill his devotion and go back happily from Ayodhya. That has been the whole experience. Give them a grand experience, on the roads. If you see these huge murals, paintings have come up, people coming here and actually, living the experience of visiting a religious holy city, Rahul.
Well, thanks indeed, Aman, for acquainting our viewers with what they can expect. Viewers, this is going to be an epical moment which you can't afford to miss. We will leave it at this. Our special broadcast will continue because, as you know, viewers, in a short while, around 1:17, I'm told, the ceremony for today, which is one of the sacraments that leads up to the Pran Pratishtha, will begin. So keep an eye out for that. We're right back.
As the Grand Ram Temple rises, CNN News 18 gets you the biggest voices.
Devotees in great number. We are thinking about 1,25,000 every day.
From temple vision to execution,
एक अनोखी शैली में बनाने की कोशिश की है। भगवान का दरबार में आप जाएंगे तो लगेगा कि नहीं, एक अच्छी जगह पे हम लोग आए।
from objections to obeisance.
राम जी प्रतिष्ठित होंगे तो राम राज्य का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। This Ram Mandir, which has been a dream of people for so many years, is coming to a fruition.
Thanks to everybody who made that happen, and I'm sure this means a world to multitude of people.
The symbolism, the significance. All stakeholders choose CNN News 18.
very good morning. Hello and welcome. At the top of noon, we continue to present to you all the stories, but our top focus is the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, the rituals for which begin today. The preparation of the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram temple on the 22nd of January, the entire city of Ayodhya is adorned. The idol of Ram Lalla would be positioned in the temple's Garbhagriha on the 18th of January. The auspicious timing was determined by Ganeshwar Shastri Dravid from Varanasi. The religious ceremonies will commence from today and are scheduled to continue until the 21st of January. The first puja starts today. The temple trust mentioned that the events will focus on diverse representation, historic tribal representation being inclusive of all traditions. Uttar Pradesh government has also issued directives to ensure adequate security in the city with 80 commandos, bulletproof security vehicles, AI surveillance and anti-mining drones, ensuring security in the temple town of Ayodhya.
सड़क परिवहन के लिए कोई भी किसी प्रकार का प्रदूषण, ध्वनि प्रदूषण, वायु प्रदूषण, इस प्रदूषण से मुक्त ये वाहन उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने अयोध्या के जनता के लिए उपलब्ध कराया है। बहुत ही अभिनंदनीय, प्रशंसनीय प्रयास है और बड़ी संख्या में समाज को अधिक से अधिक सुविधा दिलाने का उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का ये प्रयास, इसको मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
Monica and Nisha, the two young girl sisters, they have come all the way from Darbhanga, Bihar. They have captured all the attention at the Saryu Ghat at Ram Ki Pedi with their beautiful handmade painting. CNN News 18's Aman Sharma with this report. Please have a look.
Lord Ram's Pratishthan has started today in Ayodhya, and literally Lord Ram is here on the Saryu Ghat. I am this beautiful painting that I saw today at the Ram Ki Padi. This is Monica and her sister Nisha is doing another painting, and both these sisters have come all the way from Darbhanga in Bihar to make these beautiful paintings on the ghats of Saryu at Ram Ki Padi. So Monica, you have made this painting? So, what is the idea behind this painting? And this is a beautiful painting. ऐसा लग रहा है भगवान राम आ ही गए हैं अयोध्या।
जी, जैसा कि मैं दरभंगा बिहार से हूँ, मिथिला से, तो हमारे यहाँ कहते हैं ना कि कोई मेहमान आते हैं, जैसे राम जी हमारे में मिथिला के दामाद है, तो उनके स्वागत में कई सारे उत्सव मनाए जाते हैं, जैसे घरों को सजाया जाता है, रंगोली बनाया जाता है।
कितनी देर लगी आपको बनाने में?
14 से 15 घंटे।
14 से 15 घंटे। She's taken 14 to 15 hours, and her sister Nisha is painting another painting. They will take you there. Come, Monica, come. And she is doing another beautiful painting here. This is the second painting that they are making with watercolors and acrylic colors. This is one made with acrylic colors. निशा जी, आप इतनी दूर से आई हैं दरभंगा से, तो ये पेंटिंग का क्या भाव है?
सर, रंगों की दुनिया बेहद दिलचस्प होती है, जहाँ कुछ तस्वीरें ऐसी होती है जो शब्द का सहारा लेती है, कुछ ऐसी तस्वीरें होती है जो कहीं अनकहीं बातें कह देती है। आर्टिस्ट की उंगली के जादू से रेखाएं थिरकती है, रंग नाचता है और वो अपनी पूरी सृष्टि कैनवस पे रचता है। मैं भी एक आर्टिस्ट हूँ, मैं बचपन से ही पेंटिंग्स करती हूँ। मैंने 8-9 साल मधुबनी पेंटिंग किया है, 5 साल फाइन आर्ट्स किया है, 3 साल मॉडर्न आर्ट किया है। तो जो मेरी दुनिया है, जो हम वही आज दिखाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि मेरी दुनिया कैनवस है, और कैनवस पे जो हम राम के लिए सोच रहे हैं, जो फील कर रहे हैं, वही मेरे हाथ से, मेरे पेंट से निकल के आ रहा है।
वो दिन आ चुका है, प्राण प्रतिष्ठान की शुरुआत हो चुकी है और आज कुछ संस्कार किए जाएंगे। अगले 7 दिन संस्कार चलेंगे पूरे रीति रिवाज के साथ। उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
देखिए, आज से अनुष्ठान जो प्रारंभ हो रहा है, सबसे पहले उसमें प्रायश्चित किया जाता है। जैसे किसी भी प्रकार से मन, वाणी और कर्म से हमसे कोई पाप बन गया हो, उस पाप की निवृत्ति के लिए पहले प्रायश्चित से पूजा प्रारंभ होती है। और आज वो कार्यक्रम 12 बजे से लगभग 2 बजे तक चलेगा, जिसमें प्रायश्चित कराया जाएगा और प्रायश्चित के बाद पवित्र किया जाता है। लोगों के तन, मन, बाह्य और अंतर की पवित्रता के लिए उन्हें पंचगव्य पिला करके जो यजमान होते हैं उनको पवित्र किया जाता है, और उस पवित्रता पवित्रता के बाद तब वो पूजा में बैठने के अधिकारी होते हैं। और पूजा में बैठने के बाद फिर आसन की शुद्धि होगी, आसन की शुद्धि के बाद उनको पवित्र किया जाएगा और फिर वहां से हम पूजा को प्रारंभ करते हैं।
मैसूर से कुछ पंडित आ रहे हैं जो कि अगले 40 दिन तक पूजा करेंगे प्राण प्रतिष्ठान के बाद। उसके बारे में कहता है वो यहाँ नॉर्थ इंडिया या अवध की तरह से पूजा नहीं होगी, साउथ इंडिया के
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। यहाँ तो साउथ इंडियन से लेकर के और हमारे वाराणसी से पंडित हैं, अयोध्या से भी पंडित हैं, बहुत बड़ा अनुष्ठान चलने वाला है। और एक इसको हम समन्वय की दृष्टि से देख सकते हैं। पूरब, पश्चिम, उत्तर, दक्षिण चारों तरफ से वैदिक ब्राह्मण आएंगे और अपने अपने अनुसार वो भगवान की पूजा करेंगे।
Well, let's also tell you a bit more about what the Ram temple exactly is going to look like. Each state across the country has contributed in some way as far as this temple is concerned. There are different artifacts, architectures that have been brought in different parts from different parts of the country. Say from Rajasthan, there is the pink and the red sandstone that has been brought in. White marble, which is well known from the state of Rajasthan. Uttar Pradesh, the home to the city of Ayodhya. Brassware is very famous there from different parts. That has been brought in. Madhya Pradesh gives you the flooring materials, including marble, processing, known for the marble rocks which are found in different parts of the state. From Odisha, of course, there's sandstone carving, the sculptures that have been brought in, which will be part of the Ram temple. And from the state of Gujarat, there are flag, pillars, all of them have been brought in. A dhwaj or a flag is a very important part of any temple. From Maharashtra, there is teak wood, gold detailing that has been brought in. From the state of Telangana, there's going to be granite doors, the charan padukas that have been brought in. They are especially made of a certain kind of a wood. From Andhra Pradesh, once again, the woodwork company has supplied a lot of materials for the decoration of the temple. And from Tamil Nadu, once again, the woodwork workers are there. They are making those bells, those artifacts that can be found inside the temple. From the state of Karnataka, once again, granite, which is going to be a part. Each state in some way has contributed the rich art, architecture of the country of India. While getting you some more reports, the ATS commandos, bulletproof security vehicles and artificial intelligence air surveillance anti-mine drones have been deployed in Ayodhya. The VVIPs and the common bhaks are going to visit the temple town in the next 7 to 8 days. Please have a look at this ground report by CNN News 18's Aman Shah.
With a record number of devotees, pilgrims expected in Ayodhya for the Jan 22nd Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and ahead of that, obviously security is also very high, top-notch in Ayodhya. In fact, CM Minister Yogi Adityanath was recently in Ayodhya where he gave clear direction that security has to be very tight. Everybody has to feel safe in this divine atmosphere in Ayodhya. We are here and we can see these commandos from the anti-terrorism squad of UP police stationed here since today morning. We are seeing also commando vehicles in many parts of Ayodhya. In fact, UP administration has also put two kind of drones here on duty. One is artificial intelligence drones which are scanning the skies, scanning anything suspicious if they see on the ground, and they report it immediately to the control room. Another new kind of drones are these anti-mine drones. So we have seen these drones flying very near to the ground, just about 1 meter above the ground, trying to detect any explosive material, any mines which any unscrupulous elements may have put inside the roads or anything, to ensure both these kind of drones, AI sky drones as well as these anti-mine drones, have been deployed by the UP police in Ayodhya to ensure top-notch security. And of course, the commandos with their modern weapons and modern vehicles are here to take care of any eventuality and to ensure that the pilgrims here feel safe and sound and can enjoy Ayodhya without any fear when they come for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. हनुमानगढ़ी का तो पूरा कायाकल्प हो गया। मैं कई साल पहले आया था, क्या क्या बदला आपको लग रहा है?
पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया यहाँ, पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया। राम जी का मंदिर बन गया जब से, जान लो पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया। बहुत भीड़ हो रहा है इस समय अयोध्या में।
ये तो सड़क भी बड़ी संकरी सी होती थी, मुझे याद है बिल्कुल हनुमानगढ़ी को जाती थी।
सड़क था, अब चौड़ा हो गया, दुकानें भी जब नहीं थी, टूट गई। हमारी भी दुकान बड़ी थी, आधा टूट गया। सड़क चौड़ा हो गया, भीड़ बढ़ रही है बढ़िया।
लड्डू भी अब सुना है GI टैग होने वाला है अयोध्या का,
हो गया
है GI टैग। कौन सा लड्डू है GI टैग?
देसी का है।
अच्छा,
देसी का 480 रुपये किलो है।
हाँ,
ये है लड्डू रिफाइंड का है, 240 रुपये किलो है
जी।
पेड़ा है 480 रुपये किलो है।
ओके,
लड्डू है 480।
अच्छा, तो ये हनुमानगढ़ी आज मंगलवार भी है तो रश भी बहुत रहता है, आज बहुत रश है और लोगों में उत्साह भी दिख रहा है।
इसलिए भीड़ कम है, जैसे रास्ता बंद हो गया सब वहाँ, इसलिए नहीं तो आज बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ होता मंगलवार को।
जी आज का दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितने साल की तपस्या के बाद आज का दिन मुमकिन हो पाया?
500 वर्ष के संघर्ष के बाद और 5 लाख राम भक्तों के प्राणों की आहुति के बाद आप जब समझो, जब लोकतंत्र की व्यवस्था है, डेमोक्रेसी में संविधान की जहां राज हो, वहां पर भी जहां पर अभी पूज्य आचार्य जी बोल रहे थे, जहां पर आप खड़े हो, ये राम की पैड़ी है। और एक समय हुआ करता था, इतनी गंदगी हुआ करती थी, और एक समय हुआ करता था कि यहाँ खून की नदी बहाई गई थी। ये राम की पैड़ी खून के छींटे से लाल हो जाया करता था। आज उन संतों के त्याग, तपस्या, समर्पण से, संघर्ष से भव्य दिव्य नव राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का आज से वहां पर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का जो विधिवत पूजन, राम जन्मभूमि प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के निमित्त जो स्टार्ट हो रहा है, बाकी तो वहाँ 1 साल से लगातार 121 ब्राह्मणों के द्वारा अलग अलग दिनों में अलग अलग प्रकार से, चाहे वो राम मंत्र से, चाहे वो हनुमान जी के मंत्र से, चाहे महादुर्गा के मंत्र से, इसके अलावा वहाँ पर आप रामचरित मानस की पाठ से, चाहे वो श्री सूक्त से, चाहे वो आप समझ सकते हो कि वाल्मीकि रामायण सुंदर कांड की जो पाठ करके वहाँ पर विधिवत पूजन चल रहा था।
हनुमानगढ़ी जो कि जहाँ के आप महंत हैं, उसका कितना बड़ा योगदान रहा है राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन में, और उसका क्या रिश्ता रहा है आंदोलन से?
आंदोलन हनुमानगढ़ी से ये शुरुआत हुआ था क्या कि सनातन धर्म संस्कृति रक्षा सुरक्षा के लिए वहाँ पर मिलिट्री बेस कैंप सनातनियों का था, नागा साधु, जहाँ पर इकट्ठे 1000 सेना खट से तैयार हो जाते थे। आज तक हनुमानगढ़ी पर एक भी आक्रमण नहीं हुआ।
Well, what does the state of art, this temple really looks like? It has 3 floors, 5 domes and much more. Let's tell you one by one more about this particular temple that has been built. By the Ram Temple Trust, it has got donations from across the country. As I said, it has 3 floors, 5 domes. It is still under construction. The Garbhagriha and some important portions of the temple are ready. Let's cut across to some more details. That's the structure of the temple that you look at. It's built in a certain form. It has 360 pillars which have special carvings and architecture from different parts. About 161 feet tall. That's the height of the temple. That's where the flag sits atop. The length is about 360 feet. That was the height. This is the length. The width is about 235 feet. This is a model that was prepared, was spoken of. There are 5 pavilions, 12 gates to the temple. It has been built keeping in mind the large footwall it's going to get, 2.7 acres, and the temple complex is about 57.4 acres. But that 2.7 acres, that was the earlier disputed side that was given to the Hindu side. The construction so far, 3 years it has taken for the particular portions of the temple to be completed, including the Garbhagriha. But yes, there are various other portions that are yet to be completed. It's not a fully completed temple. Ahead of 22nd of January, there's a flurry of activities at the new Maharshi Valmiki Airport in Ayodhya, with 50 VIP planes expected to land there on the day of Pran Pratishtha. Passengers are excited about flying to Ayodhya, with more and more airlines adding flights to the city. Take a look at this ground report.
We are at the Maharishi Valmiki Airport in Ayodhya, and what a sight. You can see these beautiful paintings here, beautiful airport. We are on an Indigo flight which has come from Delhi, which was a packed flight today. And passengers, in fact, speaking on the flight about what a divine experience it is for them to fly to Ayodhya. What we are now also hearing in Ayodhya is that in the coming days, the flights are going to increase, and about 50 special aircraft could land in Ayodhya at this airport on the 22nd of January on the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. About 100 VIPs could come by special aircraft here to be a part of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Though their aircraft may not be parked here in Ayodhya, but they may be parked at nearby airports. But the Prime Minister is also going to land here at 11 AM that day to take a part in the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. तरुण जी, जो अयोध्या का विकास हो रहा है, या एयरपोर्ट में देख रहा हूँ पूरी फुल फ्लाइट आई हुई है, तो ये फ्लाइटें और बढ़ेंगी अयोध्या में, आपको लगता है लोगों को और?
श्री राम जन्मभूमि विश्व के अंदर अध्यात्म टूरिज्म की कैपिटल बन गया है। अब आने वाले समय में दुनिया का सबसे ज़्यादा टूरिस्ट और सबसे ज़्यादा आध्यात्मिक टूरिस्ट यहाँ आएगा। और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भव्य एयरपोर्ट और भव्य ही रेलवे स्टेशन और रोड कनेक्टिविटी इतनी ज़बरदस्त कर दी है कि अब अयोध्या पहुंचना भी आसान है और मोदी जी के प्रयासों से भव्य मंदिर भी तैयार है।
नया एयरपोर्ट बहुत सुंदर है, लोग भी बहुत आ रहे हैं, फुल फ्लाइट इंडिगो की आई है दिल्ली से। एयरपोर्ट की कनेक्टिविटी और भी बढ़ेगी आने दिनों में।
अयोध्या अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिटी के रूप में डेवलप हो रहा है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा आपके सामने है और जिस ढंग से अयोध्या का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बदल रहा है, मैं कह सकता हूँ कि शीघ्र ये आपको अद्भुत शहर, अविस्मरणीय क्षण आपको हमेशा देखने को मिले। प्रभु राम लला दरबार में स्वयं उपस्थित हो रहे।
So excited passengers here on the flight who have come with me from Delhi. आप कहाँ से आए हैं जी?
लुधियाना पंजाब से हैं जी।
अच्छा।
पहले तो जय श्री राम।
जय श्री राम।
लुधियाना पंजाब से हैं और राम लला के दर्शन करने आए हैं। अभी 22 तारीख तक यहीं पे रहेंगे, दर्शन करके अयोध्या जी की फिर पूरे घूम के फिर जाएंगे। जय श्री राम। बहुत भाग्यशाली हम, जहाँ राम लला जी हमने को यहाँ पे बुलाया।
सियाटल यूएस से आ रहे हैं और दिल्ली से फ्लाइट लेके सीधा?
दिल्ली से फ्लाइट लेके।
तो कैसा लग रहा है? अयोध्या का भी सोचा था फ्लाइट से आएंगे?
इतना सुंदर, फ्लाइट से तो आने का सोचा ही था, लेकिन इतना सुंदर बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है सर
जी। और अयोध्या की जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा 22 तारीख को हो रही है, आप सियाटल से मतलब क्या मंदिर देखने आए हैं? क्या
मंदिर देखने आए हैं? अगर हमको वहाँ पर इनविटेशन मिल जाए उसके लिए ट्राई करने की कोशिश करें।
अच्छा, इनविटेशन के लिए ट्राई करेंगे
जी सर।
तो कुछ लोग हमें बता रहे थे फ्लाइट में कि 20 तारीख के बाद तो कोई आने नहीं देगा यहाँ पे, तो पहले ही पहुंच जाए।
पहले पहुँच के देख लें, कम से कम ये तो दर्शन कर ही लेते हैं।
Connectivity to Ayodhya is also improving day by day. Today Indigo is already operating. We now have flight connectivity also coming from Ahmedabad and Mumbai. From tomorrow, the Air India Express on 16 January is going to launch its flights from Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta, Kolkata. All these metros could soon be connected to Ayodhya. The flight connectivity is up, and so is the rush here at the Ayodhya airport. I in fact have come on a fully packed flight, and you can see here at the Ayodhya Maharshi Valmiki airport, the airport, even just one flight which has come from Delhi today was completely packed. A lot of enthusiasm amongst the people to come to Ayodhya. Many are excited to see the new temple, and many want to come here before the 20th of January because they told me that after 20th January the entry could be stopped for outsiders. So everybody wants to come to Ayodhya before 20th January, maybe get a glimpse of the grand Ram temple.
So what happens till the 22nd of January? What are the rituals that are going to be followed? Let me take you through them one by one. Today the host has been appointed by the Temple Trust and Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra. The person will conduct the atonement ceremony. A special bath is going to be conducted. There's the ritual of worshipping Lord Vishnu. Offering to the cows will be held on the banks of Saryu river. This kind of puja is offered to ensure that if there is any kind of sin or any kind of mistake that has been done, that is taken care of. On the 17th of January, a procession will be held carrying the idol of Ram Lalla around Ayodhya. His face will, however, be covered. Devotees carrying Saryu water and Mangal Kalash will reach the Ram Janmabhoomi temple. On the 18th of January, formal rituals will kick off with the Ganesh Ambika Puja, Varuna Puja, Matrika Puja and Brahmin Varan and the Vastu Puja. The 19th of January, which is in the coming few days, the holy fire will be lit, the deep will be lit, followed by the establishment of Navagraha and Havan. They are important in any temple. You go to any temple, there's always a Navagraha temple. On the 20th of January, the sanctum sanctorum of Ram Janmabhoomi temple will be washed with the Saryu water, after which the Vastu Shanti and also other rituals will take place. On the 21st of January, a day before the Pran Pratishtha ceremony concludes, Ram Lalla Virajman will be bathed in about 125 and finally placed inside the sanctum sanctorum. 22nd of January, after the morning puja, the deity of Ram Lalla will be consecrated with the Mrigashira Nakshatra between 12:12 and 12:45 p.m. That's exactly the Mahurat that has been decided by the priests who are there. My colleague Aman with us on the broadcast, getting us all the colors and giving us all the information. Aman, special GI tag even for the Laddus of Ayodhya. The city is completely decked up. We played out your reports from the airport as well. Give us a sense of what you're picking up.
Well, Richa, you can see this is the path that leads to the actual Ram temple. So when the event happens on January 22nd, you'll see most guests taking this street, going right there behind me. You can see the entry to the main Ram temple premises. You can see a board also here which has come up saying way to Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir. So this is the road which will lead to it, and hectic construction activity is on here. Last minute touches are being given to this entire stretch so that people can, reach the mandir without any trouble. But the next few days are very crucial in terms of the ceremonies which are going to happen. So if I just run you through them, today starts the ritual of the Pran Pratishtha. In some minutes, we'll see the first ritual of the Pran Pratishtha begin. January 18th is a big day because that day the new idol of Lord Ram will enter the Garbhagriha for the first time. So it will be taken on a round of the Ram temple premises, and then on 18th we will see the Ram Lalla idol entering the Garbhagriha. We have had some details of what the idol would be like. So as we all know, it is made by Arun Yogiraj, the famous sculptor from Karnataka, who's also made the sculptures of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue in Delhi and the Adi Shankaracharya statue in Varanasi. What I was told that it's a very beautiful statue made out of black stone, about depicting a 5-year-old child, about 51 inches tall. One of the trustees told me that उनका मस्तिष्क बहुत ही सुंदर है, आंखें बड़ी बड़ी हैं और ऐसा राम लल्ला का स्वरूप आज तक देखने को नहीं मिला होगा. So a lot of eagerness for amongst people in Ayodhya and the people who are coming from outside to see the new Ram Lalla idol, what it will look like. The Pran Pratishtha will of course happen of that new idol on the 22nd when the Prime Minister Mr. Mohan Bhagwat of the RSS, the UP Chief Minister, UP Governor Nitya Gopal Das, all these people will be inside the Garbhagriha on that day. And before that, I've just explained what all other rituals will be carried out. Of course, the old idol, also interestingly, one other facet that we picked up, that the old idol of Lord Ram Lalla, which is being worshipped since 1950, will also find a place inside the Garbhagriha along with the new idol. So you'll have the earlier idol as well as the new idol of Ram Lalla in the first floor of the temple. The second floor, when it comes out by the end of the year, will have a full Ram Darbar. But this is the plan so far, and around 8,000 people coming on the day of the Pran Pratishtha are invited for that event. Out of that, nearly half of them are saints and seers from all parts of the country, and you can already see people already coming in big numbers to even see the makeshift temple from various parts of the country. The enthusiasm is very high. I met some people who said that हमें अयोध्या 20 तारीख तक पहुंचना है क्योंकि 20 के बाद शायद एंट्री थोड़ा रुक जाएगा. So 20 से पहले we have to be there. So everybody trying to come here by the 20th and be a part. They may not be able to be a part of the Pran Pratishtha on the 22nd, but people want to be here to get a first glimpse of the new Lord Ram idol on January 23rd when the temple opens for public viewing. That is what many people are eagerly waiting for, camping in Ayodhya for 23rd, 24th, and the local authorities are expecting at least 1 lakh people daily from January 23rd in Ayodhya who will want to pay obeisance at the new Ram temple. So the facilities also are being done up. The pilgrim convenience, be it the tent cities, be it the hotels, be it the Ran Baseras. It's quite cold in Ayodhya also right now. So people, the administration making it sure that anybody who comes to Ayodhya is not inconvenienced, gets a place to sleep, doesn't have to be out in the cold. So all those facilities are being taken care of by Ayodhya.
All right, Aman, getting us a sense of what's happening in Ayodhya, how the city is preparing and bracing up for that big footfall. Lakhs of devotees are expected to reach. Many of them have already reached there. CNN News 18 Siddhant reports from Ayodhya's Brahmakund Gurudwara. This Gurudwara holds a special significance as the 3 Sikh Gurus, Guru Nanak Ji, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji and Guru Gobind Singh Ji, once came here as followers of Lord Ram. Please have a look.
There is this very famous story of Nihang Sikh fighters coming from Anandpur Sahib in Punjab to Ayodhya in the year 1858 to fight with the forces of evil and to set the Ram temple free. And perhaps the first FIR ever that was lodged in the matter of Ram Janmabhoomi was lodged in 1858 against the Nihang Sikhs. Right now I'm reporting from this favorite Gurudwara of Ayodhya, which is in fact 200 meters away from Janmabhoomi site. This Gurudwara's name is Brahmakund Gurudwara. This is a very old Gurudwara and perhaps a very popular one. And this Gurudwara has played a very important role in this entire Andolan of Ram Janmabhoomi, not just in 92, but even before that, as I was pointing out, that the 3 Sikh Gurus who were the followers of Lord Rama did pay visit to Ayodhya. and they did come to this site. So this site is the holy site where we are reporting from. कितने साल पुराना इतिहास है इस गुरुद्वारे का, और जो 3 सिख गुरुज थे जो कि रामचंद्र जी के फॉलोअर थे, वो यहाँ पे आए, उनके थोड़ा ब्रीफ हिस्ट्री बताइए, और कैसे 1858 में निहंग्स आए और उनके खिलाफ ब्रिटिश राज में पहली FIR हुई।
जी ये तीन गुरु साहब का स्थान है। गुरु नानक देव जी, गुरु तेग बहादुर जी, गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी। श्री राम जन्मभूमि से ये गुरुद्वारा सिर्फ 200 मीटर की दूरी पे है, बिल्कुल यहाँ से साफ नजर आ रहा है। और श्री राम जन्मभूमि अयोध्या को मुख्य रख के गुरु महाराज जी, तीनों गुरु साहब यहाँ पे आए हैं। जब यहाँ पे आए तो अपनी यात्रा के अयोध्या के दौरान श्री राम जन्मभूमि दर्शन करने भी गए, गुरु नानक देव जी, गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी के। और ये हमारे यहाँ 270 वर्ष से हमारी सेवा चल रही है, हमारी गद्दी चल रही है, पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी सेवा चल रही है। हमारे फादर, उनके फादर।
कि सामान्य जनता या सामान्य श्रद्धालु जाएंगे, वहाँ पे पुलिस के अलग ड्रेस कोड बनाया गया है, और ये सारे लोग बिना शस्त्र के होंगे। चूँकि अन्य जो ड्यूटियाँ होंगी शस्त्र के साथ वो वर्दी में होगी, लेकिन हम लोगों ने इस व्यवस्था में टेक्नोलॉजी का भी बहुत इस्तेमाल किया है, और हम कैमरे के दृष्टि से सब पे निगाह रखेंगे, और हमारे जो सिविल ड्रेस में अधिकारी और कर्मचारी रहेंगे वो ये सुनिश्चित कराएंगे कि अपने आने वाले श्रद्धालु को किसी तरह की कोई कठिनाई न हो।
स्वामी जी बताइए कि कितनी बड़ी खुशी आपको हो रही है, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा संघर्ष जो है अब खत्म होने को है।
कितनी बड़ी खुशी है इतना हम वर्णन नहीं कर सकते हैं। कितनी प्रसन्नता है, क्योंकि हमने सारे संघर्ष को देखा है, हमने शासन की बर्बरता को भी देखा है। हमें 1990 की घटना भी याद है, 2 नवंबर की। कार से गलियों में भून दिए गए, उठा करके सरयू में फेंक दिया गया, वो घटना हमने देखा, हमें याद है सब कुछ। तो कितनी प्रसन्नता है इसका वर्णन नहीं कर सकते हम वाणी से। पूरा विश्व प्रसन्न है, जहाँ भी राम भक्त हैं सब प्रसन्न हैं। बहुत धूमधाम से मनाया जा रहा है, सब उत्साहित हैं। दिवाली मनाएंगे, खूब प्रसाद वितरण करेंगे, लेकिन अभी हमारा संघर्ष खत्म नहीं हुआ है। इतने से हमारी पूर्णता नहीं हो रही है। कृष्ण जन्मभूमि पर भी विजय प्राप्त होने वाला है, काशी विश्वनाथ पर भी विजय प्राप्त है, लेकिन हमारे लिए राष्ट्र सब कुछ है। राष्ट्र है तो हम हैं, हमारी अस्मिता है, हमारा धर्म है, कर्म है, पूजा है, पाठ है, सब कुछ है। राष्ट्र नहीं तो कुछ नहीं। जिस जनसंख्या की विषमता के आधार पर राष्ट्र का बंटवारा हुआ था, वो विषमता सुरसा की तरह मुंह फैलाए हुए बढ़ती चली जा रही है। इसी तरह विषमता बढ़ती गई तो क्या होगा।
All right, cutting across to some latest news coming in. This is the Liquorgate scam. ED sources tell CNN News 18. This is about K. Kavita. A fresh summon has been or could be issued to K. Kavita. These summons could be issued after consultation with the legal team on the agency. K. Kavita so far is not an accused in this case, but she is somebody who's been called in multiple times for the questioning. She is also called this some kind of a political witch hunt and vendetta, saying that if she is not an accused in the matter, why is she being summoned multiple times by the agency in this way? Anshul with us on the broadcast. Anshul, please tell us more.
So yes, K. Kavita was actually called to join into the investigation that is underway by the Enforcement Directorate regarding the alleged liquor scam that happened out here in the national capital. Now, according to the Enforcement Directorate and the charges that have been filed by the Enforcement Directorate, the name of K. Kavita has come up several times. In fact, what ED calls as the South Group, the name of K. Kavita is one of the most prominent names in that, and hence K. Kavita was called yet again for the third time by the Enforcement Directorate to come in and join into the investigation out here in the national capital. But remember, when the last time when K. Kavita was called over here, she had actually moved the Supreme Court along with a few other people, in which they had asked the Supreme Court if, according to the PMLA, they could actually be called out here to the national capital from some other state. She being a woman, if it is actually legal for the enforcement directorate to call them from their own state and investigate them out here in some other state.
Okay.
To this, the ASG had then replied verbally that whenever K. Kavita would be called, she would be given a 10-day prior notice so that she could easily book a flight and come out here to the national capital. This time around, what sources within the enforcement directorate are telling us that these summons were issued at least 10 days ago to her, but yet again she has decided to go ahead and skip these summons. So now the future course of action that the ED could take at this point in time is that they can yet again issue a summons to K. Kavita to join into the investigation.
Yeah.
And if that is if she yet again rejects that, then the doors of the courts are open for the enforcement directorate to get a legal summons from the court and then ask K. Kavita
Ensure
to come
her
in and join into this investigation.
Yes. I mean, we have seen whether it's Arvind Kejriwal, K. Kavita, because they are not accused at this point in time, they've decided to skip the summons in this way. We'll keep tracking that story and much more. Stepping into a very short break. Stay tuned, stay with us.
The construction of the Ram temple in itself is a huge moment for Indian civilization.
The enthusiasm, the excitement among the devotees can clearly be seen and experienced here.
संविधान में राम है, राज्य की कल्पना में राम है, रोम रोम में राम है, भारत के राम है, भारत में राम है।
राम 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 राम। धर्म को कैसे बांधते हुए, धर्म की सीमाओं में रहते हुए कैसे काम किया जाए।
इसके ऊपर आप अभी देख नहीं सकेंगी, वो विष्णु जी का है और वो एक तरीके से समुद्र मंथन उसकी कहानी है।
Thousands of devotees have come to this Naya Ghat. They are offering prayers to Lord Surya.
Welcome back. And as the upcoming inauguration of the Ram Mandir approaches nearer, the political tensions are also on the rise. Congress MP Digvijay Singh has lashed out at the BJP. He further said that Congress never opposed the construction of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, accused the BJP of having a destructive character. Meanwhile, another Congress leader, Udit Raj, demanded account of how much donation expenditure has been made till now by the Ram Janmabhoomi Trust on their website. We have the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi, who slammed the Delhi government for organizing Sundarkand Part. Owaisi called it Sangh's agenda, which is being furthered. Some breaking news coming in. Again, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has slammed the Congress party over party leaders visiting Ayodhya on Makar Sankranti, but declining the invitation to the Ram temple ceremony on the 22nd of January. He goes on to say that who will benefit from the politics of confusion that you want to do? You are doing what Modi wants, and what is the difference then? This is what our complaint has been, and this is what we've been fighting. Interesting. Listen into what Mr. Owaisi says.
इतना जो आप जो पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कंफ्यूजन करना चाह रहे हैं, इससे फायदा किसको हो रहा है? इससे फायदा क्या संविधान में जो सेकुलरिज्म है, प्लुरलिज्म है, डाइवर्सिटी की जो बात होती है, इक्वालिटी की, लिबर्टी की, किसको फायदा हो रहा है? आप तो वही कर रहे हैं जो मोदी चाह रहे हैं। अब बताइए फर्क क्या है फिर? यही तो हमारी शिकायत रही है, यही तो हम लड़ रहे हैं, और इसीलिए हम पर इल्जाम लगा दिया जाता है।
My colleague Aman joining us on the broadcast. Aman, politics of convenience, that is what, or confusion rather, that is what Mr. Owaisi accuses the Congress of indulging into. Not surprising.
Well, not surprising at all. And the Congress is, of course, caught in a bind on the Ram temple issue by issuing a statement a few days back that they will not go to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony on January 22nd, despite being invited. Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, all three were invited by the trust for come for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Congress said it won't go on that day, but said it may go on some other day. And now we saw Congress UP leaders, coming to the Ram temple yesterday to pay obedience to the makeshift Ram Lalla temple there right now, not at the new temple. The question obviously was being asked that, when you're invited, Pran Pratishtha on January 22nd is a very, very momentous and holy day. So why not go on that day? Why go on some other day just to prove a point? Obviously, this has put the Congress in a bind. This has even put the India Alliance in a bind to a certain extent, with many parties saying no, while parties like JDU and Aam Aadmi Party have still not cleared their stand on will they go on January 22nd or not. And Mr. Owaisi predictably taking a pot shot at the Congress, saying that if you don't want to go, don't go earlier also, but this is only going to end up helping the BJP.
Right. Aman, talking to you about the kind of fix that the Congress party finds itself into. It is quite interesting that the Uttar Pradesh Congress leaders decided to take a holy dip on the occasion of Makar Sankranti in the Saryu River. When that decision was taken by the party high command, there were rumors, there were murmurs that various state units are not really happy with the decision that has been taken by the Congress party.
Well, yes, already some leaders of the Congress have, said that maybe the decision taken regarding the Jan 22 declining that invite is not a good decision. Some UP leaders have said that, some other leaders have said that in the Congress, have raised this point. Of course, the Congress has tried to do, I would say, some firefighting on the issue by holding a press conference a few days back and saying that nobody stops us from going to Lord Ram's temple. We will go when we want to go. It is not a BJP, RSS event. That is what the Congress is saying now. But in the larger scheme of things, with just a few months to go for Lok Sabha elections, the Congress cadre on the ground and maybe the Congress leaders in the state are worried that how they will defend this decision before the wider electorate, because the perception is that Congress has declined the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Temple on January 22nd, and that, I think, electorally is going to be an advantage for the BJP.
All right. Thank you, Aman, for putting all of that into perspective. Let's also make you hear some more reactions, voices and exclusive conversations that we have on the story. Please.
There is a bullying happening, harassment happening in the social media platforms against the renowned musician, singer K.S. Chitra, who is a Padma Bhushan awardee, who is known across the country and across the world for her singing capabilities. What she has said is a very simple thing. She has said that we should chant Ram Naam and light the diya. Is it a crime to light the diya in Kerala? Is it a crime to chant Ram Naam in Kerala? Why the police is silent on such bullying?
देखिए, पहले कांग्रेस और ये गठबंधन, ये जो घमंडिया गठबंधन है, ये क्या कहते थे कि मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे, तारीख नहीं बताएंगे। अब तारीख, समय, स्थान सब तय कर दिया, निमंत्रण भी भिजवा दिया। पहले कहते थे निमंत्रण नहीं मिला, जब निमंत्रण मिला तब आना नहीं है। तो मैं यही कहूँगा, ये तो बहाने हैं जनता को बहकाने के, भटकाने के। इन्होंने राम मंदिर के निर्माण को लटकाया भी, भटकाया भी, अटकाया भी। ये तो भगवान राम को काल्पनिक बताते हैं, राम सेतु को काल्पनिक बताते हैं। और ये तो वहाँ पर फिर बाबरी मस्जिद बनाने के लिए पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी और गठबंधन दल खड़े थे, अपने वकील खड़े करते थे। लेकिन ये तो राम भक्तों ने लड़ाई लड़ी है, संघर्ष किया है और आज भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण भी हुआ है।
दिग्विजय सिंह का निजी बयान होता तो मैं कुछ बोल सकता था, लेकिन उन्होंने कांग्रेस की बात किया तो मैं ज्यादा बोल सकता हूं। बोल सकता था, अब ज्यादा बोल सकता हूं, इसलिए क्योंकि कांग्रेस की ही देन है कि आज इतने दिनों तक यह विवाद पूरे देश में बना रहा। जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस ने राजनीतिक रंग देकर भगवान राम को, राम जन्मभूमि को काल्पनिक सिद्ध करने का प्रयास किया, इतने दिनों तक भगवान राम को टेंट में रखने का महापाप किया। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने गौ माता के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई दिल्ली में, साधु संतों को मरवाया दिल्ली में, और लगातार प्रयास किया कि सनातन को कैसे नीचा दिखाया जाए। एक नहीं अनेक मामले दे सकता हूं।
सबसे पहले तो बहुत चर्चा हो रही है कि शंकराचार्य इसलिए नहीं जा रहे हैं राम मंदिर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में क्योंकि बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये रीजन है या वो रीजन है। मैं सबसे पहले आपके शब्दों में जानना चाहती हूं कि आप क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं इस इवेंट में।
नहीं, हम लोगों को प्रसन्नता है, कार्यक्रम संपन्न हो रहा है और वो निर्विघ्न संपन्न हो ऐसी मंगल कामना भी है। और हम लोग भी बाद में दर्शन करने के लिए जाएंगे। अभी प्रतिष्ठा के अवसर पर जाना संभव नहीं हो पा रहा है क्योंकि हम लोगों के साथ भी बहुत लोग होते हैं और वहाँ लोगों को सीमित अर्थात अव्यवस्था ना हो जाए, एतदर्थ ऐसी व्यवस्थाएं बनाई गई होंगी, तो उस मर्यादा का ध्यान रखने के कारण जाना नहीं हो रहा है। बाकी सभी राम भक्त हैं और हम लोगों को इस विषय में कोई समाज को इस विषय में कोई संदेह नहीं करना चाहिए। बाद में सब जाने वाले ही हैं।
जी जी, लेकिन ऐसे भी चर्चा हो रही है कि ये जो पूरी सेरेमनी है ये विधि विधान के हिसाब से नहीं हो रही है, अधूरे मंदिर में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रही है जो लोग मानते हैं कि सही नहीं है। तो क्या ये भी रीजन हो सकता है कि आप नहीं जा रहे हैं?
सनातन धर्म में, हिंदू धर्म में विधि निषेध का पालन होता है, शास्त्र की मर्यादा का पालन होता है, आचार्यों का उत्तरदायित्व होता है, शंकराचार्यों का उत्तरदायित्व होता है कि धर्म शास्त्र के अनुसार चलें और समाज को भी, देश को भी चलावें।
एक बात ये भी निकल के आई है, ये सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जब सोमनाथ मंदिर दोबारा बनाया गया था 1951 में, वहां पे भी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की गई थी और तब भी वो जो मंदिर था अधूरा था, अर्ध निर्माण था, वो पूरा नहीं बना था। तो क्या ये कहना सही है कि अधूरे मंदिर में, अर्ध निर्माण मंदिर में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नहीं होनी चाहिए?
उस समय सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल उसमें गए हुए थे
जी,
और वो अधूरा था कि पूरा था ये तो हमें जानकारी पूरी तरह से नहीं है। आप बता रहे हैं कि अधूरा था वो, लेकिन अब ये इन विषयों पर चर्चा करने का अवसर कहाँ है? संकल्प हो चुका है, अच्छा काम हो रहा है, इसको होने देना चाहिए।
जी, और इसी से जुड़ी हुई ये भी बात है कि उस वक्त हमारे देश के जो प्रेसिडेंट थे, राष्ट्रपति थे, वो गए थे, राजेंद्र प्रसाद, जब सोमनाथ में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई थी तो वो उसका हिस्सा बने थे। आज की तारीख में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जा रहे हैं, तो क्या ये कोई विवाद का विषय है कि वहां पे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए?
काशी के विद्वानों द्वारा पूरा कार्यक्रम संचालित हो रहा है। धार्मिक अनुष्ठान काशी के और दक्षिण भारत के विद्वानों द्वारा संचालित किए जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी भारत देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, तो जा सकते हैं, जाना चाहिए।
We'll continue tracking that story and much more here on CNN News 18 on the other side of a very quick break. Stay tuned, stay with us.
As the Grand Ram Temple rises, CNN News 18 gets you the biggest voices.
Devotees in great number. I mean, we are thinking about 1,25,000 every day.
From temple vision to execution,
एक अनोखी शैली में बनाने की कोशिश की है। भगवान का दरबार में आप जाएंगे तो लगेगा कि नहीं, एक अच्छी जगह पे हम लोग आए।
from objections to obeisance.
राम जी प्रतिष्ठित होंगे तो राम राज्य का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा।
This Ram Mandir, which has been a dream of people for so many years, is coming to fruition.
Thanks to everybody who made that happen, and I'm sure this means a world to multitude of people.
The symbolism, the significance. All stakeholders choose CNN News 18.
Whenever I had ice
All right, let's cut across to some latest news coming in. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has issued show cause notice to Indigo in Mumbai airport after a video of passengers eating on the tarmac at the Mumbai airport went viral on social media. The Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Jyotiraditta Scindia, held a meeting with all the ministry officials at midnight yesterday. Now, these notices served to both Indigo and MIAL, which means the authority taking care of the Mumbai airport, as to why they were not proactive in anticipating the situation and making appropriate facilitation arrangements for passengers at the airport. In case of both notices, they've also asked for replies by today. Let's see how exactly the airlines are going to answer the questions that have been put in. We'll try and connect with my colleagues and get more details on that entire story. But there was a video that went viral on social media in which the passengers were seen eating on the tarmac. There are unprecedented delays that have happened in the last few days as far as flight connectivity is concerned, especially in the north of the region, which has been covered under a dense smog or the fog that has been a problem. Nikhil with us on the broadcast. Nikhil, tell us more about this notice by the Ministry of Civil Aviation.
Well, it appears that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has come into the power-backed action, and now what we have been given to understand that the Minister of Civil Aviation, he held a late-night meeting yesterday with the Bureau of Civil Aviation as well, which is called as BCAS, and they have issued a show cause notice to not just the Indigo Airlines but also to the Mumbai airport as well, which is the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport. And this is the show cause notice where, of which the video had gone viral on the social media platform, video of the passengers eating on the tarmac at the Mumbai airport. And tarmac is one such thing which is used in the making of the runway, and we have seen how pathetic the situation was. And the video which had gone viral was of 14th of January, that means day before yesterday. The video was recorded, and the flight was all set to take place to depart from Delhi to the airport of Goa, that is MOPA, but because of the weather conditions, it was diverted to the Mumbai airport. And as soon as the gates were thrown open, the passengers, they came out of the aircraft and they sat then and there at the runway only. So this is the reason why the Bureau of the Civil Aviation Security, they have issued a show cause notice to both the stakeholders, and they have sought the answers from their side, and they are clearly saying that both Indigo and the MIAL, they were not proactive in anticipating the situation and making the appropriate facilitation arrangements for passengers at the airport.
Nikhil, you've also, done reportage on this entire issue, how the passengers have been facing unprecedented delays, 8 to 9 hours of wait for a flight. In fact, a passenger also lost his cool and slapped one of the top, leading officers at an Indigo flight. That entire incident also led to that person being put on a no-fly list. But talking about the troubles that the airlines have been witnessing because of the weather conditions, and also more importantly, the kind of troubles that the passengers have been facing. And then I'll cut across to my colleague Aman as well. But Nikhil, a quick word from you.
Well, there are two of the points. One is in context to the unruly behavior by the passengers. As per the sources inside the ministry, what we have been given to understand that the ministry is further going to tweak the framework which is set to the handling of the unruly passengers as far as that situation is concerned. So they are going to tweak the process as well, so as to make liable whosoever the accused person is. And on the other side, if we talk about the facilities which are to be provided by the airlines, the passengers, for that the detailed SOPs are out from the side of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. The DGCA have already come out with the SOPs, but there are further details as well which are yet to be out to come out from the side of the ministry.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikhil, for putting all of that into perspective. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more. The Ministry of Civil Aviation taking cognizance of the problems that the passengers are undergoing. It's a wrap on this edition. More news and updates follow on the other side with my colleague, Toya. Thank you so much for watching this set.
The construction of the Ram temple in itself is a huge moment for Indian civilization.
The enthusiasm, the excitement among the devotees can clearly be seen and experienced here.
संविधान में राम है, राज्य की कल्पना में राम है, रोम रोम में राम है, भारत के राम है, भारत में राम है।
राम 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 राम। धर्म को कैसे बांधते हुए, धर्म की सीमाओं में रहते हुए कैसे काम किया जाए।
इसके ऊपर आप अभी देख नहीं सकेंगी, वो विष्णु जी का है और वो एक तरीके से समुद्र मंथन उसकी कहानी है।
thousands of devotees have come to this Naya Ghat. They are offering prayers to Lord Surya.
Good afternoon, you're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. Through this week, we are keeping our focus on exciting developments taking place in Ayodhya, the entire city adorned in the run-up to the Jan 22nd Pran Pratishtha ceremony that is set to take place there. Let's bring you all of the details. Remember, the idol of Lord Ram will be positioned in the temple's Garbhagriha on Jan 18th, so 2 days from now on a Thursday. Remember, it was a Mysuru sculptor's sculpture that was finally chosen of Ram Lalla. It depicts Lord Ram at 5 years old, and it's a sculpture that's between 150 to 200 kgs heavy. Now, the timing, the date in which all of this will take place, that has also been determined. The religious ceremonies are going to be commencing from today. So it's really from today morning that you've watched, even on our channel, us bringing you all of the ceremonies from today into the next few days. Now, we'll bring you more of the details, but the first puja, as we said, starts today. The temple trust mentioned that the events will focus on a few different things. So, number one, you have diverse representation. Number two, historical tribal representation. And number three, being inclusive of all traditions. The UP government, when it comes to all kinds of security setup, that has also been put in place. We'll have reporters joining us to bring us more of the details. But for now, an overview, ATS commandos, bulletproof security vehicles, and air surveillance taking place at the same time via drones. All of that is already in procedure. First, take a look. These are some ground reports.
सड़क परिवहन के लिए कोई भी किसी प्रकार का प्रदूषण, ध्वनि प्रदूषण, वायु प्रदूषण, इस प्रदूषण से मुक्त ये वाहन उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने अयोध्या के जनता के लिए उपलब्ध कराया है। बहुत ही अभिनंदनीय, प्रशंसनीय प्रयास है और बड़ी संख्या में समाज को अधिक से अधिक सुविधा दिलाने का उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का ये प्रयास, इसको मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
Lord Ram's Pratishthan has started today in Ayodhya, and literally Lord Ram is here on the Saryu Ghat. I am this beautiful painting that I saw today at the Ram Ki Paudi. This is Monica, and her sister Nisha is doing another painting, and both these sisters have come all the way from Darbhanga in Bihar to make these beautiful paintings on the ghats of Saryu at Ram Ki Paudi. So, Monica, you have made this painting? So, what is the idea behind this painting? And this is a beautiful painting. ऐसा लग रहा है भगवान राम आ ही गए हैं अयोध्या।
जी, जैसा कि मैं दरभंगा बिहार से हूँ, मिथिला से, तो हमारे यहाँ कहते हैं ना कि कोई मेहमान आते हैं, जैसे राम जी हमारे में मिथिला के दामाद है, तो उनके स्वागत में कई सारे उत्सव मनाए जाते हैं, जैसे घरों को सजाया जाता है, रंगोली बनाया जाता है।
कितनी देर लगी आपको बनाने में?
14 से 15 घंटे।
14 से 15 घंटे। She's taken 14 to 15 hours, and her sister Nisha is painting another painting. They will take you there. Come, Monica, come. And she is doing another beautiful painting here. This is the second painting that they are making with watercolors and acrylic colors. This is one made with acrylic colors. निशा जी, आप इतनी दूर से आई हैं दरभंगा से, तो ये पेंटिंग का क्या भाव है?
सर, रंगों की दुनिया बेहद दिलचस्प होती है, जहाँ कुछ तस्वीरें ऐसी होती है जो शब्द का सहारा लेती है, कुछ ऐसी तस्वीरें होती है जो कहीं अनकहीं बातें कह देती है। आर्टिस्ट की उंगली के जादू से रेखाएं थिरकती है, रंग नाचता है और वो अपनी पूरी सृष्टि कैनवस पे रचता है। मैं भी एक आर्टिस्ट हूँ, मैं बचपन से ही पेंटिंग्स करती हूँ। मैंने 8-9 साल मधुबनी पेंटिंग किया है, 5 साल फाइन आर्ट्स किया है, 3 साल मॉडर्न आर्ट किया है। तो जो मेरी दुनिया है, जो हम वही आज दिखाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि मेरी दुनिया कैनवस है, और कैनवस पे जो हम राम के लिए सोच रहे हैं, जो फील कर रहे हैं, वही मेरे हाथ से, मेरे पेंट से निकल के आ रहा है।
आज वो दिन आ चुका है, प्राण प्रतिष्ठान की शुरुआत हो चुकी है और आज कुछ संस्कार किए जाएंगे। अगले 7 दिन संस्कार चलेंगे पूरे रीति रिवाज के साथ। उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
देखिए, आज से अनुष्ठान जो प्रारंभ हो रहा है, सबसे पहले उसमें प्रायश्चित किया जाता है। जैसे किसी भी प्रकार से मन, वाणी और कर्म से हमसे कोई पाप बन गया हो, उस पाप की निवृत्ति के लिए पहले प्रायश्चित से पूजा प्रारंभ होती है। और आज वो कार्यक्रम 12 बजे से लगभग 2 बजे तक चलेगा, जिसमें प्रायश्चित कराया जाएगा और प्रायश्चित के बाद पवित्र किया जाता है। लोगों के तन, मन, बाह्य और अंतर की पवित्रता के लिए उन्हें पंचगव्य पिला करके जो यजमान होते हैं उनको पवित्र किया जाता है और उस पवित्रता के बाद तब वो पूजा में बैठने के अधिकारी होते हैं। और पूजा में बैठने के बाद फिर आसन की शुद्धि होगी, आसन की शुद्धि के बाद उनको पवित्र किया जाएगा और फिर वहां से हम पूजा को प्रारंभ करते हैं।
मैसूर से कुछ पंडित आ रहे हैं जो कि अगले 40 दिन तक पूजा करेंगे प्राण प्रतिष्ठान के बाद। उसके बारे में कहता है वो यहाँ नॉर्थ इंडिया या अवध की तरह से पूजा नहीं होगी, साउथ इंडिया के?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। यहाँ तो साउथ इंडियन से लेकर के और हमारे वाराणसी से पंडित हैं, अयोध्या से भी पंडित हैं। बहुत बड़ा अनुष्ठान चलने वाला है और एक इसको हम समन्वय की दृष्टि से देख सकते हैं। पूरा पश्चिम, उत्तर, दक्षिण चारों तरफ से वैदिक ब्राह्मण आएंगे और अपने अपने अनुसार वो भगवान की पूजा करेंगे।
Okay, what we're now bringing you is quite interesting. What we wanted to present to you was a quick overview of how each of the parts of the Ram Mandir, that remember has had 4,000 workers work on it 24 hours in a day constantly over the last few months, how each part has come from a different part of India. Let's take a look. So number one, you're looking at Rajasthan. So you have pink and red sandstone, and you also have the famous Makrana marble. Remember, the white marble from a part of Rajasthan is called Makrana. And you have pink and red sandstone that's come from the Bharatpur area. About 4.7 lakh cubic feet of that have come in just for this purpose. Let's move on. You have Uttar Pradesh. Now, each of these facets that we're telling you, it's important to point out, some of this is the raw source material and some of these are where the workers came from. We'll make that distinction for you in a second, but for now, Uttar Pradesh, all of the brassware that has been used and incorporated in its making, all of that has come from Uttar Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, let's go to the center of India. The materials used on the floor, and this is what we meant earlier, the marble processing. So a lot of the marble itself has come from Rajasthan, Makrana as we told you, but the processing units and some of the workers that have worked on this, they hail from Madhya Pradesh. Let's move on now to Odisha. As we told you a little while earlier, who has worked on this? So you have teams of sculptors, and in many cases, entire villages have contributed to just one aspect. So you had, for example, one village of sandstone carvers come in. That's what took place, and those sandstone carvers hailed from Odisha. You have Gujarat, from where you have the flag pillars. So you have workers who constructed them. These are the, remember, the Dhwaja pillars that you'll see. And let's move on now to Maharashtra. So it's from the forests, the jungles of Maharashtra, that you've got top quality, very premium teak wood. Maharashtra is generally also where you get large amounts of teak wood. So that teak wood has been procured from Maharashtra, as has some of the gold which has been used. Let's move on very quickly. Telangana. Okay, so there's an immense amount of granite, and it's not just come from Telangana, it's come from 2 states. We'll tell you about the second state in just a second. But 17,000 granite stones have been brought to make the plinths. So that's been a big part of this. Let's move on now to Andhra Pradesh, from where the company that did the woodwork, so much of the chipping, the carving, that company came. Tamil Nadu too, so they're from 2 different areas. They've also come to do the woodwork. What is this woodwork we're talking about? So we're talking about inlay work in a number of areas. We're also specifically talking about the doors. And we'll talk about them in just a second, because the doors are very, very special. But you have workers who've come from Tamil Nadu who've also worked on the bells that will be used across the entire temple. And let's move on now to Karnataka. We told you a little earlier that there's a second state from where the granite has been brought, because remember, 17,000 granite stones needed to be brought in from 2 different states, and that's what the plinths have been created out of. Flooring material, as we told you earlier, from Madhya Pradesh. So really you've got a diverse structure, and my colleague Aman, so we have 2 colleagues on the ground bringing us ground reports. My colleague Aman brings you this next ground report about the security that's been put in place. Take a look.
With a record number of devotees, pilgrims expected in Ayodhya for the Jan 22nd Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and ahead of that, obviously security is also very high, top-notch in Ayodhya. In fact, CM Minister Yogi Adityanath was recently in Ayodhya where he gave clear direction that security has to be very tight. Everybody has to feel safe in this divine atmosphere in Ayodhya. We are here and we can see these commandos from the anti-terrorism squad of UP police stationed here since today morning. We are seeing also commando vehicles in many parts of Ayodhya. In fact, UP administration has also put two kind of drones here on duty. One is artificial intelligence drones which are scanning the skies, scanning anything suspicious if they see on the ground, and they report it immediately to the control room. Another new kind of drones are these anti-mine drones. So we have seen these drones flying very near to the ground, just about 1 meter above the ground, trying to detect any explosive material, any mines which any unscrupulous elements may have put inside the roads or anything, to ensure both these kind of drones, AI sky drones as well as these anti-mine drones, have been deployed by the UP police in Ayodhya to ensure top-notch security. And of course, the commandos with their modern weapons and modern vehicles are here to take care of any eventuality and to ensure that the pilgrims here feel safe and sound and can enjoy Ayodhya without any fear when they come for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony.
Okay, let's bring you now an overview of the entire structure. So what's been completed so far, what is yet to be completed? The entire structure has 3 floors and 5 domes. You can see it right behind me. Now, of those 3 floors, the ground floor is entirely complete. The first and second floor are still being worked on. The ground floor was completed in December itself. That was phase 1. So phase 1 is complete. Now let's look at the whole structure altogether. It has, as you can see, 360 pillars. It is 161 feet tall, as you can see over here, and its length is 360 feet. So from one side to the other, it's 360 feet. Remember, 7,000 people have been invited to the inauguration ceremony, and it is keeping in mind the large number of people that the temple wanted to host that the entire structure has been constructed in the first place. Let's move on though. The width, 235 feet, as you can see. Now let's take a deeper dive. So you have 5 different pavilions. You have 12 gates. You can perhaps see some of them over here. And the complex in itself, so the entire complex, if we just back out for a second, is 57.4 acres. The temple area itself within that is 2.7 acres, and it was constructed, you'll remember, over 3 years. So phase 1 is complete, and the second phase will be completed next year, December 2024, the third by December 2025. Now let's go over to our colleague Aman Sharma, who's with us. As I told you earlier, we have 2 colleagues on the ground right now. Let's go to Aman to understand more. Aman, good afternoon. Aman, our audiences may or may not know you've been providing us with updates about all the ceremonies since early this morning today. But could you just, for all the audiences who are just tuning in right now in the lunch hour, first could you just bring us an overview of everything that's taken place there?
Well, today the Pran Pratishtha rituals have started. They started some minutes back. The Pran Pratishtha rituals inside the Ram temple premises have started. They will continue till January 21st. What we are hearing is, pardon me to read it out so that I don't get it wrong. It is Dashwit Snan followed by a Shobha Yatra on January 17th, when the new Ram Lalla idol will be taken around the Ram temple premises. On 18th, there will be Ganesh Ambika Puja, Varun Puja, Matrika Puja, Brahmin Puja and Vastu Puja. On Havan will be performed on January the 19th inside the Ram temple premises. The whole sanctum will be washed with river Saryu water on January the 20th. And Lord Ram's idol, the new idol which you are speaking about, will be given a divine bath on January 21st. That finally brings us the Lord Ram's new idol will be entering the Garbh Griha on January 18th as well. That is also a very important day, 2 days from now. So all these rituals, as per the Panchang, as per the Hindu scriptures, will be conducted by leading priests who have come from Varanasi to oversee the entire process. And on 22nd, we'll see the final ceremony of the Pran Pratishtha, where the Prime Minister will be coming, the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Nitya Gopal Das, in a way the flag bearer of the Ram Janambhoomi struggle, and UP Governor Anandiben Patel will be in the Garbhagriha. What details we've also got of the idol. So there is a lot of anticipation in Ayodhya. Wherever I went, spoken to people saying Ram Lalla, naye Ram Lalla dikhenge kaise. So that is obviously a issue of much interest. So what we spoke to we are here in Kar Sevakpuram today, which where Mr. Champat Rai has his office, and we spoke to some people here, the trustees, who tell us that the Ram Lalla idol is made of black stone. Arun Yogiraj, the Karnataka famous sculptor, his idol has finally been selected. The idol he built over 7 months. Beyond that, also the sculptor is about 51 inches tall. One of the trustees told me उनका मस्तिष्क बहुत सुंदर है, आंखें बहुत बड़ी-बड़ी हैं, and he said that nobody so far would have seen such a beautiful idol of Lord Ram, and it will be divinity personified in that idol. And Pran Pratishtha, if I explain to the viewers, is an act of breathing life into the idol. So the idol can then see the devotees and give them blessings. So Pran Pratishtha in the Hindu tradition is bringing the idol to life. What the trustees told me, that the idol can survive thousands of years. It does not get affected by water, chandan or roli, which are the three things which are usually offered to an idol or tied along the idol. The clothes for the idol have been specially made, embedded with diamonds and gold, which will also be unveiled. So the final idol, it will be up there for public viewing from January 23rd, so that everybody can go and have a darshan of Lord Ram. But on January 22nd, once the Prime Minister comes at 11 o'clock, there's almost a 2-hour-long ceremony. And after that, all the 8,000 guests who have been invited will get a chance to pay their obeisance to the new Lord Ram idol. Also, one more thing I would like to add, an important point, that the earlier Ram idol, which has been worshipped for the last 70 years, which was there right now in the makeshift temple, is also going to be in the Garbhagriha. So the new Ram idol and the earlier Ram idol, both will be present in the Garbhagriha, and the devotees can have a darshan of both the Ram Lalla idols, general public, from January the 23rd.
Okay, Aman, we're going to keep checking back with you. Let's very quickly take our audiences to different interviews you and our colleague Siddhant have collected from the ground. Take a look.
हनुमानगढ़ी का तो पूरा कायाकल्प हो गया. मैं कई साल पहले आया था. क्या क्या बदला आपको लग रहा है?
पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया यार. पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया. राम जी का मंदिर बन गया, जब से जान लो पूरा अयोध्या बदल गया. बहुत भीड़ हो रहा है इस समय अयोध्या में.
ये तो सड़क भी बड़ी संकरी सी होती थी, मुझे याद है बिल्कुल हनुमानगढ़ी की जाती थी.
सड़क था, अब चौड़ा हो गया, दुकानें भी बदली थी, टूट गई. हमारी भी दुकान बड़ी थी, आधा टूट गया. सड़क चौड़ा हो गया, भीड़ बढ़ रही है बढ़िया से.
लड्डू भी अब सुना है GI टैग होने वाला है अयोध्या का.
हो गया
है GI टैग. कौन सा लड्डू है GI टैग?
देसी का है.
अच्छा.
देसी का 480 रुपए किलो है.
हाँ.
ये है लड्डू रिफाइन का है 240 रुपए किलो है
जी।
पेड़ा है 480 रुपए किलो है।
ओके
लड्डू है 480।
अच्छा, तो ये हनुमानगढ़ी आज मंगलवार भी है तो रश भी बहुत रहता है, आज बहुत रश है और लोगों में उत्साह भी दिख रहा है।
इसलिए भीड़ कम है, जैसे रास्ता बंद हो गया सब जगह, इसलिए नहीं तो आज बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ होता मंगलवार को।
जी आज का दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितने साल की तपस्या के बाद आज का दिन मुमकिन हो पाया?
500 वर्ष के संघर्ष के बाद और 5 लाख राम भक्तों के प्राणों की आहुति के बाद आप जब समझो, जब लोकतंत्र की व्यवस्था है, डेमोक्रेसी में संविधान की जहां राज हो, वहां पर भी जहां पर अभी पूज्य आचार्य जी बोल रहे थे, जहां पर आप खड़े हो, ये राम की पैड़ी है और एक समय हुआ करता था इतनी गंदगी हुआ करती थी और एक समय हुआ करता था कि यहाँ खून की नदी बहाई गई थी, ये राम की पैड़ी खून के छींटे से लाल हो जाया करता था। आज उन संतों के त्याग, तपस्या, समर्पण से, संघर्ष से भव्य दिव्य नव राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का आज से वहां पर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का जो विधिवत पूजन राम जन्मभूमि प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के निमित्त जो स्टार्ट हो रहा है, बाकी तो वहाँ 1 साल से लगातार 121 ब्राह्मणों के द्वारा अलग अलग दिनों में अलग अलग प्रकार से, चाहे वो राम मंत्र से, चाहे वो हनुमान जी के मंत्र से, चाहे माँ दुर्गा के मंत्र से, इसके अलावा वहाँ पर आप रामचरित मानस की पाठ से, चाहे वो श्री सूक्त से, चाहे वो आप समझ सकते हो कि वाल्मीकि रामायण सुंदर कांड की जो पाठ करके वहाँ पर विधिवत पूजन चल रहा था।
हनुमानगढ़ी जो कि जहाँ के आप महंत हैं, उसका कितना बड़ा योगदान रहा है राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन में और उसका क्या रिश्ता रहा है आंदोलन से?
आंदोलन हनुमानगढ़ी से ये शुरुआत हुआ था क्या कि सनातन धर्म संस्कृति रक्षा सुरक्षा के लिए वहाँ पर मिलिट्री बेस कैंप सनातनियों का था, नागा साधु, जहाँ पर इकट्ठे 1000 सेना खट से तैयार हो जाते थे। आज तक हनुमानगढ़ी पर एक भी आक्रमण नहीं हुआ।
Okay, as we told you already, Jan 22nd is the big day. So we're looking at next Monday, but what's going to be taking place every single day in the run-up? Today is the formal start of all ceremonies. So number one, you have an atonement ceremony by the host appointed by the trust that is set to take place. What takes place right after that? And we're going to walk you through each day today. So you have the Vishnu Puja that's going to be taking place. What does the Vishnu Puja include? It has, as you can see, a Dashvit bath and a Gautam that will be taking place together. Now, Jan 17th, so we're now looking at tomorrow, you'll have a procession that carries, in that procession, you'll have the Ram Lalla statue that is going to be carried around Ayodhya. Remember Ram Lalla, formerly Ram, but a statue of him depicting him at 5 years old is the statue that has been created by a Mysuru-based artist. That's what will be carried around. Now, Jan 17th itself, tomorrow, you'll have devotees reach the temple and they'll be carrying the Saryu water with them when they do this. And Jan 18th, so the day after that, we're now looking at rituals that will start with a Ganesh Ambika Puja that will be taking place. Then you'll have a Varun Puja that will be taking place. After that, you'll have a Matrika Puja, a Brahman Varan and a Vastu Puja, all that will be following that first set of pujas. Okay, after that, Jan 19th, the holy fire is going to be lit by the establishment of the Navagraha. And after that, Jan 20th, the sanctum sanctorum to be washed with that water, remember, that we told you was carried. So from the Saryu river, you then have more ceremonies that will be taking place. So you'll have Shanti rituals that will be taking place. These are the Anadivas and the Vastu Shanti rituals that will be taking place. And on the 21st, the idol of Lord Ram will be bathed in 125 urns. This is the same idol, remember, that we're telling you was constructed by a Mysuru-based sculptor. There was a competition of sorts, different sculptors from different regions. His idol was selected. The idol will then be placed inside the sanctum sanctorum and it will be consecrated in the Mrigashira Nakshatra. So all of these developments taking place, and Jan 22nd, remember, is the big day when the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, when you'll have 7,000 officials coming down. That 7,000 number includes seers, it includes politicians, officials, etc. Now let's bring you more. We have my colleague Anand Narsiman, who spoke to the founder and head of Isha Foundation, Sadhguru, about the big day. Take a look.
Now, Sadhguru, from science, soil, to spiritualism and Shiva. So I want to ask you, we are on the cusp of something very historic for us here at Bharat, that the Janbhumi of a great Shiva Bhakta is now going to be celebrated as a temple is going to be consecrated. So let me ask you, who is Ram to you?
For us, he is Rama. See, this is very important. People are using these words without knowing the significance. Today, this thing is coming into everywhere. People are referring to him as Maryada Purushottam. So clearly you are saying that he is a Uttama among the Purushas.
Uttama Purusha.
Yeah. So he is a great human being. They did not say he is God.
Yeah, they did.
They said he is a great human being. So this is the fundamentals of our civilization. We are not looking for people to descend from heaven and become great here. We are looking for people who are born here, normal birth,
who rise,
and they're raised to such a point that you could not identify him as a human being. You started thinking he is divine. So here divinity is cultured, divinity is grown within the human being. Divinity does not descend from heaven because we know the planet is round and it's spinning. We don't even know which is up and down. So we always looking at how to grow divinity. So we call him Maryada Purushottam. That means as where you thought a human being will not go, he went. See, if you look at his life events, it's a serial disaster.
Lot of pain.
At the age of 19, he is coronated as a king. Some political something, he is dislodged and he has to go to forest. Well, forest means, because you see in the television shows, you think forest means it's honeymoon, you went with your young wife and golden deer came, all that. This is all literature, all right? Sent to the forest means it's sent as a punishment. And his wife is not some Adivasi girl, she is a princess, not fit to live in the forest, I'm saying. Because people don't know what is forest. I have lived in jungles by myself. If I went out for a week in the jungle and came back, even my mother wouldn't recognize me, head to toe, insect bites, all right? Everything is swollen. And it's not easy, it's fantastic, but it's not easy, all right? So this was not sent so that he can have honeymoon in the forest. He was sent to the forest as a kind of a punishment. Whatever led to that, let's not go into the story. Knowing that it's going to be so hard, his brother leaves his wife and goes with the brother because he knows it's going to be extremely hard. So, after that, as if that was not enough, somebody kidnaps his wife, then he's not that kind of man. After all, he's a king, he could have found solutions in the neighborhood. He's not that kind of man. He loves his wife, walks down 3,000 kilometers and goes and fights, burns down a beautiful city. All these are painful things to do. For any sensitive man, even if it's your enemy's city, burning it down is not a pleasure. Only for somebody very crude, they will enjoy it. Others will feel pain.
Okay, let's bring you one more ground report now. Ahead of Jan 22nd, there's a flurry of activities taking place at the new Maharishi Valmiki Airport. This is the Ayodhya International Airport that's been constructed over the last year. Now, nearly 50 VIP planes are expected to land here on the Pran Pratishtha day. In total, the airport has been built to take 10 lakh passengers per year. Now, my colleague Aman Sharma, who is on the ground, brings you this ground report of everything that's been put in place. Take a look.
We are at the Maharishi Valmiki Airport in Ayodhya, and what a sight. You can see these beautiful paintings here, beautiful airport. We are on an Indigo flight which has come from Delhi, which was a packed flight today. And passengers, in fact, speaking on the flight about what a divine experience it is for them to fly to Ayodhya. What we are now also hearing in Ayodhya is that in the coming days, the flights are going to increase, and about 50 special aircraft could land in Ayodhya at this airport on the 22nd of January on the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. About 100 VIPs could come by special aircraft here to be a part of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Though their aircraft may not be parked here in Ayodhya, but they may be parked at nearby airports. But the Prime Minister is also land here at 11 AM that day to take a part in the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. तरुण जी, जो अयोध्या का विकास हो रहा है, या एयरपोर्ट में देख रहा हूँ पूरी फुल फ्लाइट आई हुई है, तो ये फ्लाइटें और बढ़ेंगी अयोध्या में, आपको लगता है लोगों को? और
श्री राम जन्मभूमि विश्व के अंदर अध्यात्म टूरिज्म की कैपिटल बन गया है। अब आने वाले समय में दुनिया का सबसे ज़्यादा टूरिस्ट और सबसे ज़्यादा आध्यात्मिक टूरिस्ट यहाँ आएगा। और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भव्य एयरपोर्ट और भव्य ही रेलवे स्टेशन और रोड कनेक्टिविटी इतनी ज़बरदस्त कर दी है कि अब अयोध्या पहुंचना भी आसान है, और मोदी जी के प्रयासों से भव्य मंदिर भी तैयार है।
नया एयरपोर्ट बहुत सुंदर है, लोग भी बहुत आ रहे हैं। फुल फ्लाइट इंडिगो की आई है दिल्ली से। एयरपोर्ट की कनेक्टिविटी और भी बढ़ेगी आने दिनों में।
अयोध्या अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिटी के रूप में डेवलप हो रहा है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा आपके सामने है, और जिस ढंग से अयोध्या का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बदल रहा है, मैं कह सकता हूँ कि शीघ्र ये आपको अद्भुत शहर, अविस्मरणीय क्षण आपको हमेशा देखने को मिले। प्रभु राम लला दरबार में स्वयं उपस्थित होगा।
So excited passengers here on the flight who have come with me from Delhi. आप कहाँ से आए हैं जी?
लुधियाना पंजाब से हैं जी।
अच्छा।
पहले तो जय श्री राम। लुधियाना पंजाब से हैं और राम लला के दर्शन करने आए हैं। अभी 22 तारीख तक यहीं पे रहेंगे, दर्शन करके अयोध्या जी की फिर पूरे घूम के फिर जाएंगे। जय श्री राम। बहुत भाग्यशाली हम, जहाँ राम लला जी हमने को यहाँ पे बुलाया।
सियाटल यूएस से आ रहे हैं और दिल्ली से फ्लाइट लेके सीधा?
दिल्ली से फ्लाइट लेके।
तो कैसा लग रहा है? अयोध्या का भी सोचा था फ्लाइट से आएंगे?
इतना सुंदर, फ्लाइट से तो आने का सोचा ही था, लेकिन इतना सुंदर बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है सर जी।
और अयोध्या की जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा 22 तारीख को हो रही है, आप सियाटल से मतलब क्या मंदिर देखने आए हैं? क्या
मंदिर देखने आए हैं? अगर हमको वहाँ पर इनविटेशन मिल जाए उसके लिए ट्राई करने की कोशिश करें।
अच्छा, इनविटेशन के लिए ट्राई करेंगे
जी सर।
तो कुछ लोग हमें बता रहे थे फ्लाइट में कि 20 तारीख के बाद तो कोई आने नहीं देगा यहाँ पे, तो पहले ही पहुंच जाए।
पहले पहुंच के देख लें, कम से कम ये तो दर्शन कर ही लेते हैं।
Connectivity to Ayodhya is also improving day by day. Today Indigo is already operating. We now have flight connectivity also coming from Ahmedabad and Mumbai. From tomorrow, the Air India Express on 16 January is going to launch its flights from Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta, Kolkata. All these metros could soon be connected to Ayodhya. The flight connectivity is up, and so is the rush here at the Ayodhya airport. I, in fact, have come on a fully packed flight, and you can see here at the Ayodhya Maharshi Valmiki airport, the airport, even just one flight which has come from Delhi today was completely packed. A lot of enthusiasm amongst the people to come to Ayodhya. Many are excited to see the new temple, and many want to come here before the 20th of January because they told me that after 20th January the entry could be stopped for outsiders. So everybody wants to come to Ayodhya before 20th January, maybe get a glimpse of the grand Ram temple.
किस तरीके से पूजा की शुरुआत होगी?
16 तारीख को जो यजमान यहाँ पर नियुक्त होंगे उनका स्नान इत्यादि करके प्रायश्चित्त होगा। उसके बाद जहाँ पर मूर्ति रखी हुई है, इस समय श्री विग्रह जो रखा हुआ है, वहाँ पर उस कमरे में जो उस मूर्ति के मूर्तिकार हैं उनका पूजन होता है और वो एक बार मतलब अंतिम बार मूर्ति को निरीक्षण करते हैं, होम हवन होता है और उसको आचार्य लोगों को सौंप देते हैं कि आज से यह मूर्ति आपकी है, अब आप इसका स्थापन के लिए इसको ले जाएं। ये विधि उस दिन होगी 16 तारीख को।
12:39 का शुभ मुहूर्त किया गया है।
जी, वही 84 सेकंड का मुहूर्त है। उसी अंदर उसी क्षण में भगवान को विराजमान कर दिया जाएगा और उनको मतलब प्रार्थना की जाएगी कि हे भगवान, अब आप आज से यहाँ पर जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, ऐसी प्रार्थना है उसमें, सूर्या चंद्रमसौ यावत ऐसा बताया जाता है, जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा भगवान आप यहाँ पर विराजमान होइए और अपनी कृपा दृष्टि प्राणी मात्र के ऊपर अपनी कृपा दृष्टि डालिए।
तो अंजन चला का भी किया जाएगा, कौन से दिन वो होगा?
वो 21 तारीख को होगा, जब भगवान को 96 कलशों से स्नान होता है। उस समय अंजन उनका पट्टी खोल करके और घी, मधु और शहद, ये मतलब शहद इसका बना करके सोने की तार से भगवान के आंख को उन्मीलन बोलते हैं उसको, नेत्र उन्मीलन, वो किया जाएगा।
जहाँ पे कि सामान्य जनता या सामान्य श्रद्धालु जाएंगे, वहाँ पे पुलिस के अलग ड्रेस कोड बनाया गया है और ये सारे लोग बिना शस्त्र के होंगे, क्योंकि अन्य जो ड्यूटियाँ होंगी शस्त्र के साथ वो वर्दी में होगी। लेकिन हम लोगों ने इस व्यवस्था में टेक्नोलॉजी का भी बहुत इस्तेमाल किया है और हम कैमरे के दृष्टि से सब पे निगाह रखेंगे और हमारे जो सिविल ड्रेस में अधिकारी और कर्मचारी रहेंगे वो ये सुनिश्चित कराएंगे कि अपने आने वाले श्रद्धालु को किसी तरह की कोई कठिनाई न हो।
स्वामी जी बताइए कि कितनी बड़ी खुशी आपको हो रही है, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा संघर्ष जो है अब खत्म होने को है।
कितनी बड़ी खुशी है इतना हम वर्णन नहीं कर सकते हैं। कितनी प्रसन्नता है, क्योंकि हमने सारे संघर्ष को देखा है, हमने शासन की बर्बरता को भी देखा है। हमें 1990 की घटना भी याद है, 2 नवंबर की, कार से गलियों में भून दिए गए, उठा करके सरयू में फेंक दिया गया, वो घटना हमने देखा, हमें याद है सब कुछ। तो कितनी प्रसन्नता है इसका वर्णन नहीं कर सकते हम वाणी से। पूरा विश्व प्रसन्न है, जहाँ भी राम भक्त हैं सब प्रसन्न हैं। बहुत धूमधाम से मनाया जा रहा है, सब उत्साहित हैं। दिवाली मनाएंगे, खूब प्रसाद वितरण करेंगे, लेकिन अभी हमारा संघर्ष खत्म नहीं हुआ है। इतने से हमारी पूर्णता नहीं हो रही है। कृष्ण जन्मभूमि पर भी विजय प्राप्त होने वाला है, काशी विश्वनाथ पर भी विजय प्राप्त है, लेकिन हमारे लिए राष्ट्र सब कुछ है। राष्ट्र है तो हम हैं, हमारी अस्मिता है, हमारा धर्म है, कर्म है, पूजा है, पाठ है, सब कुछ है। राष्ट्र नहीं तो कुछ नहीं। जिस जनसंख्या की विषमता के आधार पर राष्ट्र का बंटवारा हुआ था,
वो विषमता सुरसा की तरह मुंह फैलाए हुए बढ़ती चली जा रही है। इसी तरह विषमता बढ़ती गई तो क्या होगा?
Temple in itself is a huge moment for Indian civilization.
The enthusiasm, the excitement among the devotees can clearly be seen and experienced here.
संविधान में राम है, राज्य की कल्पना में राम है, रोम रोम में राम है, भारत के राम है, भारत में राम है।
राम 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 राम। धर्म को कैसे बांधते हुए, धर्म की सीमाओं में रहते हुए कैसे काम किया जाए?
इसके ऊपर आप अभी देख नहीं सकेंगी, वो विष्णु जी का है और वो एक तरीके से समुद्र मंथन उसकी कहानी।
Thousands of devotees have come to this Naya Ghat. They are offering prayers to Lord Surya.
Welcome back. You're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18. As we keep one eye on all of the proceedings in Ayodhya, we're also keeping one eye on the politics that is playing out. Remember, there's been much politics over the last few weeks over which political parties will and won't be attending the Pran Pratishtha ceremonies that are set to take place on the 22nd. The INDIA alliance has so far not had a united stand, with some parties indicating they would not be attending and other parties and politicians indicating that they were very, very eager to attend. Now, you might remember that as of just a few days ago, the Aam Aadmi Party announced that they would be organizing Sundarkand recitals in Delhi ahead of the Ayodhya Ram Temple event. Arvind Kejriwal has at many points declared himself a Hanuman Bhakt, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But for now, that Aam Aadmi Party claim creating politics with the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, who you can see on the right side of your screens, slamming the Delhi government for organizing the Sundarkand Path. Now, Owaisi's called it the Sangh's agenda. He's also said that in doing this, the Aam Aadmi Party is no different from the BJP, which is adopting politics of competitive Hindutva. Remember, the Delhi government, in the wake of the Ram Mandir inauguration, issued this order that they would do this. It is also important to note that we don't have any clarity yet on whether or not Arvind Kejriwal will be attending the actual event on the 22nd. It does seem as if he's been told to block off his dates, but whether or not he'll actually be in attendance remains a question. Take a look first at what Asaduddin Owaisi from the AIMIM had to say.
मैंने जब ये मैंने देखा कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री और उनकी सरकार ये तय की है कि हर ट्यूसडे को वो सुरेंद्रकांड किताब पढ़वाएंगे, हनुमान चालीसा पढ़वाएंगे, तो उस पर मैंने ये किया है कि भाई आप लोग बीजेपी से क्या डिफरेंट है? आप में बीजेपी आरएसएस में कोई फर्क नहीं है। आप इनका हिपोक्रेसी देखिए कि कोई कह रहा है कि मैं सरयू नदी में चले आऊंगा, कोई कह रहा है कि राष्ट्रपति को नासिक आया जाए, कोई कह रहा है कि ये पाठ पढ़ाया जाएगा शिक्षा सेंटर में और जहां पर अस्पताल में पढ़ाया जाएगा। तो आप तो नरेंद्र मोदी की राह पर चल रहे हैं, जो वो कर रहे हैं आप वही करना चाह रहे हैं। तो आप में बीजेपी आरएसएस में क्या फर्क रहा है?
मुझे नहीं लगता कि मुझे उनकी बात का जवाब देना चाहिए। मैं तो हनुमान जी से प्रार्थना करूंगा कि उनको भी, ओवैसी साहब को भी हनुमान जी आशीर्वाद दें। मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को सुंदरकांड जैसे अच्छे कार्यक्रम से एतराज नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर वो इस पे एतराज कर रहे हैं तो ये गलत बात है, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
Okay, very interestingly, the BJP now firing back at the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi government over the announcement that they were going to be doing the Sundarkand Path. Now, BJP's Manoj Tiwari has alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal have, in his words, realized that their anti-Sanatan face has been revealed. He's further said that the INDIA alliance partners talk ill about Lord Ram and Sanatan Dharma, and Arvind Kejriwal supports them. Take a look very quickly at what Manoj Tiwari had to say, then we'll connect with a reporter for more.
आम आदमी पार्टी को, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को ये पता चल गया है कि उनका सनातन विरोधी चेहरा लोगों में चला गया। इंडी अलायंस के घटक दल सनातन धर्म को गाली देते हैं, सनातन धर्म को, हिंदू धर्म को नष्ट करने के लिए साजिश अपनाते हैं और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी उनसे गले मिलते हैं, उन्हीं के अलायंस के सदस्य हैं। तो अब वो कालनेमी की तरह एक नई चाल चले, सुंदरकांड कराएंगे, बहुत अच्छा है। लेकिन भैया, इस सुंदरकांड में भी कहीं घोटाला ना हो जाए, कोई स्कैम ना हो जाए, इस बात की हमें चिंता है। पता नहीं किसका पैसा लगेगा, पता नहीं कहां से आएगा। तो दिल्ली और देश की जनता तो आपका सनातन विरोधी चेहरा देख चुकी है, लेकिन अच्छा है आप पब्लिक से डर रहे हैं।
Let's go over to our colleague Payal Mehta to understand more. Payal, in many ways this isn't surprising because back in 2020 the Delhi Chief Minister said that he was a Hanuman Bhakt. In 2021 itself he visited Ayodhya and the Hanuman Gari temple, and since then we know that Ayodhya has featured quite heavily in the Delhi government's own advertising. For example, they allow the elderly to travel there for free through a program that's organized by the government. Tell us, Payal, keeping all of that in mind, was the BJP surprised internally by this announcement from the Aam Aadmi Party?
Not really, because the BJP Toya has been saying that this is a double face of Arvind Kejriwal, which has been exposed. On one front, where he is with the India Alliance, why is it that he's not able to clear his stand in terms of whether he's going to Ayodhya or not, whether they're going to visit Ayodhya or not on the 22nd as being invited? And what is this whole argument about? You know, the fact that Arvind Kejriwal himself was opposing certain developments within Ayodhya, and in particular to do with the Ram temple, but now he seems to be singing a different tune as well. The Aam Aadmi Party Toya kept quiet throughout the entire debate, and of course controversy that we saw around Udayanidhi Stalin's remark on the Sanatan Dharma. That is of course what the BJP is really saying, and the BJP has got ammunition to attack Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party over here. And of course also there is an Owaisi also joining in, calling him names like a Chota Recharge of the RSS.
Okay, thank you for bringing us that context, Payal. We're going to take a look right now at more political reactions. Remember, this is the politics that has played out around the inauguration over the last few weeks too. Take a look.
There is a bullying happening, harassment happening in the social media platforms against the renowned musician, singer K.S. Chitra, who is a Padma Bhushan awardee, who is known across the country and across the world for her singing capabilities. What she has said is a very simple thing. She has said that we should chant Ram Naam and light the diya. Is it a crime to light the diya in Kerala? Is it a crime to chant Ram Naam in Kerala? Why the police is silent on such bullying?
आप यहाँ पर आए अनुराग जी, और एक किस तरह का मैसेज लोगों तक जा रहा है?
राम भक्तों की जय जयकार हुई है। मैं तो ये कहूँगा भगवान राम, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम राम, जिसके लिए आज पूरे भारत भर में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह से पहले देश के करोड़ों मंदिरों में स्वच्छता अभियान की शुरुआत हुई। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कालाराम मंदिर नासिक से उसकी शुरुआत की, जहां पंचवटी भी है भगवान राम की, और आज देश के छोटे से बड़े मंदिर में स्वच्छता अभियान चल रहा है। दूसरी ओर सबको प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह का इंतज़ार है, क्योंकि 500 वर्षों का इंतज़ार खत्म हुआ है, भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ है। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा, देश का वातावरण राममय हुआ है। राम राज्य की कल्पना जो थी उस और हम चले हैं। राम भक्तों की विजय हुई है। आइए जय श्री राम की गूंज के साथ देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करें, गरीबों का कल्याण करें। कांग्रेस तो और उसके गठबंधन दल शुरू से ही कहते थे कि राम भगवान काल्पनिक है, राम सेतु नहीं है। वो तो राम लला के मुकदमे में अपने सहयोगी वकीलों को खड़ा करते थे कि राम लला मुकदमा हार जाएं। ये कांग्रेस ने हर संभव प्रयास किया जी, लेकिन हमने वर्षों तक संघर्ष किया, कई पीढ़ियों ने संघर्ष किया, बलिदान तक दिया, तब जाकर आज भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ है। और अब कांग्रेस बहाने ढूंढ रही है और सहयोगी दल दूरी बनाए रखे। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा, तारीख, स्थान, समय सब तय कर दिया है, निमंत्रण भी भिजवा दिया है। आइए रामलला के दर्शन कीजिए, और जिसकी मजबूरी है राम मंदिर से दूरी बनाए रखने की, वो दूरी बनाए रखें। हमें तो राम जी की भक्ति की ही जरूरी है।
एक बड़ी आकांक्षा, तो अटल जी ने कहा था जन भावना का प्रकटीकरण था जो हुआ वहां पर। अब राम मंदिर बनने वाला है। रवि सर, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के लिए आप,
ऐसा है, जिस तरीके से राम मंदिर बन रहा है, एक एक देशवासी खुश है, राम भक्त और खुश है। मेरा परम सौभाग्य उनके चरणों में सेवा करने का अवसर मिला। लेकिन भारत के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय के बाद इसको मूर्त रूप देने में पहल की है, डिजाइन में, खूबसूरती में, अयोध्या की व्यवस्था को सुधारने में, योगी जी के साथ साथ कैसा एयरपोर्ट होगा उसमें भी राम की झलक आनी चाहिए, स्टेशन में आनी चाहिए, सारे मार्ग सुगम होने चाहिए। अयोध्या दुनिया की एक प्रभु की राजधानी है राम की ना, तो उसी के अनुसार राजधानी बननी चाहिए। मंदिर भी और अयोध्या भी।
रवि सर, एक सवाल पूछूंगा। राम मंदिर को आप राम लल्ला का वकील रहे, वकील बनना एक चीज होता है, लेकिन आस्था से जुड़ना अलग बात होती है। आस्था और वकालत कैसे साथ साथ काम किया आपकी?
अमिताभ बाबू, आप बहुत वरिष्ठ पत्रकार हैं, बिना राम के भक्ति के आप उनके वकील नहीं बन सकते। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट हूं। राम की भक्ति जरूरी है वकालत के लिए, वरना तो जैसे आपने राम को एक मोकिल समझा तो आप तो गए। एक पैसा फीस नहीं लेना, भक्ति का भाव, आस्था का भाव, पूरी वकालत सुप्रीम कोर्ट में छोड़ दी थी मैंने।
दिग्विजय सिंह का निजी बयान होता तो मैं कुछ बोल सकता था, लेकिन उन्होंने कांग्रेस की बात किया तो मैं ज्यादा बोल सकता हूं। बोल सकता था, अब ज्यादा बोल सकता हूं, इसलिए क्योंकि कांग्रेस की ही देन है कि आज इतने दिनों तक यह विवाद पूरे देश में बना रहा। जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस ने राजनीतिक रंग देकर भगवान राम को, राम जन्मभूमि को काल्पनिक सिद्ध करने का प्रयास किया, इतने दिनों तक भगवान राम को टेंट में रखने का महापाप किया। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने गौ माता के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई दिल्ली में, साधु संतों को मरवाया दिल्ली में, और लगातार प्रयास किया कि सनातन को कैसे नीचा दिखाया जाए, एक नहीं।
आप देख सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी।
Visuals that you can see right now on your screen of the Prime Minister arriving. So we've taken you straight to Ayodhya, as you can see right now, the Prime Minister arriving. Today is the first of multiple different ceremonies that will be taking place. So right from today, where you had a set of pujas taking place, to the 22nd, each day is going to be marked, and we're going to bring you more visuals of all of these details over the next few days. And we're going to bring you more details in just a second. Right now on your screens, of course, you can see the Prime Minister. He is there, he is clad, he's offering his prayers as we speak at the Veerbhadra temple. We'll bring you more details on all of these developments in just a second, but he is, as we speak, visiting Andhra Pradesh. He's going to be in Andhra Pradesh interacting. All right, just a second, we're going to go over to my colleague Payal to get more details. Payal, the Prime Minister, as we can see, we switched stories right now. Let me just tell our audiences, we switched from Ram Mandir coverage. We were bringing our audiences to AP, where the Prime Minister is visiting the Veerbhadra temple. Can you tell us more about what lays in store for him through the day today?
Well, the Prime Minister today, in fact, will be visiting the Veerbhadra temple, which is in Lepakshi, and he will also be hearing the verses from Ramayana, which is in Telugu. And remember, when he was there, in the south of India last time around, he was quickly able to translate those verses from Tamil to Hindi using artificial intelligence. That's a similar technology which is going to be used. But it's a very, very important day, given the fact that this place, Lepakshi, has a huge significance in the tale of Ramayana. In fact, it was Lepakshi where Jatayu, who had been grievously wounded by Ravan after he was trying to secure Sita, was wounded, and he fell down there as well. So it's a very important location as far as that is concerned, and the whole story of the Ramayana, and of course in the build up to the big Ram temple consecration ceremony. This is again a very important place as well. Remember, the Prime Minister announced a few days ago, Toya, that he will be in fact holding anushtans all over the country for 11 days in the run up to the Ayodhya consecration ceremony. And this seems to be one other occasion as far as that is concerned. The Prime Minister returns to the south of India again in a couple of days ago. In fact, a couple of days ago, he was already there in Tamil Nadu and Lakshadweep. But now he has come back, and this time around on his visit list is going to be Kerala and Andhra Pradesh. So obviously, the Prime Minister on one front traveling the length and breadth of the country, at the same time also speaking about the importance of Ramayana and the places associated with the tale of Ramayana.
And says this is a 2-day trip to Andhra Pradesh and Kerala, and in Kerala too he'll be visiting a temple and inaugurating multiple projects. Can you just tell audiences more about that, please?
Well, the Prime Minister always is on a visit, and this time around when he's on a visit, this is yet another confluence of Vikas and Vishwas. A number of important projects to do with the development of Kerala is also going to be on his when he's in fact on a visit over here. He will in fact also be visiting a temple, like you really mentioned. So the Prime Minister there on a 2-day visit down south, and the south is a very, very significant region as far as the BJP's fortunes are concerned. The BJP is looking at getting their feet in the south. They have practically no government there after they lost Karnataka recently. So it's a very important background as far as that visit is really concerned. The Prime Minister will be taking development projects, will be taking a lot of projects for the welfare of the people. He's going to be transforming India's ports, shipping and waterways sector. The Prime Minister is expected to inaugurate projects worth more than 4,000 crore in Kochi itself. And he will in fact be inaugurating the new dry dock and the international ship repair facility at the Cochin shipyard. And of course, he'll be also enabling docking of large commercial vessels, in fact, at the CSL. He'll be also, inaugurating the IOCL's LPG import terminal in Kochi, and the Prime Minister will be performing a puja at the Guruvayur temple and the Thirupur Sri Ramaswamy temple in Kerala.
Can we talk a little bit more about what you touched on a little while earlier, Payal, which is the BJP's imprint down south? Let's just look at Andhra Pradesh in particular. It's a state where the BJP once used to play kingmaker. Can you tell us more about what the BJP's goals are with a visit like this, but also long term over the next few months?
Yes, the next few months are extremely critical given the fact that you have the Lok Sabha elections, and the score as far as the BJP in the states in south are concerned is 0. Barring Karnataka, they have not been effective anywhere in terms of Lok Sabha polls as well. They do not have any seats in Kerala and Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh either, and that's the reason that the Prime Minister's pitch is going to be extremely important. Development out south is something which the Prime Minister and his government have been doing over the last 10 years. That is something which he is going to highlight on. Obviously, they are going to be looking at various combinations. In fact, Toya, when the BJP has sat down and put out a list of the seats that they need to focus on, 84 of those seats are from the south part of the country. The Prime Minister has been making repeated visits. So there have been visits from various other leaders, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the party president JP Nadda. So obviously, 84 seats out of 131 seats which are there in the state are going to be very important. And today, when he's visiting Andhra Pradesh is where Jagan Mohan Reddy has massive majority. He has 22 out of 25 seats, and in fact 23 out of 25 seats right now. And obviously, that's something which the BJP has also been wanting to focus on, is to get the imprint down south, but the score has not been very good. And of course, Kerala has been a bitter battle between the RSS and of course the CPM forces over there. There has been a lot of bloodshed that the BJP Karyakartas and the RSS Karyakartas have witnessed over there. But the BJP is determined to do well this time around in the Lok Sabha elections, and that's the reason these pitches coming in from the government in terms of development and also in terms of honouring what you see is said to be the dharma. So Vikas and Vishwas is again which Prime Minister Modi's pitch has been all through the 9 years. He's spoken about the importance of having double engine growth Sarkar, talking about working towards the causes of people, at the same time respecting every individual, their faith, their following, etc. And that's the reason, Toya, in fact just late last month when the Prime Minister hosted a delegation of Christian people at his residence to celebrate Christmas, it was very, very significant because a lot of leaders were there in that gathering from Kerala, including BJP Kerala leaders. So a strong message was being sent by the Prime Minister saying that this is a government which works for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas, and we essentially want to follow that same guideline as we continue.
Thank you for illustrating that for us. The Prime Minister, as you can see on your screens, in Andhra Pradesh right now. He'll be in Andhra Pradesh and in Kerala. These next few days are particularly crucial. 6 days till the inauguration date. We'll be keeping an eye on the Prime Minister on each day. That's all that we have for you right now. It's time for a short break on the show.
Hello and welcome to CNN News 18 with me, Ayushman Singh Jama. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin. Now, this is concerning the Gyanvapi dispute before the Supreme Court. Now, what we are learning is that the Supreme Court has now allowed the Hindu side's plea for cleaning of the water tank in the mosque premises. The Supreme Court has asked the district administration to carry out the cleaning work. That is the piece of breaking news that's coming in. A huge move coming in within the Gyanvapi dispute, ladies and gentlemen, where the Supreme Court has now allowed the Hindu side's plea for cleaning of the water tank in the mosque premises itself. The Supreme Court has asked the district administration to carry out the cleaning work. So, a victory for the Hindu side when it comes to the legal tussle in the Gyanvapi dispute. Now the Supreme Court has allowed the Hindu side's plea for cleaning of the water tank in the mosque premises. We'll get more details from our reporter. I'm joined by my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar on the broadcast. So Ananya, a victory for the Hindu side when it comes to this aspect of the Gyanvapi dispute. Is this area, just clarify for our viewers, is this the Wazukhana area where the Hindu side's plea to clean it has now been allowed by the top court?
Well, definitely this is with regards to, the Wazukhana area. This is a tank which is existing in the Wazukhana area, and the Hindu side had knocked the doors of the topmost court of the country, seeking for the cleaning of this particular tank because there exists that particular structure that is a disputed structure. And what is also very, very important, Ayushman, to note is that the Muslim side too did not oppose this petition. In fact, stated that they had already moved an application before the trial court to clean that particular area where, fishes were actually dying, and that's exactly why that area had to be cleaned. So this is a big development and a big relief coming in for both these sides. The petition was by the Hindu side, so definitely a relief coming in for Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain and the Hindu petitioners in this particular case, where the cleaning of this particular water tank which exists in that particular sealed area has been allowed for by the Supreme Court. Also, the district administration at Varanasi has been asked and directed to actually carry out this cleaning exercise that needs to be done at that particular area inside the Gyanvapi mosque.
Right, but Ananya, at the same time, when it comes to the structure inside this Wazukhana area, now the Hindu side, many voices from the Hindu side claim that it is actually a shivling. The Muslim side claims that it is actually the part of a fountain where the Muslim devotees and Muslims, they wash their hands before ceremonial prayers. So that dispute also continues over there. What is the nature of the structure when it comes to the structure inside the Wazukhana area? Now, to clean it, of course, you'll have to drain out all the water. So is there some movement on that aspect as well? What is the nature of this structure inside the Wazukhana area?
Well, today the matter was not on whether to judge with regards to what is that particular structure that exists inside, which was found during that Advocate Commissioner survey and also during the ASI survey. However, ASI survey did not go inside the Wazukhana area, but the Advocate Commissioner survey had seen that particular structure. It was discovered in that particular survey carried out by the Advocate Commissioner. However, the hearing today was only on the aspect of the cleaning of that particular tank, and that has been directed by the topmost court of the country. However, the dispute still continues before the Supreme Court and also before the Varanasi District Court. How would things pan out is something that we'll have to wait and watch for.
Right, but can we make the argument also, Ananya, that when it comes to the Hindu side's plea to clean this Wazukhana area, given the claims from the Hindu side over the nature of that structure inside the Wazukhana, that there is some push for at least gets some prayer started inside the Wazukhana area, that they are trying to, in some way or the other, push their Astha plea when it comes to the structure inside the Wazukhana area, because cleaning definitely denotes some level of Astha when it comes to what is that structure inside the Wazukhana area. They claim it's a shivling, the Muslim side claims that this is part of a fountain.
Well, definitely the Hindu side had claimed that, this is a shivling, and that's the reason why that particular water tank has to be cleaned. It is their religious belief, and that's exactly what has been contended by the Hindu side. However, we have to understand that today what had happened was with regards to, how the Muslim side too had not objected to it. In fact, they had also said that, this area has to be cleaned because the fishes that were lying in that particular water body, that body that exists there consisting of water, is something that they are dying, and that's the reason why, in fact, the cleaning of that particular area is required. However, the Astha the Astha argument that is being put forth by the Hindu side has constantly been the key focus of the Hindu petitioners before the Supreme Court, before the Varanasi District Court as well.
Shifting from one aspect of Astha to another now, Prime Minister Modi there at the Veerbhadra temple honouring Lord Shiva in Hyderabad. A huge Astha push coming in from Prime Minister Modi, this coming right ahead of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony on the 22nd of January. Prime Minister Modi leading the Astha drive, ladies and gentlemen, in Hyderabad. Prime Minister Modi there, those visuals on your screen, offering prayers at the Veerbhadra temple. So that's those visuals coming in from Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister Modi on a tour of Andhra Pradesh and visiting the hallowed Veerbhadra temple, offering prayers at the Veerbhadra temple. This also coming in the run-up to the grand Pran Pratishtha ceremony in Ayodhya, where the Ram temple will finally be realized. Prime Minister Modi's signature brand of Astha and Vikas in the southern state of Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister Modi, those visuals on your screen, offering prayers at the Veerbhadra temple in Andhra Pradesh. This is coming in the run-up to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony in Ayodhya. I'm joined by my colleague Aman Sharma on the broadcast. So Aman, Prime Minister Modi, as I was saying, signature brand of Vikas and Astha, but a particular push coming in the southern state of Andhra Pradesh.
Yes, Ayushman, this I would say is a part of the PM's 11-day Anushthan that he announced a few days back, that he'll undergoing this entire ritual of the 11-day Anushthan before he comes for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Ram temple on January 22nd. On the first day of his Anushthan, he had gone to Panchvati, where he had prayed at a temple. Panchvati is a place which is very, very closely connected to the Ramayana, and we had reported that day that PM could in fact go to more places connected with the epic Ramayana, where Lord Ram spent his life, or which are closely connected to Ayodhya and to the Ram temple story. So Prime Minister today is at the Veerbhadra temple in Lepakshi, as you just said. Why Lepakshi? So Lepakshi holds a special place in Ramayana, Ayushman. So the details I have is that Lepakshi is the place where Jatayu, the bird king, when he was wounded by Ravan, he fell. This is the place he fell after he was trying to rescue Mata Sita from the clutches of Ravan. So the dying Jatayu had told Lord Ram about that Sita had been taken away by Ravan. So this is exactly the place. The visit to Lepakshi holds significance in that we are hearing that the PM will be hearing verses from the Rangathana Ramayana, which is in Telugu, at this place. And when he was in Kalaram Mandir in Panchvati last week, he had heard the Ayodhya Agman of Bhagwan Ram from Ayodhya at that place. So this is a part of course, it's a south push. This is the second visit by the PM to South India this year itself. So he's going to Andhra today and he'll be in Kerala again tomorrow. But the Prime Minister obviously focusing on the south, but this is also part of his Anushthan, is part of his trips to various parts of the country. He may go to another few places closely connected to Ramayana. And Ayushman, I am right now at Kar Sevakpuram in Ayodhya. So this is the place where, the long history of the Lord Ram Janambhoomi movement, of the Shilas. We've all heard those, long stories of Kar Sevakpuram, how this place has been so closely connected with the Ram Janambhoomi struggle. And even today, you have workers here who are working on these Shilas, which will find a place in the upcoming Ram temple. As we all know, the Ram temple is still under construction. The second and the third floor will be made over the next few months. So this is these Shilas are getting ready here to be installed in the new Ram temple, and workers are working very patiently on these Shilas, and they have also been decorated. So a lot of activity. People come to Karsevakpuram to look at the history of this place, from where the entire movement started to prepare the stones and the Shilas which will go to the Ram temple. And finally today we see some of these stones being included in the Ram temple construction, and some will be used also in the Ram temple premises, the Parkota as we say, in the days to come. So an Ayodhya festive atmosphere, and all eyes are on the Prime Minister, who will be arriving here on January 22nd for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. He lands at about 11 a.m. that day, and he'll be here for almost 3 hours in Ayodhya. We are hurling 2 hours is almost the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, 40 minutes of puja, and then about 60 to 65 minutes of statements by the Prime Minister, by Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, by the UP Chief Minister. The Prime Minister is expected to spend around 3 hours in Ayodhya that day. A much ceremony which everybody here is looking forward with some great anticipation.
Right, absolutely. So just to recap for our viewers, just on the outskirts of Hyderabad is the area of Lepakshi, where Prime Minister Modi is offering prayers at the Veerbhadra temple. The significance of Lepakshi is that Jatayu in the epic of the Ramayana fell in Lepakshi after he was wounded by Ravana. It is in Lepakshi that he told Ram about the abduction of Sita, and Lord Ram granted Jatayu Moksh in Lepakshi. So that is where the significance of Lepakshi comes in when it comes to the wider Ramayana. Now, Aman, as you were pointing out, Prime Minister Modi, of course, making that south connect with this trip to the Veerbhadra temple in Lepakshi in Andhra Pradesh. But at the same time, while, we tend to see the Ramayana as a very North Indian story, to see the epic of Ramayana because Lord Ram went all the way from Ayodhya down south. He travelled through the length and breadth of the country when it comes to getting Sita back from Lanka. Tying in the southern states into the entire mythos of the Ramayana is something also Prime Minister Modi is doing very visibly, part of his entire Astha and Vikas push in the run-up to 2024 as well.
Absolutely, Ayushman. And when you see the Prime Minister's visits, first to Panchvati, now you see it in Andhra today. So it's very clear that the Prime Minister is also trying to show, as you correctly said, that Ramayana is an epic which is spread across India, not just across India, even abroad. We'll have Ram Lalla's troops coming from Indonesia, from Sri Lanka, from many foreign countries, in fact, are landing up in Ayodhya to perform Ram Lalla's here in the next few days. So the Ramayana epic is not just about North India, as some people perceive it to be. It's about entire India. It's about even abroad. The following of Ram is there, and in fact the idol of Lord Ram, which will be installed in the Ram temple on January the 22nd, whose Pran Pratishtha will be done, is made by a artist from South India. Yogi Raj, who has built these famous sculptures like the Adi Shankaracharya or in Kedarnath and the Netaji Subhash Chandra statue at India Gate, is Arun Yogi Raj has made his statue. His idol has finally been selected by the Ram Temple Trust. It's a 51-inch tall Lord Ram statue, a depiction of a 5-year-old child. But I was told by trust member that it is perhaps one of the best statues ever made, and people will be amazed after seeing, and everybody is very eagerly anticipating, Ayushman. Everybody has seen glimpses of the temple, but nobody has seen the new Lord Ram statue, which will be installed in the new Garbhagriha on the 18th. So people are eagerly anticipating that. The details we have is that the statue, is made of sham stone, and the statue also has some other unique characteristics, about 150 kg to 200 kg in weight, and it's a standing structure of Lord Ram, perhaps with a bow and arrow, depicting a 5-year-old royal child, as we say, child of King Dashrath, but also 5-year-old child. And so that is the extent of Ramayana. It transcends states, it transcends the country's boundaries, it even transcends to international foreign countries, and that is on depiction here in Ayodhya. And the best efforts of the Yogi government is to show that all saints and sects, in fact of all major sects of Hinduism, have been invited for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Nearly 4,000 saints and seers are expected at the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So the Yogi government going out of its way, and also the Modi government trying to show that January 22nd is a festival, not just for UP, but for all Indians, and perhaps Indians settled in many countries abroad.
Absolutely. Tying up the Ramayana mythos into a pan-India project. Also, we saw about how Prime Minister Modi talks very favorably about Tamil culture, about how it's part of ancient India's culture, ancient India's heritage, installing the Sengol inside the new parliament. These outreaches by the Prime Minister when it comes to tying in the southern part of the country into the wider India narrative, taking away the lens from the north of the country, even with the Ramayana. When it comes to a political resonance in the south, because we've seen Hindutva politics doesn't really resonate that effectively versus the southern parties, what kind of game plan do you see from the BJP, Aman, when it comes to trying to get some political dividends out of this kind of cultural push coming in from the Prime Minister himself?
Well, if you talk to the BJP, they completely dissociate politics from the Ayodhya movement. They basically say Lord Ram is something closely associated to the Astha of people. BJP does not use Lord Ram or Ayodhya for political gains. But of course, when the Ayodhya movement has also become political because the Congress has spoken on it, other opposition parties have spoken on it, and the Pran Pratishtha comes just months ahead of the general Lok Sabha elections. Obviously, the opposition feels that is the BJP trying to, do this right now for political gains. Well, we will only know that once the elections come. But it's very clear that the BJP has been trying to make a strong foray into South India, led by the Prime Minister himself. Last time Ayushman in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, out of the 129 seats in South India in 5 southern states, BJP won 29 seats, 25 in Karnataka and 4 in Telangana. It did not open its account in Tamil Nadu, Kerala or Andhra Pradesh. This time definitely the BJP is looking to up its tally. What I was told by BJP sources that they have fixed an aim of winning at least 40 seats this time from South India. And the PM's push in these states, as I said, the second trip of the PM to South India this year, already in the first 15 days, shows that the BJP is focusing a lot on the South and, trying to also change this perception that, BJP is largely a heartland party, while the Congress and the left is the parties which are strong in the South. BJP is trying very hard to make, in fact, gains in the South to smash that perception, especially after it has lost Karnataka and in Telangana, the state elections held last year.
Right. Thank you, Aman, for getting us the latest when it comes to the BJP's Vikas and Astha push, primarily in the South, as Prime Minister Modi moves in to redefine and rebrand, if you will, the entire Ramayana mythos into a pan-India story. This push coming in Lipaksh in Andhra Pradesh, which is on the outskirts of Hyderabad, where Jatayu fell after his battle with Ravana, and Lord Ram granted him moksha in Lipaksh, and Prime Minister Modi leading this charge as part of his Anushthan ahead of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. But let's shift our focus to Ayodhya now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the entire Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Ram temple. This will take place on January 22nd. The entire city of Ayodhya has been decorated, and the run-up to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony is on. Now, the idol of Lord Ram will be positioned in the temple's Garbhagriha on January 18th. The auspicious timing was determined by Ganeshwar Shastri Dravid from Varanasi. The religious ceremonies have commenced from today and are scheduled to continue to the 21st of January. The Temple Trust mentioned that events will focus on diverse representation, historic tribal representation, as well as inclusive of several traditions surrounding Lord Ram. Uttar Pradesh government has issued directives to ensure adequate security in Ayodhya with ATS commandos, bulletproof security vehicles, as well as air surveillance, as well as anti-mine drones, ensuring security in the temple town. And Aman continues to be with us on the broadcast, reporting from the Hanuman Garhi temple when it comes to the run-up to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So, Aman, as we were talking about Prime Minister Modi's Astha pitch down south, the temple town is gearing up for the grand Pran Pratishtha ceremony as devotees from around the world have flocked to the temple town.
Well, Aishman, I have never seen something like this. I just came yesterday. But, Ayodhya, every corner of Ayodhya is decked up. We have hordes and hordes of pilgrims coming here. I came on a packed flight from Delhi. And, wherever I went in Ayodhya, I've seen streams of people coming in from not just UP, I must say, not just from North India, from all parts of the country. And people here basically coming and saying that, okay, we may not be able to, be a part of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, which is only an 8,000 invite event. But we want to see the Lord Ram temple before that, till the 20th. And after, once the temple opens for general public viewing from the 23rd, people have a lot of anticipation that they'll be able to see the new Lord Ram idol. As I said, there's a lot of anticipation for people. Many people, in fact, ask me here that Naye Ram Lalla kaise dikhte hain? So, people want to see how does the new Ram Lalla idol looks like. I know who has made it, how tall is it, unki bhujayein kitni lambi hain, poshak kaisi pehenenge. People have all these queries and lot of enthusiasm to go to the Ram temple. Even today at the makeshift Ram temple, which is the under the makeshift structure, I saw a huge queue of people lining up there to even see the makeshift structure, because they feel, okay, we may not be able to go on 23rd, we want to go now. Also, what I've seen in Ayodhya, what I've gone around and spoken to people about is that people think that Ayodhya's, finally Ayodhya has got its due. People who've come here 3 years back, 4 years back. I remember I came here 4 years back. I went to Hanuman Garhi today. That place is unrecognizable. The streets have become wider. The market has become beautiful. Even the shopkeepers, they were saying that their business has increased and it will further increase once more and more pilgrims start coming in. Ayodhya is being designed to become a global spiritual destination. When people will think...
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're getting a piece of breaking news as the politics escalates over the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Rahul Gandhi has has attacked the BJP over the Ram Mandir's Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Rahul Gandhi says that the RSS and the BJP have made January 22nd a complete Narendra Modi function in Ayodhya. It has become a completely political program. RSS and the BJP have given election flavor to the 22nd of January, is the pitch coming in from the former Congress President Rahul Gandhi. And he is saying that this is why the Congress President is not going for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Now, talking about the Shankaracharyas as well, Rahul Gandhi says even the great leaders of Hindu culture have refused to go there. Hence, it is very difficult for us to attend the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. That pitch coming in from Rahul Gandhi. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, Rahul Gandhi reiterating the Congress's line that because the Shankaracharyas have refused to go for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, that is the justification for us rejecting the invitation. But multiple examples have come to the fore. The BJP has put those out where several Pran Pratishtha ceremonies took place in grand temples across this country, even though they weren't complete.
You know, in fact, Ayushman, one of the main persons who's instrumental for the Congress's decision not to enter the Pran Pratishtha or take part in the Pran Pratishtha was, in fact, Rahul Gandhi. What sources are now telling us is that at the closed-door meetings, he felt that this is a non-issue and the BJP needs to be exposed. And people must know and will come to know eventually that it's got nothing to do with faith. It's got nothing to do with Astha. It is yet another PR event as far as the BJP is concerned, where it's going to be all about the Prime Minister. And therefore, why should any political party in the opposition spectrum, and including the Congress party, even take part in an event which is essentially going to be dominated by the BJP and the RSS? And you know, you talk about Rahul Gandhi speaking of the Shankaracharya, that's the latest line which is being taken up by the Congress party over the last few days. The absence of the four Shankaracharyas from the event and them making the point that, you know, this is not a complete temple and hence, you know, it is not really got anything to do with Astha and therefore it's not a sacred thing. It's something it is reiterated, and I'm seeing a snowballing of another controversy where the BJP is bound to attack Rahul Gandhi and Congress for making these comments.
Right, but the BJP was also quick to point out, Pallavi, that, you know, back during Jawaharlal Nehru's time also, the Somnath Temple Pran Pratishtha ceremony took place around 1950 and the entire temple was complete only 14 years later. And Rajendra Prasad, the first president of India, conducted the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So there is precedent for this. There are multiple temples where the Pran Pratishtha ceremony takes place and then it is constructed. So even on this point, the BJP has hit back at the Congress party.
Yes, I mean, if you speak to the Pandits, they also make the point that all you require to do when you complete a Pran Pratishtha is that there should be a roof over the deity and there should be a wall surrounding the idol of which you want to do the Pran Pratishtha. And on the ground, is absolutely entitled to have the understand what it is. And the BJP and Somnath Temple, Pran Pratishtha, where again, if you go by the argument of the Congress party, it was not complete. So why did you have it then? There are many faults which are being found out by the BJP. I mean, you know, that when the Congress also says, and Rahul Gandhi also says, religion and politics need to be kept separately. An earlier letter of Sonia Gandhi where she apologizes for not being able to attend the Pope's consecration, that is also being canonization, actually, sorry, where she regretted her absence. That is also being used by the BJP to make the point that when it came to a particular faith, Sonia Gandhi never used this yardstick of religion and politics being kept separate.
Absolutely. Pallavi, please stay with us. Let's listen into what Rahul Gandhi had to say.
Well, the issue, frankly, you see, the RSS and the BJP have made the 22nd January function a completely political Narendra Modi function. It's become a RSS BJP function. And I think that is why the Congress president said that he would not go to the function. We are open to all religions, all practices. Even the authorities of the Hindu religion, the biggest authorities of the Hindu religion, have made their view public about what they think about the 22nd January function, that it is a political function, right? So
it is difficult for us to go to a political function which is designed around the Prime Minister of India and designed around the RSS. We made it clear that whoever would like to visit the Ram temple, among our partners, among our party, is more than welcome to do it. It's difficult for us to visit on the 22nd and say that, you know, this is a Prime Minister's function, this is a RSS function, and we are going to go. It's not possible for us. जो तो ये राम मंदिर 22 तारीख का फंक्शन जो है, ये राजनीतिक फंक्शन बन गया है. हिंदू धर्म के जो हमारे लीडर्स हैं, जो अथॉरिटीज हैं, उन्होंने कहा है कि वो नहीं जा पाएंगे क्योंकि ये राजनीतिक फंक्शन बन गया है. आरएसएस ने, बीजेपी ने 22 तारीख को एक चुनावी फ्लेवर, इलेक्शन फ्लेवर, पॉलिटिकल फ्लेवर दे दिया है. इसीलिए कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट ने इनकार किया वहां जाने का. जहां तक धर्म की बात है, हम सब धर्मों के साथ ये कहना चाहते हैं कि जो भी जाना चाहता है जा सकता है, कांग्रेस पार्टी से जा सकता है, but we cannot be party to a political function. It becomes very difficult for us when the Prime Minister of India and the RSS, our principal opponents, have captured a function and turned it into an election function.
Young lady from Nagaland. And Pallavi continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Pallavi, let's decode the Congress party's political journey, if you will. First they said, give us the date when it comes to the inauguration of the Ram Mandir. The date came out. Then they said that the Ram Mandir is the legacy of Rajiv Gandhi, but the top brass has refused to go for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. They have called it a political event multiple times, but BJP has cited precedent where someone like Rajendra Prasad, people who held constitutional office, led Pran Pratishtha ceremonies. Then they talk about the Shankaracharyas, but then the Somnath temple example comes up. So the Congress party seems to be grasping at straws to come up with some concrete argument when it comes to taking on the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, especially after the UP unit of the Congress party went to Ayodhya and took a dip in the Saryu River.
Well, Ayushman, I think the confusion and the contradiction dilemma within the Congress party is almost complete, because on a day like yesterday, you did find some high-profile leaders. There was a Supriya Srinath there was a Dipendra Hooda there. All of them had gone to the Saryu Nadi. They were chanting Jai Shri Ram to make the point that we are not against Ram. Clearly, there are political considerations because, you know, from the hustle and bustle and all the bravado which the Congress party is showing, the fact is those who have to contest the elections, those who have to hit the ground, they are the ones who are a little wary and upset and worried about the repercussions it may have. See, one is not suggesting that going for the Pran Pratishtha would have swayed the votes in favor of the Congress party, but the damage by not going there is much, much larger. And I think it's best reflected in the multiple voices we have been hearing, whether it's from the Vikramaditya Singh, the PWD minister from Himachal Pradesh, Arunjun Mothwadia, as far as Gujarat Congress is concerned. So there are concerns. Some are vocal, some are not going to be so vocal, but the concern is very much there. And that was reflected in the show of strength which we saw in Ayodhya yesterday coming in from the Congress leaders.
Right. Pallavi, at the same time, if you look at the Congress leaders in the Hindi heartland, if you look at, as you're talking about Vikramaditya Singh, is there a scramble from these leaders also in the north to try to protect their political fiefdoms by not allying with what the top brass's decision has been taken with the Pran Pratishtha ceremony?
I think the top brass has said also, because they realized the kind of pressure that they are also coming under, is that anyone who wants to go for the Pran Pratishtha, if you have an invite, you can always go. Now, Vikramaditya Singh, for example, has gone on record to say that he's received an invite, he's very much going to be going over there. So, you know, there are going to be leaders who have got the invites, who would very much want to be there, because they are also the ones who have to go back to their voters and constituencies. I mean, again, I'm giving an example of Vikramaditya Singh, Ayushman. 98% of the population in Himachal Pradesh are Hindus. Forget the Lok Sabha, even his own turf, it becomes very important for Vikramaditya Singh to be seen at the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So here we'll see a little bit of detachment of some leaders from a stand taken by the top three of the Congress party.
Right, but at the same time, Pallavi, forget about, gaining an advantage, because in a one-on-one fight on the Hindutva card, the BJP has the edge, especially given the fact that the Ram Mandir has been their campaign since the inception of the party. But as you were pointing out, not going there and the damage it causes, all you have to look at is the state of Madhya Pradesh, where the Congress suffered badly when it comes to the Hindutva card.
Absolutely, and also look at Karnataka, where the Congress won, because there too they played the card. And I think the Congress party was very aware of the fact that the BJP always has that edge, and therefore people like DK Shiv Kumar, particularly, extremely devout, goes to a lot of temples, does a lot of religious rituals, and he would also understand the pitfalls of the absence of the Pran Pratishtha. It's a misnomer to think that it's only the Hindi heartland belt which gets affected by the Ram Mandir. Down south too, in states like Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, these things matter. If it didn't, there is a huge Ram legacy there down south. I mean, it's borne out by the fact that the Prime Minister today is in Lipakshi, which has a very deep connect with the Ramayana. And therefore, whether it's north, whether it's south, whether it's west, it does really matter. And therefore, there is a concern, certainly I would say, within the Congress party. Many of them don't speak out openly, but when we interact with them, they do tell us that we wish the top leadership would have understood that we are the one who are going to have to face the voters, not they.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Modi staying on brand even in the south at the Veerbhadra temple in Andhra Pradesh, but the Congress party maintaining that this is an entire political event by the BJP. I'm joined by Mandir Sirsa of the BJP. Thank you, Mr. Sirsa, for joining us on CNN News 18. Your reaction to Rahul Gandhi saying that the BJP and RSS have captured the Pran Pratishtha ceremony?
No, first of all, using this kind of word, they have captured. Basically, whose commitment was this? Isn't it a BJP commitment in a manifesto that if we got a chance in a government, we will form a government and they will make a Ram temple? So what is wrong? From the day one, it was the time when they used to ask कि मंदिर बनाएंगे पर डेट नहीं बताएंगे. अब एक प्रधानमंत्री हैं देश के वो, और एक प्रधानमंत्री अगर तो देश को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं वो. जहां तक किसी को मना नहीं किया, सबको बुलाया गया है. अब इवेंट तो था मोदी जी का, अगर मोदी जी को बुलाया जाता, किसी और को मौका ना दिया जाता. तो यहाँ तो सबको बुलाया गया कि आप भी आइए, लेकिन यू चूज कि नहीं, हमने वहां नहीं जाना. क्यों नहीं जाना? क्योंकि हम लोग यही कहते रहे हैं. इफ यू रिमेम्बर, इन समाजवादी पार्टीज मैनिफेस्टो विच वाज सपोर्टेड बाय कांग्रेस आल्सो, दे सेड कि हम आएंगे तो मस्जिद वहां वापस बनाएंगे. अब इनको लगता है कि अगर हम वहां चले जाएंगे तो हमारे मैनिफेस्टो का क्या होगा. So BJP is following his manifesto and Congress is also following their manifesto. इसलिए कांग्रेस वहां जा नहीं सकती, क्योंकि कांग्रेस का मैनिफेस्टो तो ये कहता था कि वो हम मस्जिद बनाएंगे. So that is the reason कि वो अपने वोट बैंक को छोड़ना नहीं चाहते. वरना सबको कहा गया है, ये किसी एक का शो नहीं था. अगर राहुल जी वहां होते, या सोनिया गांधी जी वहां जाते, या खड़गे जी वहां जाते, या अखिलेश यादव जी वहां जाते, या ममता जी जाते, या नीतीश जी जाते, तो सब लोग वहां दिखाई देते और सब लोगों के लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी थी. और वैसे भी जिस धर्म में आपकी आस्था है, उसका कोई बड़ा काम हो तो आपको शमूलियत करनी चाहिए. कल गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी का प्रकाश पर्व है, हर सिख जाएगा गुरुद्वारे, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि जो जाएगा गुरुद्वारे उसी का प्रोग्राम सबका है. घर पर बैठे उनके लिए भी है, लेकिन अब ये तो भावना की बात है. उनके मन में ऐसी भावना ही नहीं है, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं उसके लिए.
पर वो अब कह रहे हैं कि वो 4 शंकराचार्य नहीं जा रहे हैं, इसलिए वो भी नहीं जा रहे हैं कि आप हिंदू आस्था को इंसल्ट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि 4 शंकराचार्यों ने बोला है कि टेंपल इनकम्प्लीट है, यहां प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नहीं हो सकती.
नहीं, चलो वो यही कह दें, फिर वो ये भी बता दें कि अगर वो 4 शंकराचार्य जाते तो हम जाते. लेकिन वो तो 4 शंकराचार्य के उन्होंने तो ये कहा कि जी हम लोग, पहली बात 4 शंकराचार्य ने ये कभी नहीं कहा. डेफिनेटली एक शंकराचार्य जी ने ये कहा भी है, लेकिन बाकी तीनों ने अपने स्पष्टीकरण दिया हम किन कारणों से नहीं आ रहे. लेकिन उन्होंने यहाँ तक कहा कि मोदी जी को करना चाहिए प्राण प्रतिष्ठा, क्योंकि उनके कारण, उनके यत्नों से ये संभव हो पाया है. तो इसमें क्या गलत है? लेकिन ये वो बताएं कि जब वो मैनिफेस्टो में लिख कर देते थे जब हम आएंगे तो यहाँ मस्जिद बनाएंगे, तब ठीक था. वो उनको जस्टिफाई लगता था.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Sirsa, for right. Thank you, Mr. Sirsa, for sharing your perspective when it comes to this latest pitch that has come in from Rahul Gandhi, who has said that the BJP and the RSS have captured the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, which will take place on the 22nd of January. Let's listen into the Congress MP once again.
The RSS and the BJP have made the 22nd January function a completely political Narendra Modi function. It's become a RSS, BJP function. And I think that is why the Congress president said that he would not go to the function. We are open to all religions, all practices. Even the authorities of the Hindu religion, the biggest authorities of the Hindu religion, have made their view public about what they think about the 22nd January function, that it is a political function.
So the politics continues to escalate when it comes to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, with the Congress making it clear that this is a pure political event with the Lok Sabha elections in mind, but the BJP saying that the Congress party is only insulting Hindus not just across the country but around the world. We will continue to track all the developments which are coming in. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
Ram temple in itself is a huge moment for Indian civilization.
The enthusiasm, the excitement among the devotees can clearly be seen and experienced here.
संविधान में राम है, राज्य की कल्पना में राम है, रोम रोम में राम है, भारत के राम है, भारत में राम है।
राम 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 राम। धर्म को कैसे बांधते हुए, धर्म की सीमाओं में रहते हुए कैसे काम किया जाए।
इसके ऊपर आप अभी देख नहीं सकेंगी, वो विष्णु जी का है और वो एक तरीके से समुद्र मंथन उसकी कहानी है।
Thousands of devotees have come to this Naya Ghat. They are offering prayers to Lord Surya.
Brought to you by
Welcome back. And Asaduddin Owaisi is now wading into the Mandir controversy, ladies and gentlemen. This time he's targeting the Aam Aadmi Party. Asaduddin Owaisi has gone on to say that the Aam Aadmi Party is into competitive Hindutva politics and are against secularism. Owaisi says, why not teach people about freedom fighters? On the other hand, they want to defeat Modi through the so-called secular front. Is this going to help them, or the BJP, the Muslim community, is being misused? Listen in.
So while you have called Aam Aadmi Party as the Chota recharge of RSS, there is a reaction from Aam Aadmi Party MLA Saurabh Bharadwaj, who says that I would pray to Lord Hanuman to bless you as well, and no political party should object to a good program like Sundarkand Path recitation. If they are objecting, they are not doing it correct.
Well, unfortunately, the Delhi Chief Minister and his cabinet and his party are deliberately and with a political intention they have adopted from day one. And right now what this decision clearly tells the country is that they are into Hindutva politics. What we are seeing in the country is competitive Hindutva politics. And that is why in government schools you have started this program, which is a program of one particular faith. Why don't you say that we'll make it mandatory that teachings of freedom fighters will be taught?
Right, so that is the pitch that's coming in from Asaduddin Owaisi, saying why not teach kids and other people about the freedom fighters, and why teach them when it comes to the Sundar Path pitch that's come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Why make that mandatory, as the Aam Aadmi Party makes this political pitch in the run-up to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. And I'm joined by my colleague Swastika Das, who had that conversation with Asaduddin Owaisi. Swastika, so Asaduddin Owaisi maintaining his stand, saying that there is competitive Hindutva politics between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, but he himself is someone who sparked controversy by saying that mandirs across masjids across this country are under threat because of this competitive Hindutva politics.
In fact, when I asked that question to Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi, he even queried attacks on the RSS and even Delhi government led by Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is a threat to Suneri Masjid, there is a threat to 200 dargahs in Maharashtra, and all of this is happening because of a lot of people being emboldened allegedly by the RSS. But going back to the topic about the recital in itself, Mr. Owaisi has raised questions on why only one faith is being promoted in institutions, educational institutions, and raised questions on why not freedom fighters, which he said, and in fact took a jibe at the Congress-led alliance, INDIA, saying this is a so-called secular front where majority of the leaders led by Aam Aadmi Party are peddling competitive Hindutva politics, and that is very much evident in the way they're promoting Ram Mandir. Owaisi also targeted trained guns at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even as he's preparing for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Ram Mandir, saying that this should not be the Prime Minister of one country where he's promoting only one state. And he's also trained guns, saying that Muslims are being misused by the opposition, the INDIA.
Right, but at the same time, there is enough precedent in this country, Swastika, that Asaduddin Owaisi has overlooked when it comes to Pran Pratishtha ceremonies, where constitutional heads have led those Pran Pratishtha ceremonies. But at the same time, Owaisi trying to make a very constitutional argument, saying that the church and state, if you will, should be separate. And this time he's targeting not just Prime Minister Modi, now even the Aam Aadmi Party. They are in the firing line when it comes to the hate politics that he constantly alleges the BJP of indulging in.
That's right, and in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party has instructed that in all the Delhi government schools there will be Hanuman Chalisa and recitals done. And while that is a decision that comes in the backdrop of the majority of this country, perhaps looking forward to the consecration ceremony on the 22nd of the Ram Mandir, Mr. Owaisi raised a point saying that this is not against this. This is not the way secularism must be celebrated, while also being defending about the fact that he himself had addressed a lot of youth gatherings multiple times, asking them to come and protect mosques. In fact, alleging that there's a conspiracy by the central government and allegedly RSS to target mosques. Well, that, in fact, when I asked him polarization politics, he says that that has been on since the last 9.5 years, and it has, in fact, reached epic proportions now with Ram Mandir. But Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi, remember, has time and again attacked Arvind Kejriwal, calling him not just a chota recharge of RSS, but also the fact that he says that Arvind Kejriwal is instrumental in peddling Hindutva, and that is why today in Delhi government schools where Hanuman Chalisa and other recitals are being promoted, it only exposes their so-called secular duplicity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Swastika, for getting us that piece of breaking news. Owaisi taking on the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes to the Sundarkand part push that is coming from the Delhi government. Let's listen into more reactions coming in.
मुझे नहीं लगता कि मुझे उनकी बात का जवाब देना चाहिए। मैं तो हनुमान जी से प्रार्थना करूंगा कि उनको भी, ओवैसी साहब को भी हनुमान जी आशीर्वाद दें। मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को सुंदरकांड जैसे अच्छे कार्यक्रम से एतराज़ नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर वो इस पे एतराज़ कर रहे हैं तो ये गलत बात है, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
आम आदमी पार्टी को, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को ये पता चल गया है कि उनका सनातन विरोधी चेहरा लोगों में चला गया। इंडी अलायंस के घटक दल सनातन धर्म को गाली देते हैं, सनातन धर्म को, हिंदू धर्म को नष्ट करने के लिए साजिश अपनाते हैं, और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी उनसे गले मिलते हैं, उन्हीं के अलायंस के सदस्य हैं। तो अब वो कालनेमी की तरह एक नई चाल चले, सुंदर कांड कराएंगे, बहुत अच्छा है। लेकिन भैया, इस सुंदर कांड में भी कहीं घोटाला ना हो जाए, कोई स्कैम ना हो जाए, इस बात की हमें चिंता है। पता नहीं किसका पैसा लगेगा, पता नहीं कहां से आएगा। तो दिल्ली और देश की जनता तो आपका सनातन विरोधी चेहरा देख चुकी है, लेकिन अच्छा है आप पब्लिक से डर रहे हैं।
आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने एक बहुत ही सार्वजनिक मंच से ये कहा था कि वे स्वयं बहुत व्यथित हैं और उनके परिवार के लोग बहुत दुखी हैं कि अयोध्या जी में राम मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है। केजरीवाल जी चाहते थे कि मंदिर की जगह अयोध्या जी में एक स्कूल का निर्माण हो। आज जब मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के विरोध के बावजूद एक बहुत भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण अयोध्या जी में हो रहा है, तो आम आदमी पार्टी जो मशहूर है अपने रंग बदलने के लिए, वो आज भगवा रंग चढ़ा रही है।
देखिए, मैं कहूँगा कि वो पाठ रख रहे हैं पूरी जनता के लिए, बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन वो अपने लिए भी कोई पाठ रखें। आज उन्हें ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है इस तरीके के पाठ की।